One day, out of nowhere, a giant crack appeared. A blue aura emerged from it and rapidly spread throughout the world. People called her Mana, and a minority that is particularly mana-sensitive has also emerged. A minority that has gained a special ability from this influence. Such people have come to be called awakened. After that night, the storm of mana suddenly ended. But the mysterious crack in the sky remained. And, after a while, as people became accustomed to the existence of the awakened ones, storms of mana went all over the world. However, this time, it wasn't a normal crack that just appeared in space. It turned out to be something more horrible, a portal-like substance. For the first few hours, people couldn't understand what could have caused this phenomenon, until the passage between dimensions cracked. These portals came to be called gates. Unseen monsters have broken into our world, instantly sowing panic among living beings. The governments of the countries could do nothing against these creatures, and so the peaceful citizens had no choice but to flee. From that day on, everything changed beyond recognition. The world everyone knew had gone through a cataclysm, and now getting things back to normal is going to be quite a challenge. The human race has only one choice left: fight to gain the right to live and prevent the destruction of the entire species. This guy thought everything would change when he became awakened. He didn't want to work hard anymore. Not that the young man wanted to be worshipped by everyone. He did not desire power over anyone, nor did he crave to be feared. What the guy wanted most wasn't something beyond fantasy. The only thing he wanted was to not be beaten or ripped off. No matter what happened, however, he was unwilling to use violence. This young man just wished he had someone he could call a friend. But even that was probably too much of a pipe dream. The boy also turned out to be extremely sensitive to mana, and accordingly, he was also dubbed the Awakened One. Unfortunately, this guy's abilities were incredibly weak. Despite being an awakened one, the young man's strength manages to be inferior to even a normal human. One of the weakest among the special people gifted with mana management skills. A lowlife, unable to fight alone or help his squad mates in any way. Useless D rank. This guy was ridiculed every time he introduced himself as a hunter. The boy knew that one day he would die so ignominiously. He always realized that. However, the young man wasn't going to put up with it so easily. He didn't want to die anyway. The guy doesn't want to die so helpless. If he just died now, there would simply be no point in his existence before that. Perhaps if the boy gets stronger, things will change. No longer would he have to hide behind the backs of his comrades and put them in harm's way to save his life. There would no longer be any need to shake with fear at the sight of even the weakest enemy. If he can become the strongest even though he is a sapert, then maybe his life will turn out completely differently. This is the voice of the system. You have opened the stream. The mission is complete. You have met all the conditions to become a player. Welcome, player, Shin Jongseong. Turning behind a tree, the guy in white sneakers continued running through the woods without losing speed. Having already run several hundred meters without stopping, the young man is in a big hurry to get somewhere. Trying to control his breathing, Shin Jongseong can't understand how he could be late on such an important day. There he is, said the girl to her partner, looking at the rapidly approaching panting boy. A man sitting on a stump with a shield behind him grudgingly remarked that newcomers were almost always late. However, a woman standing nearby reminded her comrade that he was no better for his years. This man's name is Lim Duwon, and he is a C-rank hunter. Class, Defender. He is the main tank of the Duwon Guild. The girl standing next to her is also a C-rank hunter. Kim Chiman is a fighter. She is one of the main melee fighters of the Duwon Guild. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the young man who ran up to them apologizes for being late. Shin Chonson, D-rank hunter. Class, Creator, Duwon Guild support. A creator who specializes in creating weapons. Standing up from the stump, Lim asked the boy not to be frightened, explaining that he was just kidding. The young man wasn't that much late. After patting Jungseon on the back, the girl said that it was time for them to go. Hyun and Toyun were already waiting for them. After they said that, the guy went down. It's really bad. 3 months had passed since he joined the guild. This was his first dungeon, and he was late. Either way, Chonson needs to get his act together. This is his first dungeon he's going to as a dungeon supporter. You need to prove your usefulness! Once inside, the masked man decided to ask the guy about something. Mun Toyun of the assassin class and part-time head of the Duwon Guild asked the young man if this was his first raid. Lowering his gaze, Chonson confirmed it and explained that this was his first time going as a supporter. He then added that he had helped out in dungeons a couple times before. In that case, Toyun decides to explain something. Supports, unlike fighters, can't fight, so you have to pay attention to where you are. If you get too close, there's a chance of getting into a fight. And if you stand too far away, your allies won't be able to protect you. The point is to stay at an optimal distance. And since Chonsun is the creator, he needs to keep his distance and create daggers when the guild leader gives the signal. Easy, isn't it? Toyin said contentedly, glancing at the agitated boy. The young man then remarked that it was really quite easy. But did he not need to create any other weapons besides blades? In turn, the assassin confirmed this, explaining that of the entire squad, he was the only one who needed additional weapons. The man added that this is a simple dungeon. Since it's the first one for Jongseon, the guild leader asks him not to overdo it. While they were talking to each other, C-rank mage Lee Hyun asked his teammates to wait for a while. He sensed an incredible amount of mana ahead. There's most likely a monster nearby. All right, everyone prepare for battle. Hold formation, Moon Toyeon shouted confidently. After that, he turned to the mage and asked him to clarify the number of opponents. Hyun told him that there were 3 small auras and 1 large aura in front. This aura was big enough for the boss. Without saying it out loud, the assassin's implication was rather odd. Usually the boss didn't show up here. He told his companions that he would have to take on the boss and asked his partners to handle the rest. Turning to Chonseong, the masked man asked how long it would take to create the dagger if one hurried. The boy replied that it would take about 20 seconds if one tried hard enough. But in that case, the dagger wouldn't even last a minute. Good, then start creating. I'll be done with him in 40 seconds, Moon Toyeon said, pulling the mask down from his face. These creatures are called crystal lizards. Threat level D. A monster that grows on mana stones in dungeons. Appearance and abilities change depending on the mana stone consumed. As Chimin kneaded his fists, the shield partner standing next to him muttered out that he was getting started. In the same instant, a terrifying purple aura enveloped his entire body. With a single step, Lim broke through the stone floor beneath him. After that, he raised his shield high above his head with a speedy swing. In the next second, the man swung his shield to the ground, scattering the enemies in different directions with the shockwave. Meanwhile, without a moment's hesitation, Chiming hopped down from her seat and rushed towards her opponents. While in the air, the girl slid her arm behind her back, preparing to deliver her strongest blow. With a lightning-fast attack, she immediately sealed the crystal lizard into the ground, breaking the creature's jaw. After finally finishing off the enemy, Chiming pushed off the corpse with her hand and did a somersault in the air. The moment she landed, the monster behind her fell dead to the ground. However, when she turned around, the girl noticed that the 2 crystal lizards had already managed to recover from Lim's stunning attack. Realizing that these creatures were recovering faster than expected, Chiming shouted, alerting her partners that 2 monsters were running at them. Putting his shield in front of him, covering Hyun, Lim asked his partner where his magic was. Casting a spell, the mage explained that everything was almost ready. Extending his hand forward, Hyun shouted furiously, after which a bright flame materialized from his palm. In the next second, dozens of fireballs flew around his partner's shield and headed towards his opponents. In a moment, after several blinding explosions, most of the dungeon became filled with red flames, burning everything in its path. When the enemies were finished, Lim suggested that his partner go and help the others. Shin Chongsun, who was observing this, noticed the striking order of the comrades' attack. Is this really how a guild fights? When Toyeon asked the guy what about the weapons, he replied that everything was almost ready. That's right. Now is not the time to be distracted. We need to focus. Shin Jongseong uses the F-rank creator ability to craft weapons. This is a basic creator skill that uses the user's mana to create an item. The item's longevity and quality depends on the user's mana. After a while, the guy finally finished making the weapon. After that, he immediately threw a dagger at Toyeon. In turn, the guild leader, without slowing down, easily caught the blade in his hand while running. At the same instant, the dagger in his palm was filled with dark matter. This is the famous A-rank shadow weapon. This skill uses the user's weapon to transform it into a shadow weapon. The shadow weapon increases quality and mana depending on the user's mana. It disappears after a while. Running up to his opponent, the assassin ducked and swung his blade. In the same second, Toyeon covered several meters in one dash and chopped off the crystal lizard's head, leaving a trail of dark aura behind him. When the monster's severed head fell to the ground, the man was already walking towards his partners without turning around. With a glance in his hand, the guild leader noticed that the blade had begun to vaporize. Walking up to his teammates, a satisfied Lim asked them if anyone was hurt. Meanwhile, looking at his comrades, Chonson realizes they're a lot tougher than he imagined. Everyone is great, yet their teamwork is beyond praise. They can become the best at what they do when they achieve more. Compared to them, Chonson could do absolutely nothing. The guy only managed to create one dagger. He was no help, and he got distracted. The annoyed young man is convinced he doesn't deserve to be with them. Nice work. You're not hurt? Toyun suddenly said as he approached him, pulling his mask down from his face. Laughing disappointedly, Chonson said that he was fine thanks to his comrades. The guy then remarked that he wasn't so helpful in turn. What are you talking about? Thanks to your skill, I've saved so much money. The guild leader replied to him in disagreement. As the young man could see, the assassin skill absorbs weapons. Toyun couldn't afford it even if he bought the cheapest ones. Placing a hand on Chanseong's shoulder, the man added that this was why he needed a creator. Moreover, Toyun seemed to need a mana-filled weapon to activate his skill. Anyway, great job for a first dungeon. I'll be looking forward to the next one. Don't leave us, okay? Muttered the guild leader, encouraging the boy with that. Uplifted by such words, Chonson thanked the man, promising that he would try harder. Walking up to Toyun, Lim suggested that he gather all the loot and get out of here. But at that moment, the ground beneath their feet shook with tremendous amplitude. Looking around frightened, the squad tries to figure out what's going on. Is it an earthquake? The cave can't just collapse because they killed the boss, right? As the comrades panic trying to figure out what happened, a terrified Chonson pointed a finger somewhere. Not far from them, a crystal wall collapsed. When the earthquake was over, a puzzled Hyun decided to check what was behind the fallen wall using magic. Turning around, he informed his teammates that some sort of path seemed to have opened up in the dungeon. Moreover, it was connected to something. Looking at him interestedly, Toyun wondered where such a low-level dungeon had gotten a secret path from. At this moment, the admiring Lim remarked that it couldn't be anything other than a passageway to a secret treasure. They should definitely go there and check it out. Running up to him, Chiming, who was equally enthusiastic, agreed with her partner. However, with an uncertain look at them, Hyun said to wait a bit. They can't just go there. But when the guild leader asked him if there was anything dangerous ahead, the mage replied that he couldn't sense anything. Good. I don't think it's going to collapse here. We'll be quick, Toyun said confidently, realizing that there was no danger to this path. The enthusiastic teammates immediately cheered him on. Exhaling, Hyun realized that he had no choice, and so he decides to go with his comrades. Turning to Chonseong, the guild leader beckoned him along and advised him to keep up. Immediately after his words, a group of adventurers went to explore the secret path that had opened up before them. And it's only been a few minutes since then. The ferocious crystal monster opened its huge maw and roared deafeningly. In a panic, Shin Jungseong, running away from him, can't understand how this could have happened. God damn it, everyone's dead! Everyone but him! A D-rank dungeon shouldn't have monsters like this. The guy had never heard of a creature that magic didn't recognize. Trying to keep himself alive by fleeing, the young man looked around to see where the enemy was. He followed right behind him. The second the guy realized it, the huge crystal monster swung its fist and immediately slammed into him, throwing Chonson back a few dozen meters. As he landed on the ground, the boy's back hit the ground and blood spurted from his mouth due to his damaged lungs. With trembling hands resting on the floor, the guy realizes he urgently needs to get up. However, while he was trying to get to his feet, an opponent had already run up to him from behind. Sitting down on his knees, the gasping young man immediately produced a dagger. He can't die like this! Although this blade was created in a couple of seconds, the time it exists is enough to hit the target. This is his last chance! Screaming in despair, Chonseong threw his dagger at his opponent with all his might. But as expected, this blade was completely useless. When the knife hit the monster's body, it simply bounced off and crashed into the wall of the cave. Ignoring this, the creature swung its fist again, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to the kid. A devastating explosion erupted a moment later, raising a column of shrapnel and smoke. After one blow from the monster, the floor shattered into pieces, and Chonson, who was within the radius of the collapse, fell down. After flying some distance downward, the guy fell into the water, and because of finally exhausted strength began to sink. So that's what it's like. A D-ranked main deck support who can't even use basic effects like heal. He finally found the guild that needed him, but they ended up leaving him. How cruel. Shin Jungseong is sure someone else would have done more good. If he hadn't become awakened, things would have turned out differently. In any case, it's just his pipe dream. This is the voice of the system. You've opened stream. The mission is complete. You have met all the conditions to become a player. Welcome, player, Shin Jongseong. Suddenly, a system window appears in front of the dying guy's face. It informs the young man that a new reward is available to him and asks if he wants to look into it. Staring doomedly at the mysterious window, Chonson can't figure out what's going on. A player? What kind of reward? While the guy was thinking, the oxygen in his lungs ran out, and he immediately tried to inhale some air. The boy doesn't know what's going on, but it doesn't matter anymore. Whatever, he thought, reaching out to the system window. Though as imaginary as possible, it was his last hope. He touched the yes button with his last strength. Staring blankly at the system window, the young man continued helplessly submerged. But at that moment, a two-handed sword filled with mana materialized under his feet. Creating blades in front of him, the Chonson, shrouded in a terrifying aura, began to climb them from the bottom as if they were stairs. Once again, facing the crystal monster, the guy clenched his fists coldly with all his might. Gunsmith Shin Chongseong, you get memories of your previous life. Award distribution is over. When the system stopped alerting, the young man raised his head and glared grimly at his opponent. In the same second, he created dozens of sharp blades and hurled them at the enemy. The swords filled with pure mana immediately stabbed into the crystal monster, piercing through it several times. Unable to stay on its feet, the creature fell to the ground with a loud clatter. Meanwhile, gripping his head, a tense Chonson can't figure out what it was. Some incomprehensible memory popped into his head. As the boy pondered, trying to realize whose memories these were, he heard a deafening roar nearby. Rising to its feet, the crystal monster immediately rushed towards the young man, preparing to launch a powerful attack. The next instant, his fist made contact with the sturdy wall. Chonson was able to block his opponent's jab using the shield he created. Even though this shield was spiked, the guy noticed that the enemy was taking absolutely no damage. It's a golem-shaped monster, after all. It has incredible survivability. Trying to hold back the crystal creature's attack, the young man realized that he would not be able to resist such power. Immediately afterward, the mana shield shattered into pieces, and the guy in turn recoiled without taking a single bit of damage. If those memories he got are true, then although it's a pretty strong golem monster, its weaknesses and tactics will be the same as before. The so-called golem monster has no particular weaknesses. If he does take damage, he can immediately recover. In such a case, it is recommended to deal damage from different sides at the same time if possible. In this case, it is recommended that Chonson should be able to deal damage to different sides at the same time. We need to create nets with equal radius of removal, using the skill user as the center point, and whoever gets caught in the net will move as the user tells them to. When the monster ran into the range of the skill, Chonson clenched his fist, glaring ruthlessly at his opponent. At the same moment, dozens of blades flew out from various points in the net and swept at the golem. There was an explosion and huge shards of crystals scattered in all directions. When the smoke from the destruction cleared, Chonson saw the golem-shaped monster in front of him falling apart. Stepping closer to the corpse, the young man exhaled with relief. The guy used to think that this net world was just an auxiliary skill with which he could create items faster. It seems that the effectiveness of the skill tends to increase. Also, this ability can now be used to attack on its own. Suddenly, the system alerted Chonson that the boss had been defeated. When the guy saw the system window in front of him, he wondered if he could look up information about the monster or the dungeon. As suddenly, an unknown purple energy began to gather from the collapsed body of the golem monster. While the guy looking at the cluster of mana in his palm was wondering what it was, the system alerted him that the passive skill, Magic Absorption, had been activated. There's an incredible magical power emanating from this thing. What could it possibly be? Absorbing this strange energy, Chonson decided to finally figure out what had happened to him in the last few minutes. Memories from his previous life. He doesn't know what exactly this previous life means, but the guy knows for sure that these memories are his, and the one the young man remembers is definitely him. Or to be more precise, it's another him in a couple of years. In this future, the whole world has fallen. Things too horrible to mention were happening. Shin Jongseong inherited all the memories of that. But even if it is the future, it may not be the future of the world the guy is in now. Too much of what he just learned didn't add up to actual events. Even the status screen in front of him wasn't there in his past life. And that can only mean one thing. Shin Jongseong really became a player. Player is a term used for a select few who have awakened. Based on many of Chonson's memories, players do not yet exist at this point in time. About 2 years from the current events, in another reality, a small number of awakened ones were chosen to become players. A blue screen appeared that only a select few could see, and Tai-hun was among them. In the future, this mysterious thing was called a system, which sounded more like a joke. It was enough to shock the awakened ones. It wasn't just the system that was given to the players. All players were given different rewards. For example, strength and skills different from what they had before. The system and rewards came out of nowhere. They were used by the players and caused them to boom in comparison to other awakened. Thanks to the guild leader Tai-hun, who also happened to be the chosen one, the Duwon Guild, of which Shin Jung-seong was a member, was able to become a first-class guild. The boy had nothing to do with it, but it encouraged him to grow. To make sure that he would stay in the growing guild, the young man made a constant effort to develop his skills. In the system window, you can find out the skills and experience you have learned. When the guy first heard about the system, he thought it must be very convenient. And so it turned out to be, in fact. If his skills and experience carried over from a previous life, then the passive magic absorption skill used on the corpse of the golem was one that didn't exist in his previous life. Chonson had never heard of any player having something like this. The description says that if the amount of magic collected exceeds the limit, then a reward will be given. I wonder if the rewards are only given to Chonson himself. Also, it says that this skill gathers energy from infected mana. After realizing this, the guy immediately had an idea on how to get this magic. However, now is not the time to think about that. As he approached the corpse of the dead head of the Duwon Guild, the young man looked at it sadly. The guy decided he needed to take care of the bodies of his former comrades first. A few hours later, Hunters Association headquarters. As the man pulls down the blinds and looks out into the street, a girl standing nearby asks the senior if they really should have let this kid go home. When he asked what she was talking about, the woman pointed out that there was something very strange about the situation. A small guild was mopping up an unidentified dungeon and got caught in an incident. 4 out of 5 people died. However, the only survivor is a D-ranked sappert. As the man with the tie in his pocket continues to stare at the boy outside the window, the girl adds that it wouldn't have been unusual if that guy had just run away while the others fought. But it wasn't like that. He even took care of the bodies and delivered them to the association. The gate to the dungeon had already disappeared, and so no more clues could be found. What do you think? I think there's something wrong here. Could a D-ranked support have killed a hunter? With a concerned glance at her colleague, the woman inquired. In turn, after hitting her on the head with a file folder, the man asked the girl to come to her senses. This is not a civil case. She knows it herself. Even if something strange happened, you can't find out what happened in the dungeon. You can only gather evidence as it emerges. When the girl, holding back tears and holding her head, tried to find the words to say something in response, the colleague asked if she had any objections. He then added that this happens quite often at this time. Waving a folder of documents, the man with the tie in his pocket explained that hunters often don't report finding a gate and go missing there. If they reported the discovery of the dungeon to the association, there would be an auction. However, instead of getting paid for it, the awakened usually choose to risk their lives and go there secretly. After all, it's almost impossible for a small guild to win at auction. Leaving back to his office, the man advised a coworker to call that kid in for further investigation or something. Heading back to his office, he looks thoughtfully at the file of that boy in his hands. So his name is Shin Jung-seong, isn't it? The man has talked about it before, but this doesn't seem like a normal case. The situation is understandable, but he still feels like something is wrong. First of all, that kid was too calm during the interrogation. He had witnessed the incident with little to no experience in dungeons, so it would make sense that he would panic. Something had been missed, but this guy was explaining everything clearly. Of course, maybe it's just that kind of person. The investigator had met people like that many times before. Either way, something is definitely wrong, but the man doesn't know what it is, and it's upsetting him. Exhaling unhappily, he realized there was no need to worry about that right now. The only thing is to check everything more thoroughly. Meanwhile, Chonson pensively walks down the street staring at his phone. Every way you look at it, something's wrong. An unidentified gate? The guy doesn't remember this dungeon from his past life. On top of that, all the guild members had seen the gate request form. It was definitely stamped by the Hunters Association. However, the association itself said that all the dead members of the Duwon Guild were registered as having died in an unidentified dungeon. It can only mean one thing. Someone impersonated the association and deceived the Duwon Guild. Or the Hunters Association itself is involved. But what worries Chonson the most is that this kind of thing might not only happen to the Duwon Guild. As the investigator said, missing people in unidentified gates had already become a problem. The guy doesn't know the whole story, but there's only one topic in all the guilds in the news. They all have players, such as the guild leader, Moon Toyun, and even young talents who will become heroes in the future. Someone wants to wipe these heroes off the face of the earth, which means that Shin Jung-seong must now carefully conceal his abilities. He's the only survivor of an unsolved case. If the guy behaves suspiciously, he's going to be under attack. The youngster has about 2 years to prepare before his first player selection. And so you should not delay, and it's time to activate all the skills and develop them. Chonson needs to find a way to develop quickly without attracting attention. If there was one useful skill, it would make the guy's job a lot easier. And, just as he was leafing through the list, the young man noticed something interesting. Got it! I found it! Chonson pronounced, extending a finger toward the system window. It's been a whole year since those events. Deep in the forest, there are loud sounds of fierce fighting. Striking with his sword, the blonde guy once again runs into his opponent's block. From the force of the strike, the blunted blade of the blade immediately cracked. At the same moment, the green-jacketed hunter's steel sword broke in half. While the guy was desperately looking at his broken weapon, the enemy hit him with the hilt of his mace with all his might. Fortunately, the blonde had time to put up a successful block with his hands, and wasn't particularly hurt after such a powerful attack. After flying a few meters away, the guy stuck the blade of a broken blade and used it to slow down. The hunter, who had risen to his feet, looked with genuine horror at the fierce foe approaching him. In turn, the monster jumped into the air with great speed, bringing his mace behind his back. When the enemy landed on the spot where the blonde stood with a thunderous crash, the frightened boy had already managed to jump back to a safe distance. Looking at the monster with fear, the panting hunter with a broken sword crawled back to his teammates. In contrast, his opponent was feeling fine, and after pulling his mace out of the ground, he was already heading towards the squad of hunters, staring helplessly at him. This monster is called the Lord of the Gnolls. D. A gnoll of high rank. Physical abilities are higher than the average gnoll. Its skin is tough not only physically, but it is also resistant to magic. Helplessly pointing the stump of his sword at the monster with a trembling hand, the blonde can't understand what the Null Lord is doing in the E-rank dungeon. Even D-rank hunters said this creature was difficult to fight. While the frightened guy was saying this, the monster had already taken off, pouncing on its victim. At the same second, a tank with a shield popped up from the rear of the squad. Once on the front lines, the man barely managed to block an enemy attack. From the power of the strike, the dazed tank felt its shoulders crack and shift. Realizing that he couldn't stand up to this monster alone, the man shouted to his partners that they wouldn't be able to hold out much longer this way. "Do what you want, but do some damage to him!" shouted the tank in desperation, urging his comrades into action. The god of death of low-level hunters. The Null Lord is so called not only for his physical abilities. Since monsters at this rank are vulnerable to magic, any team of hunters relies on just that. But the Null Lord defied that logic. The hunters, confident in low-level magic, were frightened for the first time. The price of such insolence and negligence, however, is usually the complete destruction of the team. There is only one physical damage fighter in their squad, but the blonde man is bad at hand-to-hand combat, and his weapon is broken. And if there's nothing else to fight, how is he supposed to attack? If he had known this was going to happen, he wouldn't have been greedy and gathered as many people as possible. Who would have thought that this guy's desire to use as few people as possible and hire a mage would backfire on him? In a moment of utter despair, the hunter suddenly heard a strange sound nearby. Near a nearby rock stands a man swinging a pickaxe. This is a helper and does not participate in battle, but plays the role of a gatherer and loader of side resources such as magic stones. Anyone with even a small amount of mana sensitivity can handle this, and so such people don't get much recognition or respect among the awakened. Simply put, they are the errand boy for the team. Noticing him, the blonde remembered that they had a helper. How could he be so careless with his pickaxe when his teammates might die soon? But in that instant, the hunter noticed something unusual. 3. This young man can create items out of mana. Although this guy has the ability to create, you can't expect high quality from him. But unfortunately, you don't get to choose. Realizing that this was his last chance to save his life and the lives of his partners, the blonde man called out to the helper standing calmly to the side. Hearing this, Chonson indifferently turned around and looked at him. "You're a maker, aren't you? You know how to make swords?" The hunter who ran up to him asked worriedly. Still looking at the blonde unemotionally, the guy replied that of course he knew how to do it. Holding out the stump of his broken sword to him, the hunter politely asked the young man to make him a sturdy new blade. However, after apologizing, Chonson explained that he is a helper, not a support, and therefore such actions are not part of his duties. In turn, the exasperated blonde shouted that now was not the time to talk like that. Doesn't the guy see what's going on? His squad could be dead soon. And if they can't handle the boss, Chonson will die too. After hearing him out, the helper closed his eyes and exhaled unhappily. After starting to create the sword, the guy agreed to help and explained that he had one condition. When we clear the dungeon, everyone should forget about my ability. And when we divide the loot, I want to get as much as the amount of loot as a normal sapper would get. If you agree, I'll help. Chonson said, handing the blonde man the sword he had just created. The hunter looked at the sword in his hand in surprise and noted that for someone who couldn't find a job as a creator and got a job as a helper, the quality of the work was excellent. But still, did the guy really think that the dungeon could be cleared with only this weapon? Why is he so stubborn? And what do you mean? Forget about his ability. Only? That's funny. Shin Jungseong muttered with a smirk. Good weapons are an essential element of dungeon sweeping, and the creator can give some assurance. As long as you have that element, you'll be able to mop up the dungeon. Next day, Guild Overkill, one of the 3 largest guilds in Korea. A woman in low black shoes walks down the hallway. Walking up to the door, she gently knocked inside. Come in, the man said, leaning his elbow on the desk. Upon entering the office, the red-haired girl informed the leader that the Hunters Association had sent a request for cooperation. Looking thoughtfully into the void, the man in the chair asked if it was about the errors in the dungeon ranks. In turn, the woman replied that it was. At first glance, it's an ordinary request for cooperation. But it seems that the association is willing to pay as much as the other party to the contract wishes. The leader then remarked that it appeared that the Hunters Association simply had no choice. It was on the news today that a squad of low-level hunters were able to mop up a dungeon with an A-rank bug. If you look at it, those youngsters aren't anything extraordinary. Yet they managed to get out of there alive. However, the leader noticed some familiar faces. He's definitely seen this guy somewhere before. Seko Don also had a dungeon with an A-rank error a couple weeks ago. A man was sent to the area, and so he ended up at the scene. And the leader is pretty sure he saw this guy there. According to the information given to him, he was a regular helper. Even with the new gates, the chances of making a mistake in a dungeon are still incredibly small. And the situations in which there were survivors in case of a rank error can be counted on the fingers of one hand. But this helper was a member of a team that turned out survivors not once, but twice already. This can't be a mere coincidence. The girl standing next to him interrupted the leader's musings, noting that it seemed like there were more and more dungeons with rank errors lately. For example, a D-rank dungeon that had become a B-rank dungeon a couple of days ago, and the entire team that had gotten there was instantly destroyed. Closing his eyes with annoyance, the man remarked that the Hunters Association must have a lot of problems. Meanwhile, the girl agreed with him, adding that many people criticize the association. After all, it was their job to analyze, predict, and announce the dungeon ranks. That uncle at the Hunters Association must be suffering from the whole situation. Turning around to his ward, the leader said that those with the trespass skill were getting more and more. Therefore, he suggested that an additional commission be introduced and observe the situation. The man then inquired of the woman regarding what he had asked her to look into. The girl, on the other hand, replied that she had searched everywhere, but had not found any A-rank or higher weaponsmiths. However, she did manage to get a B-rank weapon from a Japanese blacksmith. When she suggested that the leader check this sword, he reminded her that any weapon below A-rank is destroyed when he applies his skill. Rising from the table, the man noted that few gunsmiths were sappers. He asked his ward to look for more or he would soon ruin all his weapons. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door behind. A man with a sturdy build entered the office and informed Tai-hun that something had happened. Coming out from behind the desk, the leader inquired as to what had happened. The thug said that he had received an urgent message from the Hunters Association. He checked the location, and it was the D-rank dungeon where the newcomers from the Overkill Guild had gone as a free attack team. And when Tai-hun asked the man what rank the dungeon was now, the man replied that the rank had risen from D to C. With an irritated sigh, the leader remarked that there was no way they could lose the newcomers right now. The situation seemed to be an emergency. And that's why Tai-hun will personally go there. Several reporters have already arrived at the scene of the ill-fated locked gate and a large crowd of gawkers has gathered. "This is the Overkill Guild," suddenly shouted someone from the crowd. The reporters immediately started asking questions of the guild leader, asking him to say something about the ongoing dungeon ranking errors. Someone shouted out that they had heard that the Hunters Association had sent the Overkill Guild a cooperation proposal. There was also the question of whether Tai-hun had come in person because his guild members were inside. Running up to the leader who had ignored all the press, the woman with glasses thanked him for coming. She didn't expect the guild leader, Yun Tai-hun, to personally come here. When the man asked her what the situation was like inside, the girl told him that the attack team that had entered had 6 hunters, 2 supports, and 1 helper. They were all stronger than necessary, but the numbers didn't matter since the dungeon was now C rank. Looking at the locked gate with concern, the guild leader asked how long they had been there. The woman said that the newcomers had crossed the portal border about 2 hours ago. 2 whole hours. Dae-hyun said he didn't know how many of them were still alive, but he promised he'd do his best. After a while, the leader, holding a leather case in his hand, along with the red-haired girl, approached the gate. Stopping just before the portal, the man lowered his suitcase to the ground. He then extended his palm to the ward standing behind him. At the same moment, the woman slipped her hand into her purse and started pulling something out. Min Hee-soo, B-ranked support. Class, Space Opener. She is the secretary of the Overkill Guild and is able to create subspaces in closed places. 9. Taking a katana out of her bag, Hee-soo held it out to the guild leader. Taking the sword in his hand, Yun Tai-hun brought the weapon up to his face, whereupon it immediately burst into bright flames. Skill, Trespassing. The man swung his sword in a moment, drawing the fiery blade across the entire diameter of the locked gate. When the flames went out, the portal appeared to be chopped in half. The lower part of the dungeon entrance collapsed, revealing a passage in front of Yun Tai-hun. It was a skill that forcefully pierced its way to the mana accumulation and could break down any wall as a barrier, including the gate. However, when traveling to another dimension, the encroachment skill only affected the user. In addition, as expected, not every sword could withstand the power of such an incredible skill. When the guild leader gave her the broken katana, Hee-soo asked him to be more careful. Good. Yun Tai-hun, who had lifted the suitcase, answered her as he crossed the border of the cracked gate. After a while, he found himself in another dimension, on the other side of the portal. The picture before his eyes was not a comforting one. Looking around the area, Dae-hyun immediately noticed the temperature and humidity. Given that disgusting odor, it must be a reptile. Judging by the fact that the floor is clean, it's a somewhat intelligent monster. Given the rank of the dungeon, the answer is simple. Lizardman. Threat level. D. A lizardman that lives in tribal groups. Compared to other humanoid monsters, it lives for quite a long time. Life expectancy is proportional to intelligence and combat power. A glance at the corpses suggests the size of the group and their combat strength, as well as the level of the affected party as determined by the preliminary calculation. All the newcomers must be long dead by now. Dae-hyun couldn't help but think the worst in a situation like this, all things considered. But when the guild leader arrived at the location where the team was, he saw something he absolutely could not expect. The high-level lizard opened its fanged maw and pounced on the enemy. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired man with a two-handed sword blocked the enemy's attack. The archer standing to the side immediately began to help her partners, firing metal-tipped arrows at the enemies. One of the arrows hit its target, piercing the lizard man's liver. Things aren't going the way the guild leader expected. These newcomers managed not to die after waiting for reinforcements. What's more, it's the opposite. They're winning? Judging from their movements, the lizardmen are much stronger. Then how did the differences even out? While Dae-hyun was trying to figure out what was going on, he noticed something dangerous on the battlefield. The lizard man fighting the blonde-haired hunter knocked the weapon out of his hands with a swing of his sword. Realizing the helplessness of his situation, the man looked at his opponent doomedly. Approaching him, the monster swung his sword, preparing to cut him in half. In a moment, the guild leader who had rushed towards the newcomer snapped out of his seat, realizing that it wasn't too late to save him. But unfortunately, he didn't have time. There was a loud clang from the impact, which subsequently raised a cloud of dust and dirt. When the fog cleared, everyone saw that the lizard man's sword had made contact with the mana blade. Dazedly looking at the thing, the monster can't figure out where it came from. In turn, Tai-hyun, who runs up to help, tries to realize what's happened. Is that magic? No, it's a weapon made right in the air. But by whom was this sword created? At that moment, their gazes crossed. This is it. The same creator that the Overkill Guild leader, Yun Tai-hun, was looking for. This guy is definitely the strongest helper in the world. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and after hesitating for a moment, Chonson glanced suspiciously at the man standing across from him. 10, the young man said, pointing his finger at the stranger. When the guy pointed out that it was very strange, explaining that he remembered exactly what 9 came out, an annoyed Tai-hyung asked him what the hell he was doing. At the same second, on the battlefield, a red lizardman struck one of the newcomers with his sword with all his might. The gray-haired swordsman immediately flew back at the mage, hitting his back hard against the ground. Approaching him, the monster swung his sword, bringing it behind his head. This tense situation was noticed by the guild leader. In the same instant, he took off, leaving Chonson behind. The man immediately swung the katana he took out of its leather case before dashing out, preparing to block his opponent's attack. The guy who stayed back looked at the open suitcase and remarked that he didn't expect Yun Tai-hun to personally come to the rescue. Plus, why is this man carrying around a weapon he doesn't even use? Is it a backup? While Chonson, who was holding the pickaxe on his shoulder, was pondering this, a gust of hot wind blew into his face. The glowing blade of the guild leader made contact with the enemy's sword, stopping the blow completely. In a moment, the entire space around him was filled with scalding flames, enveloping Tai-hun's katana and his opponent. Waving his hand, the man shouted for the newcomers to retreat from the area. Taking his mangled partner under his arm, the mage turned around and thanked the leader. While the two were running away, Tai-hun had already knocked the weapon out of his opponent's hands with one swing. Immediately afterward, he activated the trespass skill again, making a narrow swing with his katana. In the next second, Yun Tai-hun was behind his enemy's back, making several lightning-fast sweeps with his red-hot sword. The lizard man, before he even realized what had happened, suddenly found himself cut several times. Due to wounds incompatible with life and profuse bleeding, the monster immediately fell dead to the ground. Tai-hun isn't even fighting at full strength yet. It's a B-rank weapon, but even it's too weak to withstand the power of trespass. However, the battle was still not over. While the leader was wondering what to do with his broken sword, another ferocious lizardman pounced on him. Running up close to the man, the monster delivered a sudden blow with its tail. Although this attack was incredibly strong, Tai-hun was still able to block it, but the man himself flew a decent distance away. When the guild leader who had miraculously stayed on his feet was beside him, Chonson called out to him. With a glance pointing at the cracked blade of the blade, the guy wondered if this was what happened every time Tai-hun used the skill. Helper remarked that this was just incredible wear and tear for such a weapon. The annoyed leader asked if the boy was getting into a fight, as suddenly the displeasure on his face was replaced by genuine surprise. Shin Chongseong, standing in front of him, had already managed to create a katana. Moving the sword in space, the young man suggested that Tai-hun take this and not ruin the poor weapon. Dazedly looking at the blade, the guild leader couldn't understand for a while how this guy had created a katana with a single swing. A gunsmith, and not just any gunsmith, but a very skilled one. But why is he a helper? Dae-hyun had heard that low-ranked sappers sometimes went to the dungeon as helpers. But why this guy? His thoughts were interrupted by Chonson reaching out his palm to the bloody katana the leader held in his hand. Taking the damaged sword, the boy explained that he had one condition. If Dae-hyun wanted to use the weapon he had created, he had to forget about the boy and his skills after he had cleared the dungeon. However, as he reached out his hand to the sword hanging in space, the leader gestured that he wouldn't just forget about it if the young man wanted him to. Unfortunately for him, it was the wrong answer. If you don't want that, then go ahead and chop everyone down with your high-class weapon, Shin Chongseong indifferently said as he began destroying the blade he had recently created. Exhaling unhappily, Tai-hyun realized that the weapon was destroyed as soon as this guy used a skill on it. Whatever the case, the man needed at least a couple of these swords. Got it, I promise to forget, said the leader, agreeing to the helper's terms. Fine, go forth and burn. With a satisfied smirk, Chonson answered him. Grabbing the katana in his hand, Dae-hyun immediately rushed into battle without delay. The green lizardman swings his sword and strikes his opponent. The man across from him, holding a blade in his right hand, used his special skill, encroachment. Immediately after, he put his weapon in front of him, blocking the enemy's attack. The heated katana blade immediately began to melt the dazed monster's sword. The next instant, to Tai-hyung's surprise, his opponent's weapon shattered into small pieces. The man only wanted to repel the attack, but this monster's weapon was simply blown apart, and the control is noticeably better than usual. Is the weapon itself that much stronger? A creator capable of making weapons of at least B rank? That's interesting enough. While the guild leader was pondering this, the lizard man who had approached him had already prepared to strike. However, that didn't bother Taehyung one bit anymore. The only thing he was curious about was to see what this weapon in his hands could do. Would he be able to use his skill to its full potential? As he stabbed his katana blade into the monster's chest, the leader activated Trespass at full power. A stream of deadly red flame was immediately released, melting everything in its path and leaving only ash behind. After that, Taehyung grabbed the lizard man's shoulder. Leaning against the melted monster, the leader pulled his sword from its body and in one deft movement, jumped on its back. Bringing the blade above his head, the man activated Trespass for the second time in a row. At the same moment, he cold-bloodedly pierced his opponent's skull with his sword, once again scattering punishing fire all over his body. The monster died on the spot before Taehyung even removed the katana from its head. As the compressed remains of the lizard man fell to the ground, the guild leader brought the bloody blade up to his face. Not a scratch. So he needs at least. His pensive thoughts were interrupted by the cheers of the newcomers. They delightedly thanked the guild leader for coming to their aid in time. They had survived only because of him. No one seems to be badly hurt. That's good to hear, Yun Tai-hun muttered as he approached his charges. The newcomers told him that they couldn't even fight with their weapons, but they had only managed to hold out thanks to that guy promptly creating new swords for them. Then the leader looked suspiciously at the young man sitting nearby. Based on the newcomer's words, his assumptions proved to be correct. "What's your name?" Taehyung asked, approaching the squatting boy from the back. Zipping up his backpack, the guy asked the guild leader why he needed to know the name of some assistant. The man explained that they should know each other at least by name. After that, he introduced himself to the boy as Yun Tai-hun. Taking the backpack in his hands, the boy looked thoughtfully at the leader. "My name is Shin Chong-seong," he said as he approached the man. Turning to the blonde-haired swordsman standing behind Taehyung's back, Chong-seong said he would leave the mana stones at the entrance. But suddenly taking the young man by the shoulder, the leader asked him to wait for a while. Yun Tai-hun suggested that the boy leave his things here and go with him to the room with the boss. When the man snatched the bags from his hands, Chonson reminded the man that he was only a helper. Placing the backpacks with mana stones next to the blonde-haired hunter, the leader explained that they had already discovered a bug in this dungeon. If they didn't defeat the boss, no one would be able to get out, be it a helper or a support. However, when the boy pointed out that Taehyung could defeat the boss on his own, the man reminded him that the boy had already seen the fact that no weapon could handle his skills. No matter how capable the leader was, wouldn't it be pointless if he destroyed the weapon the helper had created for him? "My weapon can't break," Chongson said suddenly, glaring at him confidently. In turn, Taehyung explains that it's only the guy who thinks that. They're in a dungeon with a bug right now. The creatures living here are not ordinary lizardmen, and if the boss is the same, extra caution doesn't hurt. Realizing that there was no way he could get away with it, Chonson sighed unhappily. "Okay," the young man said, not picking up the bags and leaving them on the ground. Approaching the leader, the boy clarified something. After all, he just needs to walk beside him, doesn't he? Without answering him, the man just smirked. Soon the two were in the boss's chambers. As it turned out, no one was going to be hospitable to them. The Lizard Lord sat on his throne. Danger level, C+. The final form of the Lizard Lord after over 100 years of survival and molting. Despite its small size, it is several times greater in strength and speed than its kin. It is better to ignore existing hazard levels and information on them. "Let's put an end to this as soon as possible," Dae-hyun said confidently, activating Trespass. But when the man explained that if they delayed, the weapon might fall apart, an irritated Chonson wondered if he was mocking him. The guy said it wouldn't fall apart, and if the guild leader doesn't believe it, then it's about time we put it to the test. Just seeing the two men at the entrance to the room, the Lizard Lord raised his spear and pointed it at the uninvited guests. At the same second, the monster harnessed beside it snapped out of its seat, pouncing on the enemies. As the creature smacked its paws hard into the spot where they stood, Taehyun and Jungseon jumped back to a safe distance, dodging the attack. At the same instant, the guild leader pushed off the wall behind him and swung his sword, preparing to slash his opponent. However, the enemy was not so simple. Only when he noticed the man with the sword approaching him, he bounced back a few meters. Although Dae-hyun knew that these monsters were quite intelligent, he hadn't expected such a deft and deliberate move from a common underhanded beast. But no matter how strong the enemy was, he didn't care one bit. The man immediately rushed towards the monster with confidence, preparing to strike again. This time, the enemy had nowhere to retreat to. He was trapped in a corner. But suddenly, a lizard lord jumped out from behind the back of the underhanded beast, holding a long spear behind his back. The next moment, there was a loud clang as the metal sword blade and spear tip made contact. Blocking Tai-hyung's attack, the monster pushed him away from him, and then, out of inertia, jumped farther away himself. The lizard lord sat on the back of his beast and grabbed the reins. Fire began to spurt from the huge riding monster's mouth. After that, he roared loudly, and bright flames from his throat were released outwards. But as he thrust his katana forward to try and block the attack, Tai-hyung noticed a strange blue matter in front of him. A huge shield was created in front of his face, blocking the entire flow of all sizzling flames. And as expected, it was Shin Chong-seong standing nonchalantly behind him who put up that shield. When the riding monster pounced on him again, the guild leader immediately bounced back to the helper. He asked the boy if he wasn't a regular armor maker. The boy explained that a shield could also be a weapon under certain circumstances. When we get out of here, I'll have a lot of things to ask you about, Shin Chong-seong, Yun Tai-hun said with a satisfied smile as he activated trespass. In the same instant, he snapped out of his seat, breaking the speed of sound in the blink of an eye. But even such an incredibly high-speed dash didn't even strain the lizard lord. Suddenly, the tip of his spear turned into a long metal chain. Flying towards the red-hot katana, the chain immediately tied tightly around it. After shackling his opponent's weapon, the monster yanked on the hilt, trying to wrestle the sword from Tai-hyun's hands. But instead of letting go of his sword, the guild leader took advantage of the situation and rushed towards the enemy. "Stop suffering nonsense and fight," Shin Chong-seong irritably muttered, extending his arm forward. When another katana appeared in Tai-hyung's other hand, he asked the guy with a chuckle, "Didn't he just ask him to test this sword?" Hearing those words, Chonson advised not to speak of his blades as if it were a pet. The very next moment, the guild leader flew towards the riding monster and inflicted a deep wound on it with a single swing of his katana. Immediately then, the man hurled one of his two swords at the lizard lord, sitting on the back of the underhanded beast. Not without difficulty, but the creature managed to dodge the attack and not get injured. However, it was already completely useless. While he was trying to anticipate his opponent's movements, Dae-hyun was already in his face. The man swung his leg and slammed his foot into his enemy's chest, knocking the spear out of his hands. While the monster that had fallen to the ground was trying to get back to its feet, the guild leader had already managed to leap out of his seat and pounce on it in one leap. Bringing the katana behind his back, Tai-hyun made a wide swing and activated the trespass skill. Launching a full amplitude fire attack, he severed the lizard lord's arm with his sword. Holding onto his knees, the monster, even with his arm cut off, was not going to give up and was looking for a way out of this situation. Suddenly, he noticed a lone armorer standing nearby. Realizing that this was his last chance, the lizard lord immediately picked up his spear from the ground and dashed towards the young man. But when he ran up close and tried to thrust his spear into the boy's neck, the tip hit a barrier that suddenly appeared. "Who do you think you're pointing your weapon at?" Shin Chong-seong eerily uttered, suppressing the enemy's confidence with his terrifying aura. While the monster was trying to realize what its spear tip had hit, an angry Tae-hyun came up behind it, holding trespass at the ready. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, there is still a crowd of reporters and gawkers watching the situation. Suddenly, the color of the locked gate began to change from red to blue. "The gate is finally opening. Did they really succeed in clearing the dungeon?" At the same moment, a group of people from the Overkill Guild came out of the portal. Immediately, reporters ran up and started asking the guild head, Yun Tai-hun, what had happened in the dungeon and whether he had managed to defeat the boss. Hee-soo, who approached him after a while, inquired if the leader was injured. When the man replied that he was fine, the newcomers standing behind him thanked their savior again, explaining that they would have been dead by now if Yun Tai-hun hadn't come to the rescue. Meanwhile, Jong-seong approached his blonde partner and handed him the bag of mana stones and said that he had already received the money in advance, so he had to go. The hunter took the backpack from his hands and thanked him for a job well done. Handing over the burden, the young man immediately turned around. Not wanting to linger here, the boy walked off into the sunset, leaving behind him the press surrounding his now former dungeon partners. Holding out a microphone to Dae-hyun, one of the reporters asked the Overkill Guild leader how he managed to clear the dungeon so quickly. It must have been easy for him. When the man turned around, however, he replied that it wasn't quite as people imagine it to be. He was not there alone. While a surprised Tai-hyun looks through the crowd, trying to find that kid there, His partners tell the press that as the whole team was defending themselves, the guild leader handled everything. Yes, that's exactly what happened. All their weapons broke, and the newcomers can't imagine how it would have all ended if the guild leader hadn't shown up in time. Grabbing one of the newcomers by the shoulders, Tai-hyung asked what they were talking about. The weapon was to thank the person who made it for them. It's only because of that guy that they've been able to last this long. Not understanding what the leader was saying, the puzzled subordinate immediately asked who he meant. To the supporter who was there as an assistant. Weapons master. Yun Tai-hun reminded him without letting go of his shoulders. However, to his surprise, the perplexed newcomer asked the leader which armorer he was referring to. Glancing awkwardly at his companions, he explained that he knew that the helper was a sappert. But that boy had no such abilities. The archer standing next to him also remarked that she hadn't seen anything like the creature. When Tai-hyung asked the newcomers if they hadn't seen that boy creating weapons, all of the wards responded that they didn't understand what the man meant. Maybe he's talking about the pickaxe. Wait, I don't even think that helper has a pickaxe. No, he had one, but he must have lost it. But luckily, he was able to collect all the mana stones. Meanwhile, while the newcomers were discussing this, Yun Tai-hyun looked at them dumbfoundedly. What had happened? This guy had created weapons for all of them in front of their eyes, and these people had apparently forgotten about it. Suddenly, the leader remembered the moment when the boy had created him a katana and asked him to forget everything about his ability. What the hell? Fee! How did he use an A rank or higher skill? After noticing the guild leader acting strangely, a bulky man and a red-haired girl came up behind him and asked him what was wrong. Suddenly, Tai-hyung turned around and threw the leather case into the hands of the man standing behind him. In the same second, he took off from his seat and headed somewhere with great speed, leaving his subordinates behind. The two men stared at him in bewilderment, and for some time they could not understand what had suddenly come over their leader. In turn, Yun Tai-hyun continued to run somewhere very fast. Where the hell did he go? Is he gone already? How could he get out of everyone's sight so quickly? Realizing that he would no longer be able to find him, the guild leader stopped where he was. At this very time, a few buildings away from him stands a Chonson hidden behind a wall. Yun Tai-hyun had missed him. Why had everyone forgotten about this boy's abilities while the man's memory remained unchanged? Why is this boy hiding his power? These and many other questions the head of the Overkill Guild will have to solve in the near future. Meanwhile, he had already been overtaken by a bewildered thug and a red-haired girl. They ran up to him and asked the leader what had happened. Hisu, right now. I need to find someone. I've located Shin Jongseong. Min Hisu reported to the guild leader, Overkill. The girl reported that this guy had entered the D-rank dungeon at Sonpagu at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon as part of a group of 5. Sitting at his desk, Yun Tai-hyun praised the female employee for doing a good job and remarked that Seongpa-gu wasn't far from here. In turn, the puzzled girl told the guild leader that there was something she wanted to ask. Jongseong is just a D-rank creator. So why was the boss so interested in him? Is that what it seems like to you, Hisu? Tai-hyung leaned on his arm, looking thoughtfully at the clipboard. Of course, a D-rank creator. It's hard to think otherwise. His status, background, by all available information, this guy is D-rank. That said, he is the owner of the payment skill. That one skill disproves everything. A-rank payment skill. As a payment for the creation of an item can subject the creditor to a request. The essence and mandatory nature of the request depends on the user's skill. Payment's qualifications were very high. Daehyun had never met anyone who used it like that. Why would an ability that could be used to get rich be used to hide one's identity? Such a weaponsmith could easily gain a level. No matter what, the guild leader would be sure to inquire about everything the next time they met. That time when they saw each other for the first time, Yun Tai-hyun felt something he had never felt before. This incredible blade created by Shin Chongsun was unimaginably sturdy. The Overkill Guild leader could fight at full strength for the first time without worrying about weapons breaking. The man met many skilled blacksmiths who were considered the greatest. They really were masters of their craft, and their swords turned out to be quite good. However, before using this weapon in serious combat, Tai-hyun always tested it. Every single one of the blacksmiths across the board, even after seeing the might of this man, were confident that their brainchild would definitely withstand even the most difficult test. It was the same that day. The guild leader took the weapon in his hand, immediately activated the trespass skill right in front of the master and brought the sword behind his back. Cutting the air with a heavy, red-hot blade, he sliced the training exhibit standing in the forge in half. Unfortunately, as expected, the blade could not withstand such a load. Walking over to the counter, the man placed the broken sword in front of the master. Thus he tried every weapon sold in that market stall. When he saw the graveyard of swords he had created, the blacksmith screamed and grabbed his head. That's just the way it was. None of the masters met Yun Tai-hun's expectations. On the other hand, it was pretty obvious. Creation ability is limited by the type of conventional weapon and its durability. But this guy created something that went far beyond the limitations of abilities and species. It was like there were no limits at all. With Shin Zhongxiang's ability, it's possible. It's something that Yun Tai-hun didn't use because he didn't have a suitable weapon. The time to clear a D-rank dungeon with a team of 5 people is usually about 4 hours. Accordingly, there was about an hour left. After realizing this, the guild leader stood up from the table and asked Hisu what was left on his schedule for today. The man headed for the exit, and the red-haired girl reminded him that he had a meeting with the head of the Hyunmu Guild at 7 in the morning. After listening to her, Daehyun asked her to cancel the meeting and added that he would leave work early. There was no way he was going to miss that boy. The gate of the recently locked dungeon had just reopened. The huge orc boss, after receiving several slashing wounds, dropped dead. The hunter in armor stands in a fighting stance, wielding a two-handed sword, having just struck several killing blows at the monster. Staring in amazement at the corpse of the creature he killed, the knight can't believe that this sword was made by a helper. It just can't be. If this amount of mana in this blade can shatter a boss weapon, then it must be a C-rank ability. No! B-rank minimum! When the man's sword broke in two, he thought they were finished. But to think a helper has that ability. Delightful! Simply marvelous! The knight shouted contentedly, raising his mana-filled blade upwards to the brim. The hunter lifted the helmet's visors and remarked that he had never seen such a high-quality sword. Turning to see Chonson walking with his bags behind him, the man thanked his fellow helper heartily. He then approached a mage from his squad and offered to take this guy to them if he wasn't a member of any guild. The girl didn't object, admitting that it was a great idea. She thought the boy was embarrassed to be walking around as a helper. The knight laughed good-naturedly, agreeing with his colleague and remarking that he had a good eye. Meanwhile, as he listened to their conversation and thought about his own thoughts, Chonson glanced at the two men. He used more mana for that two-handed sword than he had intended. To think that this team is suffering like this even though it's not even a bug dungeon. As he approached the glowing stones, the boy tossed his bag beside him. The young man looked at the crystals in front of him, and memories from a year ago came flooding back to him. In that dungeon, he felt an incredible amount of mana that he had never felt before. After the boy absorbed the mana from the slain golem, and then when he spent all of it, it never appeared again. What he senses now is nothing more than the mana of an awakened D rank. But it's comforting to know that you don't have to have a huge mana supply to create a quality weapon, and so there's no problem with that. Who would have thought that memories of another life could be so helpful? The basic creator skill is creation, which helps in crafting special items. Although this skill is very intuitive, the quality is proportional to the amount of mana. However, there is a way to increase the effectiveness of the skill even for a normal D-rank creator. But it has not yet become known to the people of this world. Fortunately, thanks to the memories granted to him, Chanseong had already mastered it, and that way is to improve the level of understanding of a particular weapon. The more detailed the creator's understanding of the physics of the item, how it is made, and its features, the better the quality. And the good thing about this skill is that as quality increases, so does mana efficiency. So when using the same amount of magic and creating the same item, depending on the level of understanding, there will be a significant difference in quality. Shin Zhongxiang even now remembers how much he trained when he learned about this hidden feature. Studying materials, training as a supporter, and going to the workshop for weapon building classes. But in the end, the guy got more than he could have imagined. He doesn't know exactly how much better it became, but compared to the amount of mana used, this quality of the item created is incredible. However, it's still not enough. It's hard to use create and payment at the same time because of the mana limitation. The equipment that mana depends on is expensive, so there's no way to get it now. Chonson can at least buy potions. It's the only mass-produced item that affects mana. We should order a couple. It's still going to be tough with a helper's salary, though. However, no one will take on a D-ranked support person. In that case, there's no choice. On the other hand, the result isn't bad, it's comforting. There wasn't much left before reaching the goal of mana absorption, about 20%. Be that as it may, unfortunately, a couple dungeons won't be enough. One cleared dungeon is just over 1% of mana. That's too low in efficiency. There was only one way left. Xinjiangxiang is worth going through a dungeon with a bug. It is the only option to absorb a lot of mana at a time. Several times more mana is absorbed there compared to other dungeons. It was exactly the kind of place he needed. The thing is, mistakes are hard to predict before you cross the gate. The last dungeon with a mistake would have been difficult to get through if that man hadn't come to the rescue. Taking the backpack with the loot in his hand, the guy realized that he needed to guess a dungeon with at least a C-rank boss and prepare himself. At this moment, the only way to grow as a D-rank awakened was to find out the reward for mana absorption. "Well done, everyone," the squad leader said contentedly as he and his comrades walked out of the opened gate. Waving to his partners, Knight suggests we meet again sometime. Looking at his trail, the calm helper realized that he had managed to erase their memories after all. Shin Chanson. A familiar voice was heard behind the boy's back. At this moment, the guy holding the bag on his shoulder turned around in surprise. The head of the Mass Murderers Guild and his ward were walking towards him in the park. Since they came here, it could only mean one thing. For some reason, the payment skill didn't work. "Remember me?" Yun Tai-hun inquired, walking up to the kid. Sighing irritably, Chanson scratched the back of his head and asked the man if he would believe him if he said he couldn't remember. "No," Tai-hyung replied succinctly, holding out a business card to the guy. Taking the card from his hand, the boy asked the intruder what business he had come for. While the guy was pensively looking at the contents of the business card, the guild leader explained that there was something he needed to talk to him about. After that, Yun Tai-hyun asked the boy for a moment. "The Overkill Guild is one of the best in Korea. Jongsun can't join such a large guild yet. He needs to find an excuse and leave right away." "I don't have time. I'm in a hurry for an important meeting," Tai-hyung replied to the boy, turning around abruptly. "You won't regret this conversation," the guild leader suddenly said, grabbing him by the shoulder. He then added that he has no plans to take up much of Chanson's time. Besides, the man will pay for the entire dinner. With a casual glance at Hisa staring menacingly at him, the boy remarked that apparently being the head freed up a lot of time for Tai-hyung if he spent it on a D-ranked supporter. When the leader replied that that was about right, Chanson looked at him and realized that although he didn't particularly like it, the guy should still check out why the payment didn't work on this person. Walking up to the man, the guy reluctantly agreed to talk things over quickly. Hearing this, the guild leader smiled contentedly. "Sure," he said, following the boy's departure. An expensive car is parked at the entrance to an expensive restaurant. Yun Tai-hyun, Min Hee-soo, and Shin Jong-seong sit at the same table and have dinner. "So, what business does the head of the Overkill Guild have with a D-ranked sappert like me?" the guy inquired, choosing what to eat next. The boy doubts it's all about having tons of free time to chat with him. "As you saw, I am a berserker. Because of my incredible strength, I need a weapon that can withstand such a load," Tai-hyun explained to him. "This is why the most important thing in a berserker's job is to find a supplier of suitable weapons. Of course, I've been to a lot of places looking for it, across the country and beyond. Starting with a blacksmith who was called the best in the business, and ending with the gunsmiths. If there was even the slightest possibility, Daehyun would order the weapons, and time and money wouldn't matter. But unfortunately, none of these people met the needs of the trespass skill. Every weapon Taehyung had ever held couldn't withstand his abilities. Then he was resigned to his fate, right up until I met him. This guy is the exception to all the rules, and the sword that Shin Jung-seong created was one of a kind." As he continued to eat, the boy sitting across from Taehyung realized that plata really had absolutely no effect on the man. He didn't think that a berserker had a nullification skill. That was very careless of him. From now on, the boy needs to use this skill more carefully on high-ranked hunters. "Shin Jung-seong, I'll put it bluntly," Yun Tai-hyun suddenly said while holding the mug in his hand. "Would you like to join my guild?" After saying that, the leader added that he already knew that the guy wasn't a member of any guild. If he joined his guild, the man could promise that the boy would get only the best. He'll pay him 10 billion won to join. Daehyun will also pay separately for operating costs and dividends. The contract will be for 1 year, and the fee will increase by 10% each time it is renewed. However, when the leader decided to say that the rest of the details would be in the contract, Johnson politely interrupted him. The guy apologized and stood up from the table and explained that he wasn't planning on joining the guild right now, so he would have to decline the offer. "If that's all, I'll be going. And thanks for the food," the boy said, glancing at the two. Noticing that Shin Jongseong was already walking towards the exit, Tai-hun jumped down from the table and called out to him. However, it was already too late. Hee-soo, who was sitting next to him, asked the guild leader in a puzzled manner why he had made such an offer. After all, he couldn't do that for no reason. But at that moment, when Hee-soo started to say that the conditions were too generous, Tai-hyung interrupted her. "If you'd experienced what I did then, you wouldn't talk like that," he said sadly, lifting the mug of tea. It had been a long time since Daehyun hadn't felt a weapon scream. With a blade like that, he felt like he could do anything. And it did. But still. Of course, it wasn't all just because of that feeling. The guild leader asked Hisa how much he thought all those high-ranking weapons he had destroyed in a year were worth. Withdrawing her gaze, the red-haired girl realized that the leader was indeed spending truly astronomical sums on weapons. Not only that, even though it breaks simply from not being able to handle the load, unless the weapon is above a certain rank, it will not allow the guild leader to use their abilities. Yes, if that were possible, then such a contracting fee is really negligible. Agreed with the leader Min Hee-soo. However, the red-haired girl had picked up on the fact that there was one problem left. The fact was that no one was capable of such a thing, considering those who were called the best. The fact that this guy had a creation skill didn't mean anything yet. "He definitely can," Yun Tai-hun said confidently. "And that's why the guild leader has only one wish. Whatever Shin Jong-sung asks for, the man wants to recruit him at any cost." Meanwhile, in the city, with a frustrated sigh, Chonson can't believe that the day has come when he turned down the top 3 guilds. Rejected the Overkill Guild and Yun Tai-hun. It would help a lot, but it's too early. "Okay, it's okay. The guy just needs to be patient. This man is bound to find him again." A pungent odor of blood can be smelled throughout the dungeon. The loud clang of swords clashing can be heard in the distance. On the cold stone floor lay mountains of corpses of recently killed goblins. Meanwhile, an unknown creature had just chopped a man in half with a long, two-handed sword. Pointing his blood-smeared blade at his foe, the wounded, dumbfounded fellow asks him who he is. It's quite entertaining. At times like this, people usually howl and beg for mercy before they pass out. The gloating enemy smirked as he pinned the already dead victim to the ground with his foot. Is the one who becomes a hero any different? With trembling hands pointing his weapon at the enemy, the frightened young man asked why he suddenly wanted to kill his squad and take all the spoils. However, pulling the sword out of the corpse, the blue-haired man who had attacked said with annoyance that it was much more boring than he had expected. He then added that he wasn't going to tell the guy anything. He felt that telling something to someone who was about to die would be a waste of energy. But if the kid could beat him, he would definitely explain everything. "Then come to me quickly, if you don't want to die ignominiously," the stranger said grimly, slinging his two-handed sword over his shoulder. Tensely looking at the enemy, the hunter realized that he was not an easy opponent. Since this bastard fights with long weapons, the kid would definitely die at a distance. That's why the guy only has to rush forward and shorten the distance. Even if he loses an arm or a leg, he has to defeat his opponent. The hunter ran up to the stranger and immediately struck with his blade. But to his surprise, the enemy easily stopped the attack with his sword. "Not willing to give up so easily," the kid shouted furiously at the top of his voice. He began throwing blow after blow, trying to break through his opponent's block and injure him in some way to weaken his defenses. But at one point, the blue-haired man got tired of just watching these insignificant attacks. With a sharp lunge, he swung his sword and knocked the weapon out of the hunter's hands. This movement was so lightning fast that the terrified guy couldn't even keep track of what had just happened. As he stared dumbfounded at the blade flying out of his hands, the sound of a boot was heard nearby, cutting through the air with great speed. At the same second, the blue-haired man kicked his foot powerfully into the stomach of the hunter, who had no time to realize anything. This blow was so strong that the guy flew across the room, slamming into the opposite wall. "How sad," the stranger who had attacked him said sadly, looking at the boy writhing in pain and agony. Dragging the bloody sword blade on the ground behind him, the man grudgingly said that he had volunteered because it was the first hero slaying in a year. But who would have thought this dude would turn out to be nothing more than a lowlife? But the courage this guy showed is commendable. The moment the assassin raised his sword above his head, preparing to deal with the hunter, the boy, sitting on his knees in despair, begged his enemy for mercy. A moment later, the young man was chopped in half by a long two-handed sword. Now the shredded corpses of not only goblins, but humans as well, lie in this dungeon. Damn, I thought I was going to have to fight for the first time in a long time, the blue-haired man said disappointedly, looking down at the body beneath his feet. He then took out the sword from the corpse and added that this battle was so boring that it couldn't even be called a warm-up. And what's with the look of injustice on this guy's face anyway? Taking something out of his pocket, the assassin asked the dead man not to worry. He promised to be sure to report that the boy had fought the boss bravely and died a hero. It's a common thing in a dungeon with a ranking error, said the laughing man, taking a picture of his victim's dismembered remains on his phone. He stood still for a while longer and took pictures from different angles. Not bad, remarked the man contentedly, flipping through the gallery on his phone. His collection is finally complete. His whole life is devoted to collecting. Suddenly, the assassin shuddered with fear. Goosebumps ran through his body. I hate feeling that nasty energy. You either hide it or don't hide it anymore, the man said angrily, realizing where the source of his irritation was coming from. Show yourself, priestess. Coming out of hiding, the pale, purple-clothed woman waved her hand at the man and apologized to him. She was just here in a hurry as she had heard that there were valuable components here. The assassin in turn pulled the sword out of his victim, irritatedly explaining that no valuable components were anywhere near here. Only idiots are here. But when the blue-haired man passing the priestess said that he shouldn't have listened to his words and waited a bit, the woman interrupted him. Those words? Are you saying you want to go against his will? The executioner's will? The priestess inquired, giving the assassin a creepy look. Tisking unhappily, the man with the bloody sword on his shoulder remarked that the girl was incredibly sensitive, and then asked her to clean up the place. The woman told him to leave it to her, and the killer in turn recalled her recent promise. Don't forget your promise to send me on an S-rank hunter. I'm only tagging along with you for that, the blue-haired man said. Meanwhile, while the priestess was drawing a bloody pentagram in space with her arm outstretched, the assassin added that because of this bloody consciousness, he needed to kill them. However, he can't use his power to its fullest, and the moment the girl, asking not to worry, said she would be in touch with him soon, a crack appeared in the floor beneath her feet. A four-fingered monster arm immediately emerged from the gap that opened in the ground. Ah, child! The priestess shouted in rapture as she saw before her a huge creature crawling out of the bowels of the earth. He was really right. Meanwhile, a group of agents guard the newly opened gate from intruders. Chongsun, who was standing in the crowd at this time, glanced irritatedly at the man who was suddenly in front of him. Oh, so you're here too, said the camouflaged man, fixing his cap in a friendly manner, holding a leather case behind his back. Seeing this strange dude, Chongsun stared at him silently for a while longer. He then asked the masked man what he was doing here. You have good eyesight, recognizing me, the stranger remarked, looking at the boy with satisfaction. In turn, the guy explained that he only knew of one person who carried a weapon that way. He then asked Daehyun again what he was doing here. When the guild leader replied that he was of course going to the dungeon, Jongseong asked the man if he knew it was a D-rank gate. However, Taehyung explained that the guild member who was supposed to go on the raid today suddenly fell ill. He's here instead of that poor guy. Does that make sense? The bewildered lad undersaid as he was interrupted by a squad mate shouting that it was time to go in. The boy naturally knew that Yun Tai-hun would find him again, but he didn't realize it would happen so quickly. Ah, okay. It looks like Shin Jongseong will have to amend the original plan. After passing through the gate, the squad of hunters found themselves in a low-level dungeon. While Taehyung, holding the leather case tightly, walks ahead, Jongseon discreetly weaves behind. Deciding that now would be a good time to discuss their pressing problems in private, the man slowed down and let the boy catch up. Why don't you join the guild? Daehyun asked obsessively, glancing at the unsurprised boy. Meanwhile, Shin Jongseong reminded the leader that he had already turned him down. Irritated, the guy turned away and added that he didn't want to talk about it anymore. Did you hear about the gate auction that was in Chunhong this morning? Suddenly heard the conversation of the two partners ahead. The swordsman told the girl next to him that there were rumors that Hyunmu's guild had won the auction. The mage confirmed it, saying that a friend of hers from that guild had told her that they had set the price so high that no one had even tried to outbid them. After overhearing them, Zhangxiang wondered. The Hyunmu Guild had bought the C-rank gate? Did they really find something there? Interested in buying the gate? The man behind him suddenly inquired. After that, Tai-hyun added that if the guy joined his guild, he would then easily be able to acquire special gates above B rank. Since there are privileges only available to known guilds, for the awakened, the name of the guild is very important. People will envy or admire, and you will not only get a job, but also incomparable income and rewards compared to other awakened ones. In addition, together with the acquired rights, you will be able to make many demands. For example, you can get an entrance ticket to a special gate. Not only talent, but also the dynamics of relationships and politics play a big influence. Due to this structure, the rare treasures that can be obtained in such places are naturally captured by large guilds. Standing behind him, Tai-hyun told the guy that one should have a goal to strive for as an awakened one. Whatever it is, with the Overkill Guild, it will be easier for Zhangxiang to achieve that goal. The leader can't understand why he's refusing. At this moment, the boy abruptly stopped, warning the man that it was none of his business. Shin Chongxiang turned around and added that he understood why the leader was doing this. It was because probably no one had ever turned down an offer to join the Overkill Guild. So the guy decided to make something clear. There's no way he's joining any guild. When the boy had said all that, he immediately turned and walked on, leaving the stunned masked man behind. Tai-hyun wondered, looking after him. Was it because of the psychological trauma he had suffered after the destruction of the Long Guild, which the leader had read about in the report? Or maybe it's something else. But whatever it is, you can't give up. A band of hunters walks through a dark cave, with only the wizard's bright staff illuminating the area around them. Ugh, what the hell is this? Came the swordsman's indignant cry. Trying to shake the sticking cobwebs off his head, he can't figure out where they came from. Hearing his cries, the squad captain realized what lay ahead and decided to stop here. The shield maiden explained that this was the beginning of monster territory. And since all the hunters in his squad were new, the man decided to explain briefly, even though he was sure that all of his teammates had read the intel. The Legion Spider appears in this dungeon. The difficulty level of each creature is low. The peculiarity is that they live in groups. According to the results of reconnaissance, their number is about 50. This is a relatively small number. These monsters have paralytic poison in their fangs, and so comrades must be careful and make sure they don't get bitten. They're about to show up. Come closer. Yun Tai-hun spoke, taking the blade he had just taken out of the leather case in his hand. Standing at the rear of the squad, the helper asked his partners not to worry about him and to prepare for battle. In turn, the guild leader who looked at him explained that all units were required to protect their supports and helpers. It was a rule that all hunters had to follow, regardless of ability or situation. But just as the lad decided to contradict him, a shout was heard from the front line warning of the enemy's advance. Standing in the optimal formation for battle, the group of hunters prepared for the coming battle. The hideous clacking of spider paws was heard not far from them. More legion spiders emerged from the depths of the cave. Looking at these terrifying monsters, the swordsman, trying to calm himself down, drew his blade towards the advancing enemies with trembling hands. Legion Spider. Personal danger level. E group danger level. D-. A spider-type monster that lives in the Legion. The danger level varies depending on the size of the Legion. We will win if we do as we have been taught! The swordsman who had come forward shouted furiously, trying to encourage his comrades. At the same second, a horde of venomous spiders pounced on the squad of hunters. The guy standing in the vanguard immediately adopted a fighting stance, shifting his body weight to his left leg. In one swift movement, he sliced in half the enemy that had pounced on him. He then proceeded to deliver blow after blow intensely, killing his opponents one by one. Meanwhile, the mage wasn't standing idle either. While the shield maiden blocked the passage of the opponents with her strongest defensive skill, the girl extended her staff in front of her and cast a powerful spell. At the same instant, her staff glowed a bright blue light and shot a crushing stream of wind at the enemies, knocking all the spiders back a decent distance. The coordinated work of the three of them allowed them to easily withstand an incredible number of enemies. Looking at this mesmerizing sight, Yun Tai-hun mentally noted that his partners were fighting quite well for D-rank hunters. Fortunately, that meant he didn't have to worry about them. But at that moment, Shin Chongxiang, standing behind him, exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the other passage of the cave. Looks like it's not just a couple dozen spiders, the boy noted. looking at the huge number of opponents that had suddenly appeared nearby. The Legion spiders immediately pounced on the nearby Overkill Guild leader. Meanwhile, the masked man, preparing to give battle to the enemy, activated the trespass skill. His katana immediately erupted in bright flames, and then Tai-hun finished off several opponents with a single swing, chopping them to pieces. The remains of the charred dead spiders fell to the ground in front of his feet. As Tai-hun continued to slice through the enemies with his glowing blade, he realized that the survivability of these creatures was quite low compared to other monsters. Therefore, he only needed to release a little bit of sword key energy. There was no need to even use the blade. This way, the guild leader can finish the raid without losing a weapon. Suddenly, he heard a desperate cry for help behind him. 3 of his partners fighting on the front lines became surrounded by the enemy. Trying to protect his sword comrades, the squad leader put up a shield in front of him. Shit! They're coming! How did you know there were only 50 spiders? There are at least several hundred of them. Who even went on a scouting mission? The swordsman, dazed with despair, noted that it would be difficult to cope with such an onslaught. The mage who had her back to him agreed, warning that she was running out of mana. Noticing the helplessness of his partners, the masked man could not decide for some time what to do in such a situation. Rushing out of his seat, he shouted to the helper to follow him to avoid being surrounded by the enemies coming up from behind. Chonson, however, calmly turned toward the spiders that were attacking from the rear, headed toward them, and asked the leader to help his comrades. He would finish up here and come back. When Tai-hun heard this, he stopped abruptly and asked the boy what he was going to do. Without answering him, the guy continued to walk leisurely towards the furious monsters that had already pounced on him. Get down! The masked man shouted in panic, rushing to his aid. If he didn't use the key of the sword to its full potential, this kid would get hurt. But there was no way this worthless blade could withstand such a load. Meanwhile, Chanseong was no longer paying attention to the leader who was worrying about him. He simply stood in front of his enemies and closed his eyes, concentrating. At the same instant, the guy used the Networld skill with which he had destroyed the crystal golem a year ago. A huge net of mana appeared in the space above the spider flying at him. A second later, the enemy found himself pierced through with a sword flying out of the net. Looking at this, the dumbfounded Yun Tai-hun couldn't immediately realize what had happened. Of all the weapons that Chonson could create right now, it would be the sword that would have the best quality. On one hand, it would be more efficient to create multiple swords and drop them all at once. But with the boy's current amount of mana, that's impossible. Well then, I can't think of anything better than this. When Chanseong put his hand forward, extending his index finger, the sword that had recently cut his opponent began to fly throughout the cave. Depending on where the young man pointed his finger, with the help of his incredible mana control skill, the blade flew in the direction he wanted. After trying out this way of controlling the weapon for a while, the guy finally realized that this was the best option to finish off all those nasty things. At this moment, he made a pattern in the air with the brush in his hand, and the blade tore towards the spider legion with lightning speed. Nothing could stop the sharpest blades of that flawless sword. In a few finger movements, Chonson chopped apart several dozen enemies. As soon as the spiders came within a few meters of the guy, they would immediately turn into mincemeat without even a chance to touch a scrap of his clothes. This is the perfect attack strategy for a D-ranked helper. The space around this guy and Tai-hun literally became a meat grinder. When it was over, the masked man looked at Chonson dumbfounded. In the meantime, all of his opponents were already lying dead on the blood-damp ground in front of the helper. After finishing off the last spider, the flying sword nailed its corpse to the stone floor of the cave. Stunned at this terrifying sight, Yun Tai-hun can't understand how this guy was able to launch an attack on the area with just one weapon. In less than 10 seconds of combat, he had dealt with all those dozens of spiders. Used materialization in combat? No, first and foremost, it's a talented sapper who can fight. What are you doing? Didn't you want to go help them? Shin Chongseong suddenly asked the masked man, pointing at the stranded comrades. After those words, Tai-hun remembered it and glanced fearfully at his surrounded partners. Seeing that the 3 of them were still holding on, he realized that the situation was not good. We'll talk normally when this is over, said the guild leader, activating trespass. But before he ran off, Chonson stopped him, wanting to say something. He asked Tai-hun to take care of all the dead bodies behind him. His teammates wouldn't believe that a helper had done it anyway. The puzzled man took off his mask and looked at the boy thoughtfully. All right, Yun Tai-hun said as he jumped up, preparing to burn all the enemies who had attacked his partners to the ground. After a while, all the spiders of the Legion lay burned on the ground. The teammates thanked the leader profusely for saving their lives. The shield maiden sitting on the stone floor noticed that he was a little surprised. He had thought at first that the masked man who had joined their group at the last moment looked familiar. But who would have thought that it would be the head of the Overkill Guild himself? Tai-hun apologized for not revealing his identity right away. The fact was that the man just wanted to quietly explore the dungeon. Standing still in front of him, the mage girl excitedly said that the master had nothing to apologize for. They had only survived because of him. It was so cool to watch Yun Tai-hun deal with all those spiders. The girl then decided to ask for a picture with the leader when they got out of here. "I'm back!" Suddenly came a voice interrupting the mage. Holding a lantern in his hand, the swordsman apologized for the delay, explaining that he and Johnson had started gathering side resources. He said that they had walked through the dungeon together, and it seemed that there really weren't any monsters left here anymore. However, another passageway has been discovered, and the lad thinks the squad could use to explore it. In turn, the shield maiden who had risen from the ground objected, saying that the group was unable to continue the sweep. He was sorry to do this, but the squad leader thought it was time for them to finish. Apologizing, the swordsman asked why he was doing this. After all, there wasn't much left. Then the man reminded him of something. The number of legion spiders they'd encountered, the geography of the dungeon. The report had been completely different. Dungeons exist beyond the gates, separate from our world. Dungeons are a place with strange creatures and geographical features not found on Earth. At this point, the concept of dungeons and awakened isn't fully defined. So for those who are brand new to Awakened, dungeon information is most important. Few Awakened can adapt to a dungeon if they have not encountered one before. And that means defeat, and at worst, death. That's how scouts came to be. These are the Awakened with the ability to detect or hide their tracks. Such people band together and start gathering intelligence on the dungeon. Often the rank of a dungeon will increase greatly after such exploration. This is why scouts are undeniably the main link to a successful dungeon sweep. Intelligence is usually over 98% accurate. It's unlikely that it's just a mistake. The possibility that this is also a dungeon with a ranking error cannot be ruled out. Despite this, the swordsman decided to remind the commander of something, seeing as they have the Overkill Guild leader with them right now. In that case, why don't the squad continue? Approaching him, the shield maiden said that he understood the eagerness of his comrades to continue the sweep. But the guild leader's help wasn't enough. If they weren't careful, everyone could be in danger. Meanwhile, the guy kept insisting, saying that he really wanted to clean up this dungeon and had personal reasons for doing so. The swordsman then asked if there was no other way. The pink-haired girl standing next to him immediately enthusiastically supported her partner. "What could be more important than life?" said the squad leader, glaring menacingly at them. "If they get into the room with the boss, there's no turning back." The man doesn't want to leave either, but he has to go out and report the situation first. "I agree with them." Yun Tai-hun's voice suddenly came. When Shieldbearer asked what he meant, the guild leader explained that even though he came here to explore everything, he was still a member of the team. If one could come to some conclusion about the origin of this dungeon through going through with the team, then he saw no reason to do so. "And if I want to explore everything, I need to get into the room with the boss," Tai-hun added finally, noticing the gaze of the nearby helper. Realizing that he had been seen, Johnson immediately turned away. Meanwhile, the shield maiden bowed before the leader, and after thanking him, said that he trusted it to him from now on. But when the man decided to hand over the role of squad leader to Tai-hun, the man interrupted him, telling him not to worry about it. The man in the cap allowed him to continue leading the team. The surprised shield bearer didn't object and informed his teammates that it was time to depart. "Follow me!" shouted the squad leader, turning around on his battle comrades. They wandered around the dungeon for some more time, but surprisingly, they were not attacked by any enemies. Eventually, a troop of hunters found themselves in front of a majestic gate. Standing in front of the doors, the commander takes a hint that they are most likely standing outside the room with the boss right now. So the man decides to hand out the last instructions before the battle. First, the boss of this dungeon is the Legion Spider Queen of rank D+. Her overall combat ability is quite low. She's considered a fairly simple boss, basically spawning legion spiders. But that's just the initial information. They can't know what kind of creature is behind that huge door. "Let's go," the commander said briefly, opening the gate with both hands. When the doors opened, lone rays of light seeped inside the room. As they entered the cave, The hunting party looked around, but saw nothing special around them. Just a pile of rocks and cobwebs, just like before. Yun Tai-hun also doesn't sense any particular signs portending danger. In fact, that's the strangest part. He doesn't feel anything at all. Stand by! At the same moment, the shield maiden shouted, sitting down on his knee. This is the boss they've been waiting for! The swordsman standing behind him wondered if this was really the Spider Queen that the intel said it was. The mage, meanwhile, remarked that it was a good thing that no mistakes had been made with the boss. In that case, the pink-haired girl made the decision to attack first. Casting one of her most powerful electric spells, she immediately fired it at her opponent. All of the boss's henchmen were instantly incinerated by the high-voltage current. Great, this! The mage started to shout with happiness, but suddenly fell silent. Turning her attention to the enemy in front of her, the girl dumbfoundedly asked what had happened. The huge chopped-up body of the Legion Spider Queen lay in front of the hunting party. Frightened as he looked at this horrible sight, the shield maiden realized that this had never happened before. How could the boss be dead before they arrived? But just as he turned to his teammates, determined to warn them to keep their ears sharp, there was a loud rumble in the dungeon. A terrifying aura pierced every nerve in the body of all the squad members. It seemed as if they had never experienced such terror in their lives until that day. A monster several times the strength of the boss that the team had to fight, based on the intelligence they had been given, landed on the corpse of the Legion's long-dead Spider Queen. At the same instant, the piercing roar of the six-eyed creature sounded. Arcana. Danger level, B+. A queen who controls all kinds of spider-type monsters. Possesses high intelligence and is very cunning. Does not give birth, but invades the territories of other spider-type monsters and increases her army at their expense. Can share power with minions. Glancing at the squad of people below, the monster grinned eerily, grinning its teeth. The hunters who see this terrible creature cannot even move from their seats from the fear that comes over them. While they were slowing down, trying to figure out what to do such a desperate situation, Arcana had already struck with a sharp claw. Suddenly, a bright fire erupted. Running forward, Yun Tai-hun immediately repelled the enemy's attack with a single swing of his blade. Who would have thought that Arcana, a B-rank monster, would show up? If you don't know how to handle the ball, you won't even leave a scratch on it. Therefore, the guild leader needs to deal as much damage as possible in one fell swoop. In the same second, he made an instant sword attack, attempting to cleave the belly of the enemy. However, unable to withstand such a colossal load, his sword immediately shattered into small pieces like plastic. Trying to dodge his opponent's retaliatory lunge, Daehyun realized that since the sword had broken, he wouldn't be able to deliver a fatal blow. But despite all of this man's skill, he would no longer be able to escape the monster's attack. He was too close to it, and there was no time to retreat. Suddenly, a sword materialized in space, stopping Arcana's claw. Upon landing on the ground, Yun Tai-hun immediately realized who had created this. Stall for time while I create a new weapon for you, Shin Chong-seong said in a concentrated manner while extending his hand forward. Already a few seconds ago, the guy had started redirecting mana flows from his body to the palm of his left hand to craft a sword for the guild leader. But after a while, he tensed as he looked at his hand, realizing that he would not be able to create a weapon. Looks like the kid's used up all his mana, but be that as it may, it was still incredible that he was able to last that long with his amount of mana. And you can only drink mana potions once per day. If you drink more than that, you can get addicted. But the effects of these potions are incredible. At that moment, Daehyun realized that he couldn't dodge his opponent's attack and was too late to lunge. Suddenly, a sword materialized in space, stopping Arcana's claw. Stall for time while I create a new weapon for you, Shin Chong-seong said in a concentrated manner while extending his hand forward. Arcana is a B-rank boss. If not for a mistake, there should have only been a C-rank boss here called the Spider Queen. The troops were very lucky to have Yun Tai-hun with them. It would have been difficult for them to deal with Arcana. Once the danger level exceeds B, the dungeon level itself changes. Meanwhile, Chonson had already created a sword for the guild leader, and the latter immediately rushed into battle, fending off the enemy's attacks and trying to find a way to counterattack. In turn, the monster didn't stop attacking the man with its sharp claws, not giving Tai-hun a break. With such a fine sword, the guild leader had no trouble blocking the enemy's strikes. But under such circumstances, he could not have a single chance to retaliate. After all, the enemy is not that weak. The net combat power exceeds 5 A-rank fighters. As for Arhana's ability, you can't rely on Yun Tai-hun alone. Get up, Chonson said, looking at one of his teammates trying to defeat the monster single-handedly. Guy asked his partners to be ready to fight. Arcana changed the target. With a surprised look at the boy, the team commander asked who he was. Why would such a talented awakened go as a helper? Plus, he came with the head of the Overkill Guild. Turning around to his teammates, Shin Chong-seong said that there was no time to think about it now. First, the partners have some things to deal with. The guy immediately extended his arm, beginning to manipulate the mana overflowing his body to create each of his comrades in arms. Choose! Chanson spoke, materializing a sturdy blade in the space in front of the swordsman. Will you take the weapons in front of you and mop up the dungeon by fighting the spiders? Or are you going to run away and wait outside until it's resolved? I'm sure you'll make the right choice. After a while, grabbing their weapons in their hands, the squad members began to chop down their opponents one by one. Even though the spiders were attacking him from all sides, the man with the sword easily cut down anyone who came within 2 meters of him. It's just unbelievable. He'd never felt anything like it. This guy is holding such a magnificent weapon for the first time. It feels like he's cutting paper, not living flesh. Is killing monsters really that easy? In that instant, a bright blue light appeared behind the swordsman. The mage standing behind the shield mage used the staff Chanson had created to full power. Raising the magic tool above her head, the girl cast her strongest spell. In the same second, all the spiders surrounding them were vaporized by the high-voltage current. Only the weapons apologized, but the power of the skills increased several times. Did this helper really manage to create such a good weapon? Who the hell is this guy? The monster's green blood drips off the blade of the katana. Trying to catch his breath, Yun Tai-hun stepped a short distance away and tensely looked at his opponent, which is what you'd expect from a B-rank boss. Against such a monster, it's hard to even buy time. Not wanting to give the guild leader time to pause, the wounded opponent immediately snapped out of his seat and pounced on the man. We need to get this over with as soon as possible, thought the dodged Dae-hyun, then activated the encroachment. Seeing the sword blade shrouded in bright flames, the monster looked at the man in horror. This man is incredibly fast, and with those wounds, there's no way Arcana would have time to dodge. Tai-hun ran up to the enemy, and with a single swing of his sword, gave the monster a mortal wound. The enemy fell to the ground dead, followed by the smell of burning flesh in the air. Looking at the bloody blade in his hand, the guild leader noticed that the weapon was still intact. It was much better than he had imagined. But while the man was thinking about it, several spiders ran up to him from behind. The teammates standing nearby can't figure out where such a huge horde of spiders came from. And where are they going? They're going to the head of the guild! Everyone back! The squad leader shouted as he realized what was going on. Meanwhile, looking at this strange phenomenon, Tai-hyung had gotten the idea that Arcana had hidden these spiders intentionally. The situation is getting complicated. The boss activated his main ability. Arcana sacrificed the spiders to restore her health. A cloud of large spiders surrounded the dead boss, whereupon he opened his eyes and smiled eerily. The monster immediately recovered and jumped to its feet, preparing to attack the guild leader. It can only mean one thing. Until the team kills all the spiders, Arcana will come back to life again and again. In that case, Tai-hyung needs to increase his firepower to finish it all off in one fell swoop. But the moment the man activated encroachment to its ultimate power, the katana blade cracked. And you're better than I imagined. Shin Jung-seong, who was standing nearby, said with a smile. The guy explained that although he had created this weapon from leftover mana, he hadn't expected the guild leader to be able to destroy the sword he had created. Immediately after those words, the boy materialized a new weapon and thrust it in next to Tai-hun. The helper asked the man to take this long sword. Chanson then clarified that it wasn't a one-handed sword. But unlike the ones the guild leader used before, this blade is much sturdier. It's the best weapon a guy can create at the moment, and Dae-hyun felt it as soon as he grabbed the hilt of his sword. With this weapon, he can defeat them all in one blow. The guild leader picked up his sword and immediately activated the encroachment at full power. The ground where the blade was stuck into immediately became covered with cracks, and lava began to seep out from there. I'm not very familiar with two-handed swords, but this seems to fit, Yun Tai-hun said with a satisfied smile. As the man pulled the weapon from the ground and slid it behind his back, the blade immediately flashed and there was a loud fire explosion. The guild leader, embraced by his flames, shifted his weight forward, holding the heavy sword firmly in both hands. Jumping out, he pounced on the monster in front of him, preparing to sizzle it and the rest of the spiders in one swift movement. As soon as Dae-hyun approached Arcana, his opponent's body literally began to melt from the temperature exceeding all limits. In the next second, a blade of flame pierced the body of the huge monster, subsequently slicing it in half and incinerating all the minions. Blast, it's a basic berserk skill. This is probably the first time Yun Tai-hun actually uses it correctly. Instead of gaining staggering power, this skill loses its rationality, because it's very difficult to deal with risk, which will follow when the weapon is blown to bits. Such power of Hellfire was beyond the power of even the strongest of A-rank hunters to contain. This incredible power was starting to drive Daehyun crazy. His glowing eyes were bloodshot, and his breath was so hot that it was melting his lungs. At the same instant, a powerful, fiery explosion occurred, the epicenter and source of which was the Overkill Guild leader who had released his overflowing power. Soon the rumble of the explosion died down, and the man's clothes were covered in a slowly fading fire. The blade of the bloody two-handed sword began to cool down little by little. It was dangerous. If Daehyun didn't let out all his strength, one could question his sanity. With a trembling hand holding the sword by the hilt, the man realized that this was only the second time this had happened since his awakening. He was finally able to use the skill normally. Turning around to the guy standing behind him, the guild leader realized that he was badly mistaken. Shin Jung-seong is no ordinary awakened person. When his ability is discovered, the whole world will focus on him. Now Daehyun realized why this boy was hiding his powers. A huge boss chopped in two lies on the stone floor of the dungeon. As he approached the still cold body, Chonsun looked at it thoughtfully. This remains emanates an incredible amount of mana. It can't even be compared to other bug dungeon bosses. Without taking his eyes off the dead monster, he called out to the guild leader behind him. The boy turned on him and wondered if the man felt anything from the corpse. Yun Tai-hun replied confidently that nothing came from the corpse and that Arcana was definitely dead. He had gotten rid of all her minions, so she wouldn't come back to life. All right, Shin Chong-seong said as he approached the monster's remains. It seems that even a high-ranked hunter can't sense this mana. As soon as the guy was at the mana-infested corpse, the system alerted him that the passive skill Mana Absorption had been activated. The tremendous energy from the dead Arcana immediately began to flow from the burned remains into the boy's body. The system window that flashed in front of his face showed Chonsun that his mana accumulation had reached its limit. For completing the task, the guy got a new skill, Demonic Weapon Production. Active skill. Production of demonic weapons. Using 100 units of accumulated mana, the wielder can create a weapon from the world of demons. Accumulated mana, 150. Saved number of demonic weapons, 0. Demonic weapons are saved when created and can be materialized without additional mana usage. Can be used once per day. The weapons of the demon world. Shin Jung-seong can't even imagine what kind of weapon it would be. He doesn't remember any descriptions of the demon world, but people know about it from somewhere. Too bad the reward has nothing to do with mana, but that's okay too. In addition, the mana accumulation of the passive skill continued. Thanks to Arhana, Shin Jung-seong has already received half of the required amount. And it seems the rewards don't end there. Meanwhile, the guy was called out by Yun Tai-hun, standing behind him in bloody clothes. As he approached him, the guild leader held out his hand to the boy and explained that he had something to say. When Chonsun decided to ask him what was wrong, the man interrupted his partner and explained that he wanted to apologize. Despite your refusal, I still continue to ask you to join the guild. It was impolite even though I'm the guild leader, Tai-hyun said, bowing, surprising the guy by saying that. The man then repeated that he wanted to apologize for that very thing, and he was really sorry. Looking at his teammate with a puzzled look, Shin Chong-seong wondered why he had suddenly decided to apologize. At that moment, the squad leader approached the two men from the side. Dazedly looking at them, the man in heavy armor couldn't believe his eyes. What does this mean? Yun Tai-hyun, the head of the Overkill Guild, is bowing down to a D-ranked helper? No. Judging from this guy's abilities, he's no ordinary person. He must be the hidden talent of the Overkill Guild. Ah, that was quite dangerous. A voice of relief was heard behind the dumbfounded group commander's back. Waving to the leader, the joyful swordsman said that he and the mage had searched the dungeon and that there was nothing else in it. The girl with the staff said that Arcana had probably absorbed all the monsters in the dungeon. Then, as the sword from his hand began to disappear, the young hunter praised this marvelous weapon. You can chop monsters with it and not waste any energy at all. Deciding to look at Chonsun, the mage agreed with her partner, adding that she had never heard of a weaponsmith who could do something like this. Could it be that he was from the Overkill Guild? In turn, the abruptly snapping shield maiden blocked his comrade's view, and smiling awkwardly, suggested they go and contact the association for the time being. With a disgruntled look at him, the swordsman apologized and asked why exactly they should be on their way already. The girl objected as well, remarking that she wanted to stay and thank the guild leader with the helper. "Let's get out of this disgusting place as soon as possible!" The squad leader patted his comrades on the backs, not wanting to hear their objections. Not knowing what had gotten into him, the young swordsman finally agreed and asked the man to stop pushing them. As he walked towards the exit, Shieldmaker continued to block his partner's view. Even though this helper's connection to the Overkill Guild was obvious, it was better to get out of here quickly. If they interfered in the guild's affairs, it would be a hassle. No matter what kind of emergency it was, no one would reveal such power so easily without a reason. It wasn't like the big guilds that emphasized security. Sighing, Shin Jung-seong accepted Tai-hun's apology and suggested that they talk normally first. The guy pointed out that even though he was using a fee, the guild leader shouldn't bow down to an unknown person. "Shin Chong-seong, the guild doesn't bother you anymore. And of course, neither am I," Yun Tai-hun said, while straightening his back. He then extended his hand to the boy and added that this statement did not mean that the guild had given up. "This is my first opportunity. Let's make a pact," the man said, looking at Chan-seong. Tai-hyun is sure that the conditions will definitely please this guy. The next day, Overkill Guild headquarters. "Nice to meet you again," the red-haired girl said, taking a seat on the couch across from Chonson. Min Hisu immediately introduced herself as the secretary of the Overkill Guild head. Today, she is also the person in charge of the contract. After greeting the woman, the guy narrated that the guild leader said he would contact him immediately. But who would have thought it would be the very next morning? The girl explained that the leader had asked them to prepare everything as soon as possible. Then the boy asked where they were now. It seemed that they had gone far enough. Haisu explained that it was a special reception area in the Overkill Guild. It's a particularly high-security location, and so you don't have to worry about privacy. Holding out some document to Jungseong, the girl asked him to read it. It was a contract on the terms that the guild leader had spoken to the boy in the dungeon. It would take time, but the boy could change the content of the contract if he didn't like it. In any case, the woman asked him not to be shy and to speak up if he was confused. Looking at the terms of the contract, Shin Chong-seong smiled contentedly. "It's just like what Yun Tai-hun said in the dungeon here. Now that everything is organized, it feels more real. No questions, let's get on with it," the guy said, putting the contract on the table and moving it toward the girl. The day before, the still uncooled remains of the dead monster lay on the stone floor of the dungeon. "Support?" A perplexed Shin Chong-seong interjected, looking at the guild head. The man confirmed it, explaining that it was unofficial support to be precise. Of course, it's speculation, but Tai-hyung vaguely understands why the guy doesn't want to join the guild. By the sheer number of reasons, the boy needs to hide his identity. If the guild leader is right, his suggestions might help. He can secretly supply the guy with the materials he needs. Equipment, ingredients, gate rights, it doesn't matter. A contract has to be signed as a formality. Everything will be delivered in secret, of course. Then, looking puzzled at his interlocutor, Chonson inquired why such kindness. Dae-hyun, however, replied that of course it wasn't for nothing. The guy will have to fulfill the tasks given to him personally. That's the condition of the guild head. The man then added that he wouldn't force the boy. If he didn't like the tasks, he could simply refuse. Hearing this, Shin Chong-seong smirked slyly and asked what would happen if he didn't help, but decided to only receive support. That's not bad either. The point of the contract is primarily to create a bond between the Overkill Guild and you, and to prevent you from joining other guilds. Accepting support is nothing more than a sign of your loyalty, Yun Tai-hun explained, hoping to get this guy interested. But when they decided to end their conversation, there were footsteps nearby. Two men from the Hunters Association's scout troop ran up to them. The worried-looking man with glasses, standing behind his partner, asked the guild leader if he was okay. "I have to go now. I'll listen to your answer outside," Yun Tai-hun said, heading towards the exit. "I hope the answer is yes. Hey, if I've burdened you, don't answer. To me, your ability is better than all of that." And now Shin Jung-seong is sitting in the reception room again, clicking his pen. According to his plan, the guy wanted to make a lasting impression on Yun Tai-hun and continue his relationship with the Overkill Guild without joining. Whatever the case, it's still a good thing for the boy. After signing the contract, Chonson slid it across the table to the girl and asked when he could start receiving support. Right from now on. Let me know if you need anything, Min Hee-soo muttered, pulling something out of her purse. Putting some kind of box in front of him, the girl explained that the guild leader had prepared a gift for the guy to remember the conclusion of the treaty. The boy took the case in his hand, and the woman added that Yun Tai-hun had found something useful in Archuna's room. Opening this box, Chonson saw a large purple crystal inside. The boy held the lid in his hand for a while longer and stared mesmerized at the glowing object. Putting the case in his briefcase, the boy thanked Hisa. He then took out of his bag a list of the materials he needed at the moment and held that out to the girl. While the secretary scrutinized the list, the helper inquired when he would be able to get these materials. Taking a glance at it, the woman notes that there are quite a few positions, and so it will most likely be possible in a week's time. However, though she feels like she's prying, the red-haired girl doesn't think these materials will be useful to Chonson. In turn, the guy put his backpack behind his back and explained that he wasn't going to use it. Just want to give it to someone else, Shin Chong-seong added, looking at the guild head's secretary. Same day, a few hours later, the headquarters of the Hunters Association. In the hallway of the building, the raucous conversations of employees and regular visitors can be heard. Holding the phone in his hand, a pensive Chonson looked at his watch. By his calculations, the man he was here waiting for should have arrived by now. At the same moment, the guy noticed a golden-haired girl not far from him. She really came. This shy blonde-haired woman's name is Han Chia, and she is an A-rank hunter. Despite her seemingly innocuous appearance, this girl will become just a fine fighter in the future. Her ranged attacks are superior to most hunters of even the highest rank. In Jongseong's past life, Han Chia was a storm of monsters. She could turn her opponents to ash with a single shot from her bow, or at the very least, leave huge holes in their bodies. Of course, such strength did not pass the eyes of the Hunters Association. And after the players were chosen by the system, this brilliant huntress became known as the Goddess Archer. Considering all the factors listed earlier and the undeniable beauty of this woman, she is the best option for Chonson right now. And so Han Chia came to the main headquarters of the Hunters Association. Upon entering the building, she went straight to the front desk. Approaching the staff at the front desk, she apologized and addressed them. Awkwardly averting her gaze, the girl requested a training pass to the gate. She then took her business card out of her pocket and placed it on the table in front of the employees. Taking Han Chia's business card in surprise, the dark-haired woman asked the visitor if she was an A-rank hunter. She then offered to allocate her a C-rank gate. However, Han Chia, once again awkwardly averting her gaze, replied that what she really wanted was a D-rank gate. Such a statement greatly surprised the staff. What do you mean by D-rank? This girl has been categorized as an A-rank hunter not too long ago, and yet she has almost no experience. She's only been to the gate a couple times. This precedent is extremely surprising. The public knows of cases where lower-ranked awakened ones have quit their jobs. However, this has never happened to A-rank hunters. But with this kind of approach, Han Chia would most likely not be able to stay a hunter for long. It's possible that she'll be demoted very soon. The first rank of awakened was based on an unconditional amount of mana. As the blue energy poured through the rifts, mana flowed into all the people. But each person had a different amount of mana. The more mana your body can store, the better abilities you can have. So the association started to figure out how much mana someone had. Those who were able to absorb more than a certain amount were called awakened. And then they began to be divided into ranks depending on the amount of mana. Of course, the rank is not fixed. Even if the rank is low, you can raid dungeons, and if you become famous in the association, you can be promoted. Of course, the opposite happens. That's probably what's going to happen to this girl. As Han Chia filled out the form and handed it to a member of the Hunters Association staff, the dark-haired woman behind the reception desk decided to help her with the application and asked if she had a partner. After hearing a negative answer, the employee put Han Chia on the list of people looking for partners. The rules were to go on raids in groups of 2 or more. So far, there have been no requests for D-rank gates, so the girl will have to wait a bit. Not satisfied with this answer, Han Chia asked if it was definitely impossible to go on the raid alone. The employee, in turn, told me that this is possible only with a special permit for single entry. However, given that the girl is registering here, she does not have this permission. After explaining this, the dark-haired woman suggested that the visitor undergo a special test to get this permission. Then Chia waved her off and asked her to wait for a while. "Ah, Chia, I have something to tell you." the association officer suddenly said seriously, looking at the visitor. In a month's time, the Hunters Association will have a rank update. A message has already been sent out to all hunters about what they need to do to confirm rank. In particular, Han Chia, in order to confirm his A rank, either needs to have experience in dungeons of rank C and above or pass the A rank test. And by the looks of it, the girl is more likely to get a trial. She'll probably get a message about the trial and its details soon. All this conversation was listened to by Chonsun, standing nearby. It's hard to request even a training gate right now. Han Chia needed to make a request online. Coming to such a crowded place was just crazy for her. She decided to come in here because she thought she wouldn't be downgraded. Either way, she needs to gather her thoughts and pull herself together. The gate the girl is about to go to is only D-ranked. That's why what happened last time won't happen again. At the same moment, while thinking about all this, Han Chia was surprised to notice a new message sent to her phone. It's very strange. The reception told her that she would have to wait, but the invitation had arrived. The dungeon was indeed rank D as expected. No matter what, Han Chia was going to go alone anyway, so she should rather agree. A few hours later, a gateway to a D-rank dungeon somewhere in the center of the city. Han Chia, dressed in her work clothes and taking her bow with her, approached the guards standing at this gate. "You're Hunter Chia, right?" Suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice from behind. When she turned around, she saw a guy. He immediately introduced himself as Shinjung Seong and said that he was a support person. Han Chia then approached him and bowing introduced herself. Apologizing for being late, Chonsun offered to start their raid. The girl immediately agreed and started discussing the permission to enter with one of the guards. Han Chia, a ranger class hunter who was originally given an A rank. But after repeatedly failing tests, she became one of those who were downgraded to C rank. Under such circumstances, this girl was given the title of an archer goddess because she had discovered a special talent after becoming a player. And thankfully, Shin Jung-seong knows which one. It was a talent you can bring out in yourself, even if you're not a player. And the guy's goal today is to awaken that talent in Han Chia. Soon, when all the nuances were resolved, the two were given permission to enter the gate. This time, the appearance of the dungeon was very different from the previous times. The terrain was like a mountainous area overgrown with dense trees. And then, somewhere in the forest, a monster's growl was heard. Goblins armed with axes and bows walked through the forest. Han Chia was watching them from behind the bushes, pondering a plan of action. Finally, she waited for the goblins to leave. Looking at her wrist, the girl wondered what she should do about these monsters. She was extremely lucky that she decided to buy herself a special gear that sensed the man of monsters. However, Han Chia still had no idea how she should work as a team. After realizing this, she turned around to Jung Seong and addressed him. The girl apologized to the guy and told him that she was going to go here alone. Then she asked if it would be okay if she killed everyone alone. And when Han Chia promised her partner to give him the whole bow and make up for everything, the boy agreed and asked her not to worry about it. "If you need any help, let me know. I can at least create arrows," Chonsun added, looking at the girl. Thanking the guy, Chia took the bow in her hand and rose to her feet. Taking an arrow out of her quiver, she drew the bowstring and aimed it at one of her opponents. Looking at the back of one of the monsters, the girl began trying to calm herself and concentrate. In the next second, she released an arrow from her bow, causing a powerful energy beam to form. In an instant, it reached the unsuspecting target. The energy beam, after blowing half of the goblin's head apart, flew further away. Unfortunately, the arrow didn't hit anyone else and flew past the remaining opponents. When the energy beam hit the tree, there was a massive explosion. The goblins immediately turned around and attacked the girl. Han Chia in turn had already managed to fire a second shot from her bow. However, the arrow flew past without hitting a single enemy. Watching all of this was Shin Chong-seong sitting on the sidelines. He had never seen Han Chia fight before he became a player. Her net destructive power is much higher than an A-rank hunter, but it's completely pointless if she doesn't know how to aim. As Chia took the fourth arrow out of the quiver, she noticed that she had managed to set a personal record. This time she managed to hit the target with one of the 3 arrows. If this continued, she would be able to kill at least 4 more opponents. Putting an arrow into the bow and pulling the bowstring, the girl decided to finish things off with 2 shots. But at that moment, she noticed something terrifying. One of the goblins took out a horn from somewhere and began blowing into it. The girl immediately realized why this monster needed a horn. Within seconds, crowds of goblins began to gather around Chia and Chonsun. After looking around, Han Chia continued to keep the bowstring taut, unsure of what she should do next. At the same time, the special monster detection device began to emit loud sounds, announcing a huge gathering of enemies. That's right, the goblins surrounded the girl in a matter of seconds. At the same time, their numbers exceeded several dozen. Continuing to look around in panic, Han Chia tried to figure out where she should shoot. Forward or backwards? What should she do? And while the girl was thinking, several monsters had already pounced on her from behind, preparing to tear her to pieces. At the same instant, there was a blinding blue flash that covered the entire battlefield. Dozens of tall mana swords formed around Han Chia, thrusting their blades into the ground. "Chia, I need your help," Chongsun said, coming up behind the girl. Looking at him in surprise, Han Chia asked the guy how such a thing was possible. He had said that he was a D-rank creator. In response, the boy said that he wasn't lying and was indeed a D-rank creator. So these swords won't last long. That's why he needs his partner's help. When the flustered girl asked what she should do, Chongsun pointed a finger somewhere. Pointing at the monsters lurking in the bushes, the guy asked his partner to shoot them using all his remaining strength. Still not understanding what this boy was up to, Chia didn't contradict him and agreed to take his advice. She immediately took aim at the monsters sitting in the bushes, and using the full power of her skill, she shot them with her bow, turning everything in the arrow's path into ash. Lowering her bow, the girl asked Chongsun what they should do next. Then the boy ran up to her and grabbed her arm. "Are you asking what we should do next? You've cleared the way with your shot, so now we must run," the boy replied, dumbfounding his partner. After saying that, the two of them immediately started running away from the monsters chasing them. Soon, after only a few minutes, Chia and her partner stopped for a little break. They found themselves at a high rocky eminence, in which they could see a passage into a cave. While Chongsun thoughtfully shined his flashlight inside the cave, the girl standing next to him tried to believe that they had managed to survive. However, she has no idea where the two of them ran off to. Did they really manage to break away from such a huge horde of goblins so easily? No, they didn't come off. That's not what it looked like. The monsters stopped themselves, as if afraid of something. They just couldn't chase their victims anymore. There's something obviously wrong here. So much has happened in such a short time that Han Chia can't even realize it. But why is Zhongxian so calm? We need to get out of here soon. After thinking it over, the girl turned to her partner and said that the raid should end for today. After that, she promised the guy to pay the compensation she had talked about earlier. "You can't leave yet," the boy suddenly replied, looking at her. "The thing is, the goblins are alarmed, so they will be around for a while. It is dangerous to leave now. Besides, it seems that Chia dropped a flare on the run, so the two of them have no choice but to wait for the goblins to leave." Hearing this, the girl asked Chongsun when they would be able to leave here in that case. Turning back to her, the guy explained that it could take half a day, but possibly longer depending on the situation. This information made Han Chia shudder with fear. "Half a day?" the girl shrieked in panic, grabbing her head. And as she sat behind him, letting out her last breath, Chongsun scratched the back of his head awkwardly, realizing he had to lie to her for her own good. In fact, all those goblins will be gone in about 30 minutes. Their concentration isn't that good. The reason is strained plausible, but at this point, Han Chia seems to believe anything. The thing is, Chongsun led her to this cave for a reason. However, the hardest part for the guy will be getting this girl to go into that cave with him. Given how scared she is, it's unlikely she'll agree to it. And while Chongsun was pondering this, his partner came up to him from behind and apologized. Bowing to him, Chia said that all of this happened because of her. If she knew how to fight, none of this would have happened. If she had originally gone alone, Chongsun wouldn't be in this predicament. She has caused trouble again. Even in the D-rank dungeon, she's acting so cowardly. The girl realized that she shouldn't have come here. Now she is completely that she is useless and has no right to go on such raids. And at that moment, while Chia was mentally belittling herself, her partner extended his arm forward. "If you're sorry, do one thing for me, and please pull yourself together," Shin Chongxiang suddenly said, snapping his fingers. When the guy turned around, the surprised girl asked what the request was about. The boy in turn looked back at her and offered to chat a bit and hunt an elite monster since they had tons of time. After a while, the two of them entered the cave and headed deeper into it. Lowering her gaze, Han Chia asked the guy if he really needed help. She then explained that she didn't have much experience in dungeons. This girl doesn't even understand what the boy means by elite monster. Then Chongsun remembered that this was his partner's first time participating in a raid at the training gate. Now it was understandable why she wasn't aware of the elite monster. It wasn't very common information. Instead of the bosses in the regular dungeon, the training dungeon is inhabited by an elite monster a rank lower, and he dwells in this very cave. For personal reasons, Chan Seong needs to defeat this monster. However, until now, he's been denied and couldn't even fight him. So Chia is the first one to accept him, a sapperter, on the team. After hearing such a heartwarming story from her partner, the girl mentally remarked that it was rather odd. After thinking it over, she looked up and looked at the guy. After that, Han Chia abruptly stopped on the spot. "I'll help you if you don't mind." She spoke confidently, not taking her eyes off the boy. Helping him was the right decision. It was thanks to Jung Zeon that the girl managed to escape from those goblins. Plus, she knows how much it hurts when you don't make the team. But while Chia was mulling all this over, her monster detection device warned of danger. At the same instant, the loud footsteps of a huge creature were heard. The girl was immediately wary, and a completely calm Chonsun shined his flashlight on the monster that appeared in front of them. It was the same elite monster that Shin Chongsun had talked about recently. Seeing this huge creature, Han Chia stepped forward, and asking her partner to step back, took aim at the enemy with her bow. Even if this monster is an elite monster, it's still a D-rank monster. If a girl hits it even once, she will definitely kill it. Realizing this, Chia took aim at the enemy and immediately released an arrow. The powerful energy beam caught up with the elite monster in a second, which, at first glance, was not at all prepared for this attack. However, against all expectations, he put his club in front of him and easily blocked the arrow. Seeing this, Chia looked dumbfoundedly at her opponent. Had he really managed to repel her arrow? Still not understanding how this could have happened, the girl took aim at the monster again, deciding to shoot as hard as she could. But after a moment, she noticed that she couldn't let go of the bowstring. She just couldn't even move her arm out of fear. Why is this happening now? Why can't she get a shot off? Trying to realize this, Chia looked fearfully at the enemy standing in front of her. The elite monster in turn had already brought his club behind his back, preparing to strike. That's when Han Chia realized that this was most likely the end for her. But at that moment, someone came up behind her and grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and threw the girl back. Chia fell to the ground, and Chonsun, who had shoved her off, rushed towards the elite monster. In the same second, a horrible picture appeared before the blonde archer's eyes. The creature struck out with one swing of its club at the spot where Chonsun had just stood. Sitting on the cold ground, the girl couldn't believe it had happened. Everything happened just like the time Han Chia went to the dungeon with her past team. Then one of her partners started accusing Chia of not only not being a good shot, but also of shooting towards her comrades. But when Chia tried to justify herself, the woman gave her a disgusted look and told her not to think much of herself since she had an A rank. After that day, the blonde-haired archer tried to find a new team, but was turned down every time, even though she was an A rank hunter. She was nicknamed the unlucky A rank who almost killed her partners in the dungeon. Moreover, there were rumors about this girl about her weakness and worthlessness. It had gotten to the point where even D-rank teams were starting to reject her. No one could understand why Han Chia was still a hunter if she was so weak. She should have given it all up, because now Chonsun's dead because of her. The moment the girl sat doomedly on the ground, an elite monster had already approached her and raised a club above her head and prepared to smash her on the ground. Just as suddenly, from nowhere, a wriggling blue ray of mana appeared. "Acting is clearly not my thing," Chongsun muttered, not wanting to hold back his true power any longer. He released a sword of mana at his opponent, but the monster turned around and immediately blocked the blade flying at him, temporarily forgetting about his victim. The guy then held his hand out in front of him and shouted to his surprised partner to calm down and do what he was going to say next. The guy prepared something especially for her. An emergency would activate her special ability without a problem. All that's left is to buy time. After thinking about it, Chonsun started attacking the opponent and asked the girl to look more closely at the bastard. If she looked closely, she would definitely see a weak point. And when she succeeded, she would have to shoot there with all her might. And the boy's plan was really starting to work. Han Chia had a strange feeling. It was like his senses were heightened. It's very uncomfortable, but Chonsun was right. Chia saw what he was just talking about. Seeing clearly where she needed to aim, the girl picked up her bow from the ground and pulled an arrow from the quiver. After that, she drew the bowstring and a powerful aura enveloped her entire body. She'll only need one arrow. It only takes one arrow to end it all. Thinking about it, Han Chia charged her attack and concentrated as much as possible. In the next second, she fired a shot of energy that crushed everything in its path. Seeing the blob of deadly energy flying at him, the elite monster was unable to dodge this attack. Fortunately, it seems that Chan Seong had correctly activated this girl's ability. For some reason, the activation conditions were very strict. However, no matter what, he succeeded, and the energy emanating from the arrow released by Han Chia shattered the elite monster's club into splinters. After flying through the enemy's weapon, the arrow pierced through his chest, instantly finishing off the monster. Han Chia will certainly become quite useful to Jung Seon in the future. She's going to be just the perfect hunter. Even after the energy arrow made a huge hole in its chest, the monster was still on its feet for a while. He ended up dropping dead to the ground. For Han Chia, looking at this world without glasses is quite unfamiliar. On top of that, she felt as if all her senses were heightened. While the girl was trying to figure out how this could have happened, Chonsun approached her. Though the method is a bit dangerous to awaken you, Chia, you need to awaken your senses, muttered the boy, looking at his partner. Looking at him dumbfounded, the girl asked the boy who he was. Why did she feel like he had seen all this coming? And in what sense awaken? In response to all these questions, Shin Jung-seong asked his partner to take her time, explaining that they still had plenty of time to talk things over. But Han Chia didn't like that answer. She demanded that the boy not change the subject and answer normally. Suddenly, she felt something strange. Her pupils blurred and she began to lose consciousness. Clutching her head, she tried to steady herself, but her efforts were futile. A few minutes later, still the same cave in the D-rank training dungeon, Shin Jung-seong, sighing heavily, carries his passed-out partner on his back. That's when he realized how hard it was to make comrades. On the bright side, at least one issue is now resolved. After a while, the guy still carried Chia out of the cave, who was already awake a couple minutes later. The girl sat down on the ground and apologized to the boy. She told him she didn't know why she had acted that way. She felt as if it wasn't her at all. Han Chia can't believe she showed such disrespect to the man who saved her twice. The girl once again apologized to the surprised guy for being suspicious of him, and for suddenly fainting. Taken aback, Chonsun sighed and told his partner not to worry about it. No one was hurt, and all the monsters had already been defeated, and so Chia should pack up. Besides, it's already been half an hour. Reaching out to the girl, the boy asked her to hand over the pendant he had given her earlier before entering the cave. Chia immediately reached into her pocket, asking the guy to wait a bit. She then took out a gemstone pendant from her pocket and held it out to Chonsun. The color of this pendant has changed, and so it can be understood that this girl managed to use it. Meteor Perception is a rare item that can only be obtained in the A-ranked dungeon, Sanctuary of the Burning Harpy, Sharpened Senses item ability. This ability activates automatically when special conditions are met. The sense of the possessor is rarely heightened. At this time, a person's capabilities are greatly increased. With this amulet, you can use abstract feelings, but the problem lies in the challenging conditions. The wearer's emotions must be at their peak. For people like Han Chia, the best way to activate is through intense fear. That was why Shin Jung-seong made her feel insanely scared. Even though it seemed difficult, he managed to awaken this girl. When the guy was trying to find this pendant, he noticed that this thing is not only very expensive, but plus it's also almost nowhere to be sold. So he gave up trying to buy Meteor Perception and asked Tai-hyung to find it. And the man had indeed found the pendant the boy needed in just 2 days. Thanks to him, things have gotten a lot easier. But this was just the beginning. Han Chia just felt awakened by the item. She needed more practice to reach her original level. Listen carefully, Chia. Your first priority is to make sure that your concentration is solely on the monsters, Chonsun muttered, looking at his partner. In order to do what Chonsun just said, the girl needs to change her bow first. She is strong enough, so she can change from a short bow to a long bow and shoot from afar. Naturally, Chia would be dealing with fewer monsters from now on, and thus would obviously be less likely to be frightened by them. After hearing all of this, the blonde archer looked at the guy mesmerized. "Thank you, Chonsun," she said suddenly, surprising the boy. Not understanding what she meant, the guy asked the girl what she thanked him for. Han Chia in turn replied that she was grateful to Jongseon for the pendant. After all, when she thought she was dying and helpless, she felt something from this object. It was like everything around her was frozen, like she could do anything. This girl suddenly saw the place she needed to aim for. The target was right on the monster. Awkwardly lowering her gaze, Chia admitted that although she was at rank A in terms of character and everything else, she was no higher than D. And in trying to change that, the frustration only grew. It felt like the girl had grown a lot in that short time of her acquaintance with Chaunseong. She felt that she too was capable and could fight. It was at that moment that Chia first became passionate about her work. Realizing that she had gone too overboard with her monologue, the girl began apologizing to the boy. Then Chonsun remarked that it wouldn't be easy for Chia alone. He then said he would give her his number so she could call him if she needed anything. Hearing this, Chia looked at the guy admiringly and thanked him. At the same moment, Chonsun received a text message on her phone. Yun Tai-hun, who wrote to him, asked the guy to contact him since there was an emergency. Switching off phone, the boy decided to contact the head of the Overkill Guild when he came out of the dungeon. A few hours later, Hunters Association headquarters. Standing by the window, Yun Tai-hun is chatting with someone on the phone. Finishing the conversation, the man promised the interlocutor to call back after the meeting. In response, Chonsun promised the guild leader to help in any way he could. After all, the last time he'd given the boy something useful. With a relieved exhale, Tai-hyung was glad that this thing was useful to the guy. Thanking the boy for agreeing to help, the man bid him farewell and ended the call. Putting the phone in his pocket, he looked thoughtfully out the window. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. After that, the door opened and a man entered the room. "The president of the association is back. We can move out," Min Hee-soo, who had stepped inside, muttered. Soon, when Yun Tai-hyun had gathered all the things he needed, the two left the room. Walking down the corridor, they simply remained silent, trying to mentally prepare themselves for the upcoming meeting. Then Hee-soo looked at the guild leader thoughtfully. Turning to him, the girl pointed out that this situation was quite unusual. Usually, an official document is sent. Who would have thought that the president of the association would personally summon Yun Tai-hyun? He'd sent some pretty complicated errands through the documents. But if the president had summoned Tai-hyun in person, it could mean something more serious. The S-rank gate may have reappeared. After listening to his subordinate, Yun Tai-hyun reassured her, reminding her that Jung Seon had agreed to help with this. If the guild leader fights like before, there would be no danger. Contacting Chonsun was really the right decision. Looking at Dae-hyun, Hee-soo noticed that he seemed to be in better spirits than he had been after the Arcana dungeon. It's probably because of that creator. Ever since that guy signed the contract, Tai-hyun has been acting weird. Unlimited support? Who would have thought that the guild leader would make such an amazing offer? Although he is a berserker, which makes it hard to control his emotions, the Overkill guild leader is more calculating and sensible than most. Is this Shin Jong-seong really more capable than he seems? No. Hee-soo is sure that there's no way the D rank can create a weapon that would please the guild head. Yun Tai-hyun invites this guy quite rarely, and so Min Hee-soo decides to personally find out everything after the meeting. After a while, the two men arrived at the door of the right office, where a man in a suit was waiting for them. Seeing them, the guard greeted Yun Tai-hyun and asked if he had come alone. Looking at the man in surprise, the Overkill guild leader asked who else should come. The guard then replied that he had been informed that 2 guild heads were supposed to come. In turn, Yun Tai-hyun decided to inquire about the second guest guild leader. "There he is," the man in the suit remarked, pointing behind Tai-hyun's back. "Ah, are you Yun Tai-hyun?" A familiar voice was suddenly heard. Hearing this, the Overkill guild leader turned around and tensely looked at the person standing behind him. Waving his hand at him, the purple-haired man remarked that the Overkill guild was rumored to be very active lately. This man is the second invited leader of the guild. The president of the Hunters Association decided to invite him on an equal footing with Yun Tai-hyun. And as ironic as it is, but this man is the one person who can piss off the Overkill guild leader. And while Yun Tai-hyun looked at him in disgust, the purple-haired man approached him with a mocking smirk. "Who do we have here? The head of the Over-Idiot Guild?" he said with a chuckle as he stood in front of Tai-hyun. That person who can hang Yun Tai-hyun is named Kim Ah-hyuk. Moving even closer to Tai-hyun, Ichiok asked why his guild was so bad. After all, the members of the Overkill Guild are quite capable. So could it be because of their leader? In response, Yun Tai-hyun pushed the purple-haired man away from him, explaining that he was too busy to respond to such absurd provocations. "Of course you must be busy picking out low-rank dungeons," Ichiok said mockingly, not wanting to stop pissing off his opponent. And when he asked Tai-hyun if he really wanted to be comforted by the newcomers in the low-ranking gate, Hee-soo asked the man what he meant. Kim Ah-hyuk then explained that although there were instances of dungeons with rank errors, it was likely that Dae-hyun had personally entered such a dungeon for the purpose of mopping it up rather than saving his subordinates. Taking the indignant Kim Hee-soo by the shoulder, the Overkill Guild leader asked her not to respond to it and just ignore it. Then, turning to the guard standing behind him, he asked for the door to be opened for them. Without objecting, the man in the suit opened the door and looked inside. He immediately informed the president of the Hunters Association that the heads of the Overkill and Shinhwa guilds had arrived. In response, the man sitting at the table remarked that he could even hear the two men arguing there from here. That elderly man sitting in the chair is named Han Cholman, and he is the president of the Hunters Association. Noticing that nothing changed over the years, Cholman asked the guard to let the guild heads into the office. When the two men entered, the guard and Hisu remained waiting outside the door for the meeting to end. Just when he saw the guild leaders entering the office, the president of the association said that he had an urgent task for the Overkill and Shinhwa guilds. 3 days ago, an undetermined gate appeared and disappeared on the outskirts of the city. Looking at him perplexed, Tai-hyung clarified if this was a gate with a mistake. Shaking his head, Cholman replied that it wasn't like that. Like he said earlier, this gate is indeterminate. It's difficult to even measure the mana level. Hearing this, even Kim I-hyuk couldn't contain his surprise. How is that possible? It's strange that this gate can't even be evaluated. Usually, the rank of a gate is determined by two things. First, a special tool is used to measure the amount of mana in the gate itself. So usually the rank of the gate is equal to the rank of the monsters behind it. Second, the intelligence sent by the Hunters Association is correlated. As we all know, dungeons with rank error appear when the amount of mana increases dramatically. But even this is different from a situation where measurements can't even be taken. The Hunters Association has tried several times to send scouts to this mysterious gate. However, no reconnaissance operation was successful. None of the scouts sent out returned. Hearing this information, Kim I-hyuk, who was sitting behind the chair, put his foot on his leg. What, you don't know the rank of the dungeon? You don't have any information, and yet you didn't inform me here? Aren't you trying to shift the blame? The purple-haired man indignantly inquired, glancing suspiciously at the association president. In response to that, Han Cholman explained that the Hunters Association didn't know how long the gate curtain of unknown rank would be maintained. So if it was left as it was, it wouldn't be surprising if monsters started coming out. It's happened before, and every time it's been hell. Anyway, Cholman knows that asking for help with this is impertinent, but as said, it's an emergency. No refusal is accepted this time. The president of the Hunters Association wants the Overkill and Shinhwa guilds to team up and mop up the uncertain gate. At first, he wanted to send the Hyunmu guild to the operation as well, but due to a sudden business trip overseas, they can't join. This is a serious enough case to summon the 3 largest guilds in the country. The deadline for preparation is 2 days, and Han Cholman himself will provide the funding and the best reward. Of course, if the guild heads need anything, the association will help in any way they can. After listening to the president, Yun Tai-hun lowered his gaze and thought. He then clarified whether the squad could include more than just guild members. To this, the president of the Hunters Association replied that it didn't matter. Since the existence of undefined enemies sows chaos and panic in the society, only a small number of reliable people are allowed. Such an answer clearly pleased Tai-hyung, causing him to smile imperceptibly. I see, the man said briefly, looking at Cholman contentedly. A few hours later, the main building of the Shinhwa Guild. Upon entering the building, Kim I-hyuk irritably took off his jacket and threw it behind his back. He immediately ordered his subordinates to create a team of guild members of rank A and above. Remembering that satisfied smile of Yun Tai-hun's, the purple-haired man realized that this bastard had an ace up his sleeve. It's incredibly infuriating to him. You can't let the Overkill Guild prove themselves. That's why I-hyuk decided to take the opportunity to stomp on Taehyun by including his trump card in the team. After looking at his subordinates, the man ordered that Kang Yuran be summoned to him. And when the staff tried to contradict him by explaining that Kang Yuran was not helping the Shinhwa Guild, I-hyuk ordered them to do their best, threatening to fire them, before irritably turning around and leaving. In fact, Kang Yuran is no longer helping anyone and is not cooperating with anyone right now. Therefore, Kim I-hyuk can take the opportunity to hire her. 2 days later, undetermined gate. The Overkill Guild with Yun Tai-hun at the helm arrived at the location first. Looking around irritated, the dark-haired girl asked why the hell the people of the Shinhwa Guild were late. Turning around on her, the large man with glasses reminded her that there were still 5 minutes left, and the Shinhwa guildmates always do that and arrive exactly on time. Sighing, Sun Jae-hee started twirling the gun in her hand and saying how much assholes like this pissed her off. They have absolutely no manners at all. Will they learn anything if I shoot them in the heads? The dark-haired girl said bloodthirstily, stopping the gun at her ear. As he approached her, the man with glasses pounded the girl in the head with his fist and asked her to watch her tongue. Catching her head, Ji-hee squatted down and took stock of the fact that the deputy guild leader was simply scatty strong. What, scot-free? The man in glasses angrily interjected, walking up to the girl. Looking at the two of them, Jongseon remarked that the Overkill Guild members are on great terms. Dae-hyun confirmed this, adding that despite their strange behavior, They are very reliable in battle. Then, looking at the guy, the man thanked him for agreeing. In response, Jang Seon explained that he couldn't have done anything differently. The boy simply had to thank Tai-hyung for providing him with that item. Of course, that's not the only reason. 5 days ago, a system window suddenly appeared in front of Jang Seon, stating that there was a hidden quest. It also said that a certain dungeon with a story had opened. Only a small number of players get this hidden assignment. Player selection hasn't started yet, but Chonson has already managed to get a hidden assignment, and so he sees no reason to turn it down. Although these dungeons have very high difficulty levels, if you clear them, you can get incredible rewards. Some even awakened new abilities in the player, but who would have thought it would be that dungeon? While the guy was pondering all of this, Yun Tai-hun approached him. The man decided to apologize to the boy in advance for the rudeness of the bastard who was about to come. After stopping fighting, Jae-hai and the deputy guild leader heard someone's footsteps. What? You're early. I'm sorry. We have a lot of work to do, you know. Kim Ah-hyuk's voice came out. As he got closer, he added that it looked like the Overkill Guild had tons of time on their hands since they had come here so early. Well, yeah, since they go on low-ranked gates, it's no wonder they have plenty of free time. Those words from Kim Ah-hyuk, the deputy guild leader, grabbed Jae-hee by the scruff of the neck and asked her to ignore the whole thing. And when the girl tried to object, the man with glasses firmly shut her mouth with his hand. The Overkill Guild and the Shinhwa Guild are still in a tight relationship. It's not only an emotional battle between the guilds, but also the media arguing over who is the strongest. Meanwhile, Lee-hyuk noticed something strange. Seeing the unfamiliar guy standing at the gate, the purple-haired man laughed and mockingly asked Tai-hyung if that was his trump card. Just recently, Yun Tai-hyun acted like he had something incredible, and it ended up being just an ordinary squishy kid. Look at his clothes. Is he going on vacation? The dungeon sweep is a joke, you think? What? You want to be carried out of there on a shield? Hearing this irritated yell from Lee-hyuk, the Shinhwa Guild shieldmaster walked over to his leader and asked him to stop being angry. After all, the Shinhwa Guild also had a new member. At this point, the creepy woman standing behind the backs of her new companions reminded them that they didn't have much time to stand here and chat. Fixing her hair, she added that they didn't have time to argue, and so they should hurry up. Seeing Kong Yuran, a dumbfounded Jae-hai hid behind the deputy's back and asked in shock where this girl had come from. What kind of team lineup is this? The strongest elemental master in Korea who can use all 6 elements, Kong Yuran, S-rank warlock Kim Lee-hyuk, and on top of that, the guild leader of the Overkill Guild and the strongest berserker, Yun Tai-hun. Why did they put together such an all-star cast? Be that as it may, given all of that, Jae-hai realized that this assignment was going to be a simple one. However, Chonson disagrees with the girl's opinion. This mission won't be easy. In his past life, clearing this dungeon failed. Out of the 8 team members, only Yun Tai-hyun survived the last round, and mostly due to his penetration skill. After Tai-hyun had cut the gate and gotten out, that dungeon suddenly disappeared. This was an unprecedented case of 7 high-ranked awakened ones being reported missing. The association worked hard to find something, but a dungeon existed with no information. There was no guarantee that the operation would succeed this time, and so, when the 2 guilds came together, they entered an uncertain gate. But against all of Chonson's expectations, what had begun to happen in this dungeon was unexplainable. In a matter of minutes, the squad traveled a great distance, easily crushing all the enemies in its path. Why is it so simple? A few minutes ago, just entering the dungeon with the squad, Jae-hai marveled at how cool everything looked. It was like an expensive estate. At the same moment, a strange sound was heard behind the backs of the people who had entered. The door they had just entered suddenly slammed shut, blocking the path to the gate. Running up to the door, the deputy guild leader grabbed the handles and tried to open it. When he realized that it was useless, he offered to break the door down by force. Then he, along with Jae-hai and the Shinhwa guild man, tried to break down the door at the same time. Noticing that they weren't getting anywhere, Ichiok demanded that they move away from the door and let him try to break it down. But at the same instant, he felt danger approaching behind him. While the man had his back to them, the opponents, who looked like human-sized dolls, pounced on him. Abruptly turning around, Ichiok smashed all the enemies attacking him with a single swing of his fist. To everyone's surprise, the opponents scattered from a single blow, making no resistance at all. As he approached his leader, the shield-bearer asked what was wrong with his skill. Ichiok replied that everything was fine, explaining that he had no need to use his skill for such trifles. But in the same second, the shield maiden noticed something unexpected and immediately alerted the leader to it. The monsters the man had just killed were revived. However, the monster's ability to revive only amused Ichiok. Such an ability he deemed worthy to see his skill. When the purple-haired man activated his skill, the puppets immediately pounced on him. In the same second, Ichiok slammed 2 fists into them. In one motion, he smeared the monsters on the ground. Jae-hi and the deputy standing behind him immediately rushed into action, eager to help their ally. The other members of the squad decided to keep up with them and also began to fight the immortal enemies. Meanwhile, Jung Seon, who was standing to the side, asked Kang Yuran if she was going to fight. The girl in turn asked the guy the same thing. Then the boy replied that he was a support creator and had no need to fight. In that case, Kang Yuran explained that she didn't want to try for such a team. What actually interested her was that Korea's strongest awakened ones would be here. But on the face of it, these people are quite ordinary. I mean, they can't even kill one opponent. Undoubtedly, their strength is comparable to S-rank hunters. But why they are called the strongest, the girl can't understand. If she had known it would be like this, she would have refused to go in for this surgery. After listening to her, Jang Seong remarked that the fact that these monsters don't die is rather strange. The infected mana of these creatures is not in the usual form. Looking closely at his opponents, the guy noticed strands of infected mana tied to their hands. Raising his head, he decided to see what was controlling these puppets. All the strands of mana appeared to be connected to an object hanging high near the ceiling. Apparently, for these dolls to die, you just have to destroy the object. But Jongseon doesn't want to show his skills to everyone. But unfortunately, there's nothing to do. At the very least, the guy can use the payment skill. However, just as the boy decided to destroy that strange object with his powers, he noticed Kang Yuran standing next to him, using her skill to destroy an insect crawling by. With a puzzled look at the girl, Chonsun asked why she wouldn't shoot that thing if she had enough mana to use it on regular insects. Pointing her finger at a fly flying by, Kang Yuran decided to clarify something to the guy. She only kills who she wants to kill. After seeing the girl sizzle another fly, Jang Seong immediately realized that insects were her weakness. That didn't even need to be checked. As he began to stealthily create something behind his back, the boy remarked aloud that apparently Duran was afraid of insects. And when the girl objected and asked the boy to stop talking to her, Chonsun pointed his finger upward and decided to warn his partner about something. Hanging near that object controlling the dolls was a shield in the shape of a huge spider created by the guy. Of course, Duran herself didn't know where the shield came from. That was why, just upon seeing the spider, the irritated girl activated the fire element and attacked it. And the moment she fired a fire projectile at the enemy, the spider suddenly disappeared. The powerful flame attack vaporized the item controlling the immortal puppets in a matter of seconds. In the next instant, all monsters lost the connection of the infected mana to the source. Hearing a massive explosion behind him, Ichiok tried to figure out why this wench was using her skills while not fighting. But, to the man's surprise, the doll he had just hit shattered into pieces and never stood up again. Picking up a collapsed opponent from the floor, Ichiok perplexedly examined him, not understanding why they had all abruptly stopped moving. Clutching the dead doll's head in his hand, the purple-haired man realized that they were all dead thanks to the fact that he had finally managed to warm up. After all, a little thing is a little thing. Meanwhile, the infected mana of the broken item controlling the dolls recently began to evaporate. Approaching this item, Chonsun began to absorb the infected mana. This monster revival source was rather unremarkable to ordinary people. If the guy didn't see the infected mana, then he definitely wouldn't have found it. Was this really the reason why a sweep of an undefined dungeon failed in a past life? Tai-hyung walked over to his deputy and told him that all the enemies in this room had been dealt with. But since no one in the squad knew anything for sure, they had to search the entire first floor first. After listening to the leader, the deputy told the rest of the squad to follow him. When they all entered the next room, new opponents were already waiting for them there. Just seeing them, Ihyok pushed the deputy and shield maiden ahead of him once and shouted that he would be first. Sprawling around, the man slammed his elbow into one of the dolls, pushing it several meters away from him. Also entering the room, Chonsun spotted another source of infected mana and asked Jae-hee to shoot there. With a couple pistol shots, the girl destroyed the mana-infested item. At the same moment, all the opponents died, leaving the squad members bewildered. Thus, the squad went through all the rooms and cleared the first floor quickly enough. Tai-hyun stopped and motioned for his teammates to go up to the floor above. Ihyuk in turn told him to stop acting like he was the leader. Hearing that, Tai-hyung didn't answer anything and just turned around. Climbing up the stairs, he called Jae-hee and Myungun to follow him. Then, angry that Tai-hyung didn't bother to ignore him, Ihyuk decided to trample his pride. Suddenly, however, the man felt a sharp pain. Looking at his hand, he couldn't immediately realize what had happened. Had he overdone it? Deciding to forget about revenge for the time being, Ichok called his subordinates to follow him, and together they began to climb the stairs. But there was one person left who didn't follow everyone. Something was starting to bother Chauncey. Just recently, before deciding to go up the stairs, Tai-hyung looked into the last room and said there was nothing in it. But Jung-seon has a bad feeling about it, and so he feels like it's still worth looking in there himself. Going to the door of the last room of the first floor, the boy opened it ajar. As he stepped inside, he saw something unusual. The entire room was filled with infected mana. Suddenly, as the boy entered this room, there were screams somewhere on the second floor. Upon reaching the top, the squad encountered strong resistance. Ichok has all his energy spent on defending himself, so he has no time at all to use the skill. The rest of the squad was in the same position. For the most part, they repelled enemy attacks without being able to go on the counterattack. The worst part is, they didn't even see who was attacking them. Their opponents turned out to be an invisible high-ranked monster. And when Tai-hyung asked his partners if everything was okay, Jae-hee confirmed it, then added that she couldn't find the guy who was with the guild leader. Tensely looking around, Tai-hyung realized that Jung-seon was indeed missing. But where to? Meanwhile, Shin Chong-seong himself was still sitting on the first floor, collecting infected mana. That's when he heard the screams on the second floor and the sounds of a fierce battle. But as the guy absorbed all the mana and decided to return to the battlefield, the floor of the room suddenly opened up. Seeing the stairs leading down, Chonson jumped back, not knowing what to expect. At the same moment, he saw the silhouette of some creature. Could it be the enemy? However, as soon as the guy thought about it, he saw something strange. A little girl came up the stairs to him, holding a doll in her hands. When Chonson wondered what such a small child was doing in the dungeon, the girl looked up at him and smiled. Looking admiringly at his brother, the child asked if he was a hunter. Turning around, the girl motioned for the boy to hurry up and follow her. After saying that, she immediately rushed back down the stairs. Seeing this, Chonson asked the stranger to wait a second and explain how she realized he was a hunter. She looked back at the boy and explained that she had heard about it from her sister downstairs. She told the child that a hunter had come here to rescue her and leave together. And apparently, since Chonson went here, he is the hunter who came to save this girl's little sister. After listening to the kid didn't realize who she was calling her sister. As the girl looked at the boy, she thought it was very strange. She was quite sure that Jung-seong was the hunter her sister was talking about. Going downstairs with the boy, the child informed her sister that she had brought the hunter the girl had spoken of. Looking at the face of the strange girl sitting on the floor, Chonson realized that she had taken mental damage from something. "Pardon me, I was sent from the Hunters Association," uttered the boy, drawing the girl's attention to himself with such words. Abruptly jumping off the floor, the stranger excitedly asked the guy if he had really been sent here by the Hunters Association. Chonson confirmed this, after which he asked the girl to explain the whole situation to him, no matter how difficult it was for her. With a sigh of relief, the stranger fell to her knees and began to thank the boy. Then, opening her eyes sadly, she told what had happened. She was the 4th scout of this dungeon. After the past 4 scouts didn't return, she was ordered to investigate the inside of the dungeon and find them. However, as soon as the girl entered the dungeon, dolls started running at her from all corners. In a panic, she turned around and ran back. She tried to open the doors, but suddenly it closed and wouldn't open. It was a trap. The situation is exactly the same as what happened to Chonson a little earlier. Not getting any new information from this, the guy asked the girl if she knew what happened to the rest of the scouts. The girl in turn replied that she had met the other scouts and started calling their names to find a way out together. But something was wrong with them. These people were completely unconscious, and as if they were obeying someone. They suddenly tried to attack the girl, and so she ran away. Eventually, she met this child. The scout is still alive today only because of her. "Yes, sis has been playing with me a lot," joyfully added the child, looking at the two of them. Looking at the girl thoughtfully, Shin Chong-seong asked what her name was. To this, the child replied that her name was Elizabeth, but she allowed the boy to call her simply Bet. "Okay, Bet, let's get out of here together as quickly as possible. It's very dangerous to stay here alone," Chonson suggested. Lowering her gaze, the girl asked the boy if what he just said was true. On the contrary, it seemed to her that it was much more dangerous outside than here. Meanwhile, the fierce battle on the second floor of the dungeon continued. During the battle, while repelling another attack, Yun Tai-hun noticed something unusual. The foot of his invisible opponent suddenly appeared. This means that the invisibility of their enemies slowly begins to subside. What are they? Are they humanoid monsters? Just as Tai-hyung thought about it, a familiar business card fell out of the pocket of one of his opponents. It's definitely a scout's ID card. The face on the business card matches the face on the personnel file of one of the missing scouts that Tai-hyung got from the president of the Hunters Association. Seeing the face of the enemy whose invisibility had completely dissipated, Ji-hai shouted to the guild leader that the ones they were currently fighting were the missing scouts. Also realizing this, Tai-hyung ordered his subordinates not to attack these people in any way. The invisibility skill cannot be used for several minutes after it is deactivated, and plus the wearer's mobility is greatly reduced. However, even so, the squad cannot attack their opponents at full strength, as they are missing scouts. While trying to figure out what they should do next, Tai-hyung suddenly heard a scream not far away from him. The angry Ichiok shouted that he was so excited, thinking that he was fighting against monsters who had perfectly mastered the invisibility skill. But it actually turned out to be just the damn scouts. All right, their speed has dropped a lot now, the man suddenly muttered, clenching his fist. Their mobility has dropped, so I'll finish them off with one punch. After shouting this, Ichiok brought his fist behind his back and prepared to deliver his most powerful punch to turn all opponents into powder. But at that moment, a gunshot was heard. A scratch appeared on Ichiok's face, from which blood immediately flowed. What the hell? The purple-haired man wailed in rage, glaring at one of his teammates. Aiming a gun at the head of the Shinhwa Guild, Ji-hai asked if he had lost his mind. Their opponents are not monsters, but people who need to be saved. They just need to be returned to their normal state. Then, an angry Ichiok asked the girl what the hell she was talking about. Now they have only two choices, kill or be killed. No matter what these bastards look like, they attacked Ichiok and therefore should die. And the gunman who just shot him is no exception. While guild leader Shinhwa was saying this, the opponents used the invisibility skill and began to disappear again. And while those puppets were attacking him, the enraged Ichiok, not blocking their attacks, promised Ji-hee that he would finish her off first if she stopped him one more time. You feckin' bastard! The girl shouted indignantly, glaring hatefully at the man. Not wanting to hear any more of this, Tai-hyung stopped the two men and asked Ah-hyuk to listen to him. But the purple-haired man, still oblivious to the shield maiden desperately trying to protect him, refused to listen to his opponent. Tai-hyun then explained that this was not a request, but a deal. If Ah-hyuk fulfills all the conditions and saves the lives of these scouts, Dae-hyun will give all the rewards for the raid and funding to the Shinhwa Guild. At that instant, one of the invisible opponents abruptly shortened the distance with the purple-haired man, preparing to attack him once again. Blocking the blow with his hand, Ichiok replied to Tai-hyun that this deal wouldn't last long. If the man notices the overkill guild leader trying to trick him, he will immediately kill everyone here. Realizing that he had managed to buy some time, Tai-hyung thanked his partner for understanding. At this moment, Jae-hai approached the guild leader in a trembling voice. With a guilty look at him, the girl asked for a farewell for what she had done. In response, Tai-hyung asked her to focus on the battle and promised to deal with it a little later. The initial task now is to find a way to keep these people alive and get out of here alive ourselves. Has everyone seen what these dolls look like? Among them, there are some really very scary and unusual ones. Bet doesn't know exactly how, but all of these dolls are bound from purple binds. They won't die if they try to break those bonds by just attacking. These yarns are really very strong and therefore quite difficult to cut. After listening to Elizabeth, Chonson asked if the dolls could be returned to their normal state. He would like to bring back his colleagues who had been turned into dolls. In turn, Bet said that she had heard of a method. You have to stop the device, which is attached to the doll's body, when one of the threads was broken. But if you try to get rid of the thread with too strong a force, the body will collapse. Looking at the guy, the girl asked what he thought about it. Did this information help him? Even though the issue is still quite difficult, this girl still did a good job of helping Chonson with the problem, and so he decided to ask her one last question. Meanwhile, in the midst of the battle, Ichiok shouted that he would finish them off in 20 seconds after the opponents lost their invisibility. The battle had hardened too much and it was impossible to continue like this, and so this was the only option. Trying to find another way out of this situation, Jae-hai asked Kang Jaran to help them in the battle by starting to block the opponent's movement with ice or something else. Looking back at her, Jaran asked the girl not to cross the line. This situation is pissing her off and she is already trying her best. 10! Ahyuk's voice suddenly sounded. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After shouting out the last digits, the purple-haired man activated his skill and brought his fist behind his back. as suddenly he felt the same sensation he had gotten then on the stairs. Only this time it was much stronger. Ichok's skills suddenly stopped working for him. You stopped his ability in perfect timing. Shin Chongseong's voice suddenly came through. We were almost unable to save them. You can rest now, Betty. Leave it to me from here on. A while later, Shin Jongseong met up with the rest of the group. Daehyun irritably asked the guy where he was going. The protagonist replied that he had to check something and asked him not to worry. Daehyun was glad that nothing had happened to him, but he reminded him not to be unruly in the dungeon. At the same time, the rest of the guild members were looking around. Suddenly, something caught Jaeha's attention. The girl looked to the side and again saw the blurry silhouettes that were approaching the squad menacingly. Jae immediately called for the guild leader and reported that the scouts were starting to use stealth again. At the same moment, the creatures attacked the group. Taehyun readied his sword for battle and immediately ordered the squad not to move. Suddenly, the scouts did not attack any of the enemy, but instead passed by. The guild leader was surprised that the creatures didn't try to attack them. However, all of a sudden, Chonseong shouted loudly, urging the others to be more careful. At this moment, he could safely see the silhouettes of his opponents thanks to the threads of infused mana. Taehyun immediately reacted to the warning and blocked the scouts' attack. The protagonist explained that he could see the weak points of these dolls. He said he would mark them immediately and asked the rest of his companions to aim precisely there so as not to damage the main body. Looking intently towards the looming silhouettes, the Overkill guild leader said that he understood everything. Looking at the blue shards appearing in the air, Taehyun thought they were the marks. Swinging his weapon, the guy decided he needed to hit hard, but not hard enough to kill the scout. With that thought, he struck the center of the creature's chest with all his might with the hilt of his sword. Looking at another mark in front of him, Taehyung grinned, surprised that it had worked and should have originally been aimed that way. After making sure that this method worked, the Overkill guild leader shouted to the rest of the fighters that the weak point of the puppets was the device in the center of the chest. Hearing this, the Shinhwa Guild's spearman pierced through the opponent's weak area with his weapon. The creature, surprisingly, immediately let out a loud scream and staggered. Ichiok, who was observing this situation, didn't seem to believe what was happening. He didn't understand why these monsters suddenly started to break. The perplexed big guy was watched by the main character with a smile. A short while later, the scouts were interrupted. Ichiok looked questioningly at the fighters of the opposite guild. Meanwhile, Taehyun asked Jungseon what he was doing while on the first floor. The guy replied that he wasn't going to hide anything. The protagonist explained that he didn't meet anything special there. However, by luck, he managed to stumble upon the only surviving scout. The girl was not in the best condition, so she did not go with him. Jungseon added that from her, he was able to learn about what was going on, and because of that, he was able to find the scout's weaknesses. Daehyun then pointed at the child and asked who was that. The protagonist explained that she was the one who helped him find the scout. The guy attributed the appearance of such an unexpected character in such a place to the fact that her parents were stuck here. Meanwhile, Ichiok leaned over the strange guest and said it was suspicious. Dissatisfied with such a rude tone, Sun Jae-hee asked Guildhead Shinhwa what he didn't like about this girl. The thug turned around and asked irritably, was he wrong about something? Ichiok added that a normal kid couldn't just be here. His argument was that the gateway here was guarded at all times. It might seem that it was simply overlooked. However, the association constantly monitors the entrance, so no one can enter here. Daehyun tried to contradict his opponent by saying that he understood his position, but it was wrong to judge so hastily. However, the bulky man only became more furious at these reproaches. He shouted in rage that everyone around him just wanted to find fault with his words. Ihyuk reminded him that Taehyun was only here because he had slacked off earlier. In response, Overkill's guild leader told his opponent that he didn't like pointless arguments. They can train their opponents in competent dungeon sweeping. The other guild members also began to bicker amongst themselves. Jae-hee shouted that it wasn't worth it to act as if Shinhwa was superior, to which the opponent's shield maiden replied that in general, she was. The girl said that the Overkill guys had better stop their leader if they didn't want him killed. Jihai became furious and asked if the rival thought their leader would lose in a fight. The bickering didn't stop even when the two guild heads fell silent. But suddenly, Daehyun and Ihyuk's nerves couldn't take it, and they pounced on each other. However, at that very second, the protagonist felt an unusual sensation that caused him great anxiety. He felt like something strange was happening to his body. Then Jongseon felt his emotions intensify. Suddenly, a familiar female voice said that these people were so pathetic, for they were already swearing, even though there was very little effort involved. The guy turned around and saw a pleased Betty. She thanked the protagonist, saying that with his help, she was able to use her brainwashing skill on outsiders. The silhouette of the child began to blur. The girl added that she was afraid she wouldn't be able to get close enough without getting suspicious. Only then did Chongsun remember that he had initially mistaken the girl for a baby monster. However, in a strange moment, these doubts were discarded by themselves. He must have been brainwashed as well. Now the guy realized he was too late, and he needed to stop the monster before she managed to brainwash everyone completely. However, a dark, barely visible shroud had already fallen over all the fighters inside the room. After examining his body, Chonsun realized that by this time, the threads of infected mana had already wrapped around him. Glancing at the people standing across from him, the guy saw that the others were also astonished. It looked like they had all been successfully brainwashed. The protagonist looked at his rival disappointedly. He had no idea that she was using infected mana to control not only her body, but her mind as well. Jongseong lamented that he hadn't been able to recognize her lies right away. However, even despite this barely noticeable fake out, the guy still had a trump card up his sleeve. With that thought, he activated the mana absorption passive skill. At the same instant, purple rays rushed straight towards his body. The invisible threads that had entangled all the people around and clouded their minds gradually began to break down. It was then that the hunters finally began to come to their senses. None of them could explain what had happened. Elizabeth smiled as she realized that her opponent had the ability to absorb infected magic. It all looked very interesting and amusing. Intent on bringing his partners to their senses, Chonsun shouted that this girl was the enemy and needed to be killed immediately. However, even in the face of the unexpected danger, the smile did not leave the child's face. At the same moment, she called out to her mom and dad. Suddenly, the aura around the battlefield changed greatly. In the next second, two powerful beams of light pierced the floor right in front of the hunters. At the sight of this sudden appearance, silhouettes began to appear some time later. When the child saw this, she complained that she had just been hurt. After that, the images of the so-called parents became much clearer. The girl laughed and ordered her parents to kill the offenders. Ichiok was once again convinced that he was right. In the next instant, he was shouting at his opponent, saying he would kill them all with one swing. Elizabeth grinned and told the protagonist that it was his turn to show his full power. However, the first to fight the monsters was still the guild leader Shinhwa. He swung around and tried to strike with his fist, but suddenly, his hand abruptly changed direction, passing by the girl. At that, Ichiok's gaze changed drastically. Looking puzzled at his colleague's frenzy, Tai-hyung asked what the man intended to accomplish by this. However, the bulky man suddenly stopped and turned towards his opponent, looking at him with embittered eyes. His whole body was covered with some new powerful aura. After that inarticulate miss, the Shinhwa leader turned around and opened his mouth wide. Suddenly, his whole body began to wriggle in a very strange way. It seemed that every limb was now disobeying its owner. At the same moment, the protagonist realized why he felt a strange energy emanating from Ichiok after they met again. The thug's mind was now under the control of these monsters. At that moment, Elizabeth laughed and said that on loyalty, this situation will not be like that. It is simple. It will not be so easy for those who will have to fight against a friend. However, right at that very second, Tai-hyun rushed to attack the monster, shouting that he was ready to take Ichiok under cover. Jae-hee smiled and said her guns were ready. The next instant, several shots rang out. The shells struck Ichiok, who, however, only shielded himself from danger. At that moment, the puppet, guided by the humanoid creature, created a defense barrier that would prevent subsequent shots from doing any damage. When asked by the protagonist what it was, the Shinhwa Guild Shield Maiden replied that this kind of ability is something the boss uses when he senses danger he can't handle. It was then that Elizabeth realized that one of her fighters would temporarily be unable to continue fighting. She pointed out to her parents that these intruders needed to be dealt with. Against the strange girl and her minions stood the remaining 6 hunters. Looking at the arrogant people not running away in the face of mortal danger, the child smiled and said it was time to end it. Tai-hyung glared at his opponents with undisguised irritation. Even from the energy emanating from them, one could tell that these puppets were very different from the ones before. It could be said that they were at the boss level of a complex dungeon. The boy realized that it would be too unsafe if they just ignored those guards and moved on. It would be much safer to face them. However, he also had a bad feeling about an equal battle with these creatures. What's more, the girl herself was a serious concern to Tai-hun. She didn't look like someone who just controlled dolls. Deciding that they needed to act immediately and swiftly, the guild leader turned to his subordinates. The guy ordered them to deal with the female doll, while he himself would focus his energies on the man. They needed to deal with this stage as soon as possible. The hunters accepted the order, and their gazes settled back on their opponent. No sooner had people come to their senses than the male puppet suddenly went on the attack. Ready to take the blow, Tai-hun swung around, creating a powerful fire aura along with his blade. Meanwhile, the protagonist was seriously pondering what was happening. This ability to control opponents by creating puppets was like a normal bug since it conflicts with Kim Il-hyuk's impenetrable chai. This ability must turn hunters into puppets, and the speed at which this skill triggered was frightening. In Kim Il-hyuk's case, it only took a few seconds before he was transformed into a will-less-driven creature. Furthermore, all of this happened even after Chonsun had completely absorbed all of the infected magic. That could only mean one thing. Even before the protagonist used mana absorption, when everyone, including him, was entangled in the infected threads, Elizabeth had the ability to turn them all into puppets. However, the girl, for some unknown reason, did not. It was this fact that alarmed the guy very much. Meanwhile, Jae-hee began firing both guns at the enemy. The monster tried to block these attacks, but many shots were still missed. At the same time, Elizabeth stood aside and did not try to get involved in the battle in any way. Such indifferent behavior also strained the protagonist. He did not believe that the child did all this just to play with them. It was unclear why the girl had exposed herself. What was the point of this strange behavior? And why had Elizabeth led him to the lost scout? In addition, she also, for some unclear purpose, talked about the weaknesses of those dolls that were attacked initially. All of these behaviors were completely illogical. By breaking into Chonsun's confidence, Elizabeth immediately showed her true nature, which made everything meaningless. It was unlikely that even someone who really liked internal conflict would do that. The only plausible option was that perhaps the girl had been forced to fight. Meanwhile, the male puppet continued to attack people without a second thought. Dae-hyun responded by trying to counterattack with a swing of his sword, creating an energy wave in the process. Guy seriously thought that these creatures had an incredible capacity for longevity. In the next instant, however, he took another swing and, creating a stream of fire, sliced the creature's head in half. After finishing the fight, the Overkill Guild leader thought that he could put his power into the weapon that Chonsun had created for him to better control it. Meanwhile, Ji-hai hesitantly reached for her holster. Taking out a special magazine with special ammunition, she reloaded the gun. Unfortunately, they have to use such things in similar situations. By then, the deputy guild leader was fighting in close combat with the female doll. The girl called out to her partner and said that it would be enough. She then took aim directly at the creature's head. The next hit would have to be made with an enchanted bullet. The next instant, a powerful shot rang out. The bullet pierced through the enemy's body at a tremendous speed. Jae-hee then smiled and lifted the barrel up, admiring the result of the work she had done. There was a huge hole in the creature's chest. The monster instantly stopped moving and giving any sign of life. Literally at the same moment, the male doll also fell to the ground. Tai-hyun lowered his blade and looked thoughtfully at his defeated opponent. During the course of the fight, he didn't even manage to get tired. It wasn't as difficult as he expected, but it was surprising that the puppet only used physical attacks and nothing more. After that, the guy looked towards the girl standing next to him. Now they had only one opponent left. He was greatly worried about the monster using mental attacks. However, right now, Taehyun was somehow incomprehensibly enduring it all. The guild leader looked towards the unusual creature with some concern. He ordered everyone to get ready. The guy said that he wouldn't give any instructions for now, but asked his subordinates to beware of psychic attacks and stay put. At the same time, the monster was looking at the corpses of his father and mother with a doomed look. The dolls, which had previously shown no emotion, were now completely static and lifeless. Deciding that the girl was completely defenseless after all, Taehyung lunged at her in a swift attack. Seconds before the collision, the child never took any action to save his life. However, moments before the final beat, she smiled and said it went perfectly. After that, a powerful blow struck the monster. With one graceful stroke, the guild leader severed the creature's head. The doll fell out of the child's hands and flew off to the side. Jae-hee immediately began to calm down Myungun, who was worried that something would happen to the boss, with a smile on her face. She said that the guild leader could not be expected to do anything else. Kang Yuran looked at the situation in bewilderment. She didn't understand why the girl was acting as if something scary was about to happen when it was so boring. The main character thought it was really better that things ended the way they had envisioned, and his premonition was wrong. However, after glancing at the information panel, his horror was unparalleled. The girl's body continued to bleed. The murder scene was a gruesome sight. Yun Tai-hun, who was standing next to him, looked at the defeated enemy with apprehension. He thought that even if it was a monster, the sight of a child's corpse was not a pleasant sight. Turning around, the guild leader turned to his subordinates, saying that they could all rest. But no sooner had he said it than goosebumps ran down his spine. The air was filled with the sensation of something incredibly powerful approaching. The other hunters also felt a strange change in the aura around them. They stood stiffly, not because of magic or psychic attack. The reason was that there was something in the dungeon that none of the group members had encountered before. At the same moment, the blood that was pouring out from the monster girl's body began to form into a single mass. A wary Chonson looked straight in front of him and thought that he hadn't expected any other outcome. Right now, a hidden boss appeared in front of them. It was the vampire elder, Elizabeth Bathory. As a reward for her victory, the system promised demonic control shackles. Meanwhile, the creature rose from the dead. She thanked the hunters, saying that she had been waiting all this time for the people who could destroy her mom and dad. The girl explained that her parents had done cruel things to her. Not only had they betrayed Elizabeth and forced her to live with her power, but they were ungrateful rats who had put her in that useless body. After the hunters looked closer, they saw a beautiful, tall vampire in front of them. The girl stretched and rejoiced that she was alive at last. The monster also complained that all this time she had to be in the weak form of a child. At the same time, Jaehai and Myeonggong, who were standing like stumbling blocks, were called out from behind by Kang Yuran. She told the two idiots to get ready to fight. The girl explained that she was well aware that their guild boss was an incredible talent, but he would definitely not be able to deal with such a monster alone. Meanwhile, the monster had already spread its wings. Elizabeth looked at the humans and grinned and said they were very cute. At the same moment, the hunters felt an incredible, almost overwhelming fear. It was then that Bathory cast her first spell, deciding that now was a good time to eat human meat for the first time in a long time. It was a powerful ability called Essence Drain. The next second, the hunters staggered and blood spurted from their mouths. Kang Yuran helplessly looked straight ahead. She knew that high-ranked undead were skilled at using absorption magic, but not everyone would be able to hit so many people at such a distance. This demoness was able to hit all of her opponents at once without any conditions or preparation time. Juran didn't realize what kind of monster they were dealing with. At the same moment, the guild leader made an incredible swing of his sword, creating a powerful stream of fire that should have burned the enemy to the ground. However, the monster turned to the hunter as if nothing had happened. Elizabeth said that he was very strong, and even in such a state he could give her a lot of trouble. Looking straight ahead, the boy was horrified to find that the creature had grabbed his sword. The vampirist said that if he could have used all his power, the outcome would have been different. In the next instant, she shattered the blade of the weapon with one slight movement of her hand, saying at the same time that the victory of the hunters would not happen. The creature then delivered a decisive blow to Tai-hyung's hull. The force of the attack was so immense that the powerful warrior was thrown to the other end of the room. With his whole body trembling, the guild leader tried to regain consciousness and rise to his feet. At the same time, Chongson asked him how much percent he had used. Tai-hyun looked up in bewilderment and asked what the guy meant. In response, the protagonist asked if the Berserk Blast really had power. After answering in the affirmative, he explained that the body wouldn't be able to withstand it if it maintained maximum force all the time. Based on that, Jung Seon assumed that Daehyun exerted effort depending on the situation. The last time the guild leader killed Arachne, the power was less than half of the maximum power estimated by the protagonist. Now the guy was also using about less than half the power. Holding his chest, Taehyun stood up and said that even so, the strongest sword was now broken. In the current situation, he wasn't sure if he would be able to display the power that he had never given out before. The protagonist replied that he could buy some time, so he needed to monopolize his abilities. After that, the guy pointed his hand towards his interlocutor and energy began to emanate from it. This surprised the guild leader very much. Jung Seong said that it sounded very ridiculous, but it seemed as if he was permanently connected to Tai-hun from now on. The protagonist said that now was the time to show each other their progress. After saying that, a demonic armor was created around him. The system then alerted him to search for a weapon in the demon world. A short while later, a sword called Leviathan appeared in front of Tai-hyung's stunned face. Chonsun said with a smile that his partner could take him on and show all his berserker power. The guild leader looked at the weapon in bewilderment. He realized that something was very different about him. If this sword had many abilities, Tai-hyun would have easily taken it, but it seems that something is different here now. Overcoming his doubts, the hunter slowly extended his hands toward the weapon. Taking the hilt, he slammed the blade into the ground with a swing. The resulting powerful explosion made the protagonist squirm slightly. Elizabeth stared in surprise at the weapon she had created. She realized that it was a sword with infected mana. Besides, judging from the energy, it must have been a special ability of the fire elemental. However, the humans were still overconfident. She shouted out that infected mana and flame had a pretty good synergy. However, the girl then smiled and said that such conformity would be fatal to the users themselves. In the next second, she stretched her arms forward and used blood magic to create the so-called bloodbath territory. Bright red streams immediately rushed right under the hunter's feet. Chonsun realized it was one of the skills operating over a large area. It seemed to be a dual ability that helped to both block and absorb other people's life force at the same time. And although this skill was very limited, it was still quite versatile. At the same moment, Elizabeth looked at the hunters who had fallen down from powerlessness and said with a smile, their mana distribution and base metabolism would gradually be paralyzed. With each second spent in this area, the victim will feel his or her body literally melting. Actions until the enemy's muscles, nerves, and veins are vaporized. Only one skeleton should be left at the end. The vampirist tried to reassure the hunters, telling them that the pain would soon cease to be felt so strongly. Suddenly, however, she heard a loud stomping. Much to her surprise, the main opponent in the form of Yun Tai-hun remained unperturbed on his feet. The monster looked at the upstart who wasn't going to die. She was surprised that he was still moving even after activating her special ability, and yet the body itself was clearly not well. The vampirist realized that his movements were not guided by will or consciousness, but by the ability of the sword. In that case, this type could show even more strength than before. Elizabeth then shouted that it would be fun for her to destroy the soulless dolls now. Without saying a word, Dahyun snapped out of his seat and pounced on the monster. The opponents rushed towards each other, prepared for a decisive battle. Bathory used blood magic by applying the ability Thirsty Hands. In the same second, two huge limbs soared up from the bloody lake. The very next second, huge hands pounced on the approaching Overkill guild leader. However, Tai-hyun was not confused and swung his sword. With one swift blow, he created a huge wave of flame that split the limb. Elizabeth covered herself with her hand, surprised at such incredible power. The next second, one of the limbs fell to the ground right in front of her. The vampirist didn't understand where the guy got his strength from. He seemed to be at least twice as strong now as he was before. However, Dae-hyun didn't stop there. He swung his blade again and directed a wave of fire at Bathory. Chongsun, who was standing a little farther away, smiled. Even he hadn't expected something like this to happen. A stream of flame effortlessly split the second bloody arm and swept into the vampiress. The girl didn't even have time to realize what had happened. But a few moments later, she was struck by a tremendous blow. The body of the defeated creature flew back helplessly. The system announced that the main objective had been accomplished and the hidden boss had been defeated. The protagonist was surprised that the guild leader had hidden such power until now. Just then, a small box appeared in the guy's hands. This time, an item reward awaited him. Snapping his fingers, Chonsun looked away. He hoped the reward would be related to recovery or magical activity. The Leviathan that was still in Tai-hyung's hands dematerialized. The system immediately alerted that this demonic sword would not need to be searched separately next time. Seeing this, Chonsun marveled that the standard for finding a weapon is completely random. At the same moment, Dae-hyun slowly began to come to his senses. He looked at his trembling hands in horror and wondered what had just happened. At this moment, the main character called out to him and said that the guild leader shouldn't even think about getting up right now because he wouldn't be able to do so since he wasn't even able to walk. The guy said it was best to hold off on even the lightest of activities right now. He was greatly surprised that Tai-hyung was still conscious after being hit hard by power of that level. After looking around, Johnson said that the guild leader might not worry about the others, as they were unlikely to be threatened by anything anymore. The protagonist then approached Elizabeth Bathory's body, lying on the ground. Suddenly, the girl recognized the guy who approached and congratulated him on his victory. The boy was surprised that the monster was still alive. It was strange, with the system highlighting alerts that the mission was complete. He asked the antagonist how she was connected to this dungeon. Johnson explained that those dolls were controlled by the same contaminated mana he senses from Elizabeth. However, the girl couldn't control them, and despite that, the dolls still tried to protect her. The vampiress smiled and said it was a natural action, as she was the source of the power that fueled these creatures. The girl told me that long ago she had to indulge the whims of these people. Then Na saved a young family from an unbelievable monster. These people feared her anyway. However, Elizabeth paid no attention to that. It's a strange story that could have ended like this. And then the travelers would be telling us that it was a vampire who saved their lives. However, these people were no less strange than Bathory herself. The girl said that these rats came to her and told her that they could not just let her savior go. It was the first time she had heard something like that from a human being. Thrilled by such an act, Elizabeth found herself in a human home. Her communication with her hostess was gradually getting better. In addition, the girl was attracted by the large-scale projects in which the father of the family was engaged. She can't explain now what was that pivotal moment in their story. Soon, however, Elizabeth went from being a guest to a real member of the family. Even though it was short-lived, she was happy. All this went on until it came to her why those wretched rats had taken her into the family. So, after some time, Elizabeth became a prisoner in a human house. She realized that she herself was to blame for what had happened, for she had let some people in the will to control her. This family imprisoned the vampiress in the body of a child. They also sealed away most of her abilities so that she could only provide these humans with the need for mana-infused mana for protection. The protagonist was surprised at this turn of events. He asked, "What kind of defense are we talking about?" Elizabeth said that she wasn't completely sure of her guess. Then she asked the boy if he had looked around before entering the dungeon. On the surface was an endless desert with no end or edge. However, all of this was nothing more than an unsightly picture. It was just a barrier and space created to protect the estate. The mother of the family had created it all with the power of a vampire. Elizabeth assumed it was all to protect the family from the monsters on the other side of the rift. The girl immediately noticed the change of emotion on her companion's face and realized that there was a rift in his world as well. She assumed that was why the hunters were here. The vampiress told me that their worlds went through the same thing. A rift appeared in the sky. People with mana awakened, and doors began to appear one by one. In their world, creatures far more dangerous and powerful than Elizabeth herself were coming through the rift. Johnson asked in surprise, "How is this world dealing with the scourge of the gate? And how long has it been since the last rift?" Elizabeth assessed what had been said and added that she had indeed heard the conclusion that there had been a disaster on the surface. However, she had not had the opportunity to see it in person. The girl explained, after she was imprisoned in the body of a child, dark times came for her when she was unable to move for years. During that time, her world fell and the estate was isolated. It was only relatively recently that the girl was able to move again. Since then, a mission had appeared before her eyes. She needed to fight back the uninvited guests who came from another world. As a reward, Elizabeth would be released from the abandoned world. The protagonist was horrified by what he heard. He realized that in front of him lies a player like himself. The girl realized that the guy had a lot of questions. However, her body had already begun to crumble. The vampiress apologized for not having time to tell everything. Closing her eyes, she said that death was not such a bad outcome. Johnson turned his attention to the girl's hand and realized that he really didn't have much time left. At the same moment, the system announced that an item called demonic control shackles could be used. The boy frantically opened the box and looked at it fearfully. Then his mood changed abruptly and he smiled. Hearing this, the vampiress opened her eye to see what had happened. By then, her face had already begun to crack. Suddenly, the protagonist swung his hand and pointed his palm towards the girl's neck. In the same second, a semblance of a glowing collar appeared around her neck. At the same moment, cracks stopped forming. Elizabeth asked the boy what he had just done. The protagonist said that it wasn't a coincidence and he could very well have used the artifact afterward, but he has a personal interest. Demonic shackles can be used on defeated monsters that are in critical condition. According to the system, the creature would return to normal after use. Immediately after using it, the girl's body was instantly healed. The system also notified that the subordinate monster would be the player's familiars. Chonsun grinned. This was the first time he had heard of someone's last name being another player. Suddenly, a bright pillar of light rose up. The system announced the conclusion of the contract with the ancient vampire Elizabeth Bathory. After the lights went out, the girl was officially registered as Chonsun's familiars. The protagonist looked in front of him and was very surprised at what had happened. He said that he had expected that the surname would change its appearance, but such a transformation was unexpected for him. After the contract was signed, Elizabeth turned into a cat. Chonsun grinned and said that the vampire would have been more suited to the bat look, and even the necklace had changed in size. In the same second, the full extent of what had happened reached the girl, and she clutched her muzzle fearfully. Then she suddenly transformed into her human form. Trying to rip the collar off her neck, Elizabeth said angrily that she hadn't expected such a setup. She asked the boy how he had dared to make her his familiar. The vampiress said she would rather have died instead of experiencing such humiliation. The guy realized that the girl couldn't maintain human form now. Chonsun said that it would sound sad, but it seemed that Elizabeth could not give up this humiliation. The system announced that when mana reserves were available, the familiar could temporarily disable its form. The protagonist was surprised that the girl couldn't perform even the simplest transformation. He took the cat in his hands and would have liked to say something more. However, the girl suddenly shouted that it was time for them to go. Jongseong was surprised that even in this form it was possible to communicate with her. After that, the main character sighed heavily and said that he was curious about something unrelated to what they were talking about. He asked if these people had really tricked her. Kat said irritably that she had actually told him about it not too long ago. Chonsun said that he had heard it all perfectly well, and he didn't need to repeat it. However, one point still didn't sit right in his mind. The girl had said they had stolen her powers for their own survival. The protagonist wondered if there was a point to a life like this. He said he had absolutely no idea what had happened, but her family seemed very sophisticated. They are now more like programmed puppets than living beings. Elizabeth replied that there is nothing strange about it, because people's psyche is adjusted to their physical body. And they end up in such a state because they are forcibly using contaminated mana, so of course, their thinking and ego atrophies. Chonsun didn't say anything back, and Kat asked him if he thought she would sympathize with these idiots. The guy said that wasn't exactly true. He explained that he felt that most people, including himself, would not pursue such a life. After that, Chonsun headed for the body of the father of the family. He scrutinized the corpse, trying to detect any oddities about it. Suddenly, a brilliant thought popped into the guy's head. Meanwhile, Elizabeth wondered at his position. She did not understand why the protagonist would not continue such a life. The girl felt that there was no point in his speaking in this way now. Suddenly, Chonsun pulled out an orb of some sort and, holding out his hand towards the familiar, ordered the latter to come over. The cat immediately soared into the sky, drawn by the main character's magic. The vampiress thought irritably that now she was being forced even by a simple order. Approaching with the familiar, the guy showed her the orb in his hand. He explained that it was called an essence crystal. This artifact is usually used for spells of a class related to black magic and saves some mana and soul. Chonsun said that the family must have implanted a similar orb into the doll to endow it with a soul. Apparently, they didn't have enough power, but technically they were very capable. The stunned girl asked the protagonist to repeat what she had said. However, in the same second, the orb opposite instantly changed its color, and the surroundings became drastically different. The cat turned around frightened and saw that she was in the family's mansion. The mother sat at the table and complained that she had seen several thousand visions in the last couple days, and all of them had only one result. The frequency of worlds colliding has only been increasing over the past few years, but the rate will soon become uncontrollably higher. Mother concluded her explanation by saying that even if they tried their best to delay it as much as possible, in 5 years it would be too late to prepare. The initially frightened Elizabeth immediately realized that this was not happening in reality. It was probably her father's memories. At the same moment, the man in the jacket asked his wife about the second plan. He said that perhaps the hypothesis of different dimensions they were studying would help their family survive at least. The woman, barely holding back tears, said that even if Elizabeth agreed to help them, they would be able to fence off the land surrounding the estate. However, problems would then reappear. She added that if their world was destroyed, the estate would be lost forever between the two dimensions. The only thing that would save them was if someone from the other world discovered them. In that case, it will be several hundred or even thousands of years. However, there is a good chance that they will just slowly wait for their death. The father of the family panicked again and clutched his head. At the same moment, the son said that all these arguments did not apply to Elizabeth. The mother asked the boy what he meant. The boy said that according to her, they could live a couple more years. Elizabeth, however, was not like them. The boy wondered if they could at least save her. The stunned parents looked at their son in bewilderment. The boy said that their family was still alive only because of what Elizabeth had done. He convinced his parents that if this was a fate, they could not change. At least one member of the family must survive. With that thought in mind, all three of them descended into the dungeon. Elizabeth once again asked her captors in despair why they had done this to her. She had trusted them with all her heart, and they had betrayed her. At that moment, the entire family felt genuine compassion and remorse. After a while, the vampiress was imprisoned in the body of a little girl and placed in a special box. The whole family had a similar plan. Before transferring their minds into the dolls' bodies, the son fearfully asked his parents if they would remain conscious. My father replied that this plan would work for a while. Perhaps for a few tens or even hundreds of years they would be able to keep their sanity. But then consciousness will gradually be erased. Perhaps in 2,000 years none of them will even remember who is who. However, their bodies will still remain dolls. The family did not know what dangers would threaten them if the dimension was isolated. But now, as a belated payment for what they had done, they were to protect Elizabeth from any danger. No one knew how long it would take. But the girl had to be safe until someone from the other world came and took her away. After those words, the body of the vampiress returned to the current world. The frustrated protagonist through the panel used 50 units of infected mana so that the familiar could be released. The girl immediately transformed into her human form. She fell to her knees in confusion and in tears wondered why she had not been told about this before. Johnson explained that if you vampires had found out earlier, they would have met their common end together even sooner. In that case, Elizabeth would have died with them long ago, and it would have been inevitable. After that, the protagonist turned around and headed towards the exit, telling the surname to get to her feet. Seeing the notification on the panel about the amount of time left, Johnson was surprised that he had paid 50 units of polluted mana for the 3 minutes the girl had spent crying. He then turned to Elizabeth and said that it was time for her to accept what had happened and draw a conclusion from it. These people, whom she had wished dead not so long ago, had been puppets all along, just to protect her. Now it was up to the girl to help them rest in peace. At this point, Elizabeth became hysterical. She screamed that under no circumstances could she do such a thing when she already knew what they had done for her. Johnson ordered the familiar to stop being so pathetic and explained that although their destruction and death was foreordained, they could just decide to live out their last days happily. However, these men did the opposite, sacrificing their last moments to imprison a girl for life for a future they weren't even sure was real. The protagonist says it doesn't have to be done for his or her sake. It's just less than Elizabeth can repay these people for their endless loyalty. After a brief tense silence, Johnson added that it was the girl's minimum duty. A few seconds later, Elizabeth struggled to her feet. She raised her tearful eyes and looked at the bodies lying before her. Right in front of her was all that was left of the people who had paid such a heavy price for their salvation. One by one, memories of a happy, carefree, and friendly life began to surface in Elizabeth's mind. From the realization that those days could never come back, the girl once again felt incredibly resentful. But now she had to pull herself together in order to fulfill her duty. The next instant, the bodies of all 3 members of the family were engulfed in bright flames. At this point, their paths finally parted. Meanwhile, the system announced that the protagonist had learned the truth about Elizabeth and was rewarded with a treasure chest. The girl herself was completely emotionally distressed. The dungeon was considered 100% complete. For this, the hunters received additional rewards. The wounded raiders struggled to exit through the portal to the surface, where they were immediately given the necessary medical attention. Kim Hyuk was so exhausted that he was literally being dragged under the arms of several people. Shin Chong-seong was the last to emerge from the portal. He tiredly looked around at the surrounding nature. He felt as if he had been here longer than he had intended. But then he thought he shouldn't say such things in front of Elizabeth, who had probably been imprisoned for much longer. The protagonist asked the familiar if he liked the new world. The cat replied that this place doesn't compare to her world. Even the mana here is much weaker. However, she has no choice. Now Elizabeth had to try to live a wonderful life here, regardless of what kind of place it was. In light of past events, she had that duty. Night gradually fell in the city. Kang Yuran couldn't sleep. Her day was not going well, and that was why she couldn't stop drinking. Suddenly, a strange picture caught the girl's attention. In the guest room, she found a strange figure watching her from the darkness. She asked the rat if he had really come to ruin her day. Suddenly, the lights in the room came on sharply. The man opposite grinned and said that calling him names sounded too rude. It was a tall guy in a white shirt. He said that he merely poured his colleague some wine and had a few glasses himself, agonizing over the long wait. Kang Yuran stretched out her hand and prepared a spell. Just then, she said that she didn't like it when someone talked nonsense and ordered the guy to tell her why he had come. The pigtailed type asked the girl to calm down and said that he had come on personal business. According to his information, Jiran had recently gone to an unappreciated dungeon. The guy smiled again and said that his colleague was aware of his interest in unappreciated dungeons. In this situation, word had reached him that this particular raid was a lot of fun. After silence reigned in the room, the strange type looked at the wine bottle and realized that Jiran hadn't seen anything. He marveled once again that such a tall and proud queen like her passed out in the middle of a sweep. The huntress ordered the joker to shut his mouth. Then the girl explained that, strangely, the situation had changed dramatically. And although she was unconscious, she saw the results of what had happened with her own eyes. Yun Tai-hun finished off the boss with just 2 strikes of the sword that the supporter had given him. Even considering the berserk blast, it was an unprecedented amount of strength. This news roused the purple-haired type. He slapped the table and in a shaky voice said he was clear. Then the guy looked at his interlocutor with crazy eyes and said that it turns out S ranks come in many forms, and he should definitely hunt this raider. However, the girl said that she wasn't sure about it, even though Yun Tai-hun is very memorable. She suggested that they should focus on the caliper first. That attitude really surprised the guy. Kang Yuran clarified his position. Previously, she had thought that this boy was just a D-rank petty brat, and all he could do was create weapons. However, his sword was able to withstand Yun Tai-hun's full strength. The guy with the pigtail grinned and said that it really wasn't a bad thing when someone knew how to make a great weapon. Such a person would really come in handy around here. But in the end, a tool will never find a use if it has no owner. If there is never a warrior for a sword created by a support, then the weapon itself will be useless. The guy shoved his hands in his pockets and stepped away from the table, saying that the abilities of the two of them were on opposite sides of a pure battle. Once again, however, Jiran disagreed with her interlocutor. She persuaded him that if he hunted only Tai-hun, this unclean D-rank would prove to be the main reason for his defeat. Heading towards the exit of the house, the strange type waved his hand and said that he had already heard about some sappert that the queen was obsessed with. Fixing his hair, he said goodbye to his colleague and added lastly that he could well deal with both problems at once. It's been a few days since that conversation. Shin Changxiang lay in his bed and rested. He had slept for several days in a row, yet his condition had still not returned to normal. It was most likely not because of the demonic weapon creation, but because of Elizabeth's absorption skills. The boy lifted his head and turned to his familiar to ask how could he get rid of the side effects of her skill. However, the cat was not there. This puzzled the protagonist very much. Walking over to the window, he looked out at the neighboring building. As he stretched his stiff neck, Johnson thought that since it was his familiar, he could summon her by force, and Elizabeth knew it too. She was probably just curious about the new world. One could only hope that she wouldn't act weird or get into some kind of trouble. With that thought, the protagonist looked at the chest he had received for passing Elizabeth's story. The boy looked at the award he had received with interest. He couldn't even think that he would ever see it in real life. The mischievous treasure chest is a very rare random reward found in players. This artifact gives out a random item, but this randomness is limited in its own way. Basically, the item that falls out of a mischievous chest is limited to what the owner needs at the moment. However, it is quite likely that some non-standard object will fall out. For example, it may be a heavy and sharp sword that can only be used to attack, but cannot be used to block a blow. From there, a shield can fall out that can withstand any blow without recoil, but randomly reflect it back at someone else. Regardless of their great flaws, the trouble with these items is that they can be used. There have been many instances where people have tried to use the items, somehow overcoming their disadvantages. But in the end, blood was still shed. Chonson thought that if the chest had the object he needed now, there could only be one thing in there. Surely it must be something that could restore mana or increase it by a certain amount. Without hurrying, opening the chest, the protagonist already knew roughly a certain type of item. Immediately after opening the lid, the chest began to emit a very strong light. The system announced the item selection for Chonson. The light was so bright that it could be seen from the street. At some point, all of this stopped, and a ring appeared in the main character's hand. This artifact was called Trader's Gluttony, and it allowed the owner to use the Mana Leak skill. The guy had absolutely no idea what it was about and decided to read the additional description. This function is proportional to the amount of positive attitude of the target towards the owner. After reading this, the protagonist became enraged and threw the ring into the wall with all his might. While Chonson was lamenting his bad luck, Elizabeth jumped into the apartment through the balcony. The protagonist understood that mana leakage itself wasn't a bad skill. It's a base in a way. But a condition with a positive attitude even by itself sounds like something sinister. Suddenly, Elizabeth drew Chonson's attention to herself. Licking her paws, she said she didn't know why the guy was mad, however they had a guest outside. The girl added that the idiot had arrived. The main character didn't immediately realize who it was about and went to the balcony to see what was going on below. A luxurious gray limousine was parked right in front of his house. The security guard opened the back door, and a man stepped out. It was the head of the Shinhwa Guild, Kim Il-hyuk. He disdainfully looked around and marveled that that bastard Yun Tai-hun was letting his supporter live here. The thug added that this jerk was really acting like he was being insanely magnanimous. After listening to this strange monologue, the protagonist thought that this type is really an idiot. After stretching his legs, Kim Il-hyuk raised his head and looked at the building across the street. He realized that it wasn't exactly good that a leader like him was personally coming to hire a supporter. However, this kid was worth it. Having been locked down for almost the entire fight, the bulky man and without Jiran's storytelling, he understood what was happening at that moment. He felt that with his actions, Shin Jung-seong had done something incredible to Yun Tai-hun. The energy created by this kid would even be enough to break the barrier and instantly reach Il-hyuk himself. The Shinhwa leader didn't understand why this kid was still in the D rank. He clearly had much more potential, and surely Yun Tai-hun didn't just hire him. Approaching the house where this supporter lived, the thug was almost 100% sure that his proposal would be non-alternative. However, the kid suddenly came out to meet him and asked how Il-hyuk knew where he lived. Chonson looked irritably at the bulky man and said that he could not have gotten his address by any legitimate means. Il-hyuk said it didn't matter, and added that it was mostly at times like this that most people get excited at the realization that the strongest guild needed them. The protagonist said to what must have been a bulky guy, very much surprised by his abilities in the dungeon. However, before the guy could finish speaking, the guild leader extended his hand to him. Chonson didn't return the handshake, saying that's not why he came out. He needed to renew his assistant's work permit today. Suddenly, a gruff voice from behind asked the guy to stop. Kim Il-hyuk said that he was willing to triple the salary for Jung-seon. He was willing to give triple the amount, no matter how much money Yun Tai-hun would have offered. The guild leader tried to convince the potential supporter that he treats the holders of such abilities accordingly and creates an environment in which can't be compared to any such place. The protagonist replies that he is amazed at Il-hyuk's persistence. However, that doesn't change his response. Turning around, he said that the outcome of this negotiation would be the same as the one with Yun Tai-hun's guild. Lastly, the guy added that both guilds wouldn't give him what he wanted. Hearing this made Il-hyuk incredibly furious. This was the second such refusal in 2 days. Yesterday, the bully had failed to reach an agreement with Kang Yuran. He didn't understand who those brats thought they were. Il-hyuk's hands were shaking with anger. He was really hurt by the words that his guild couldn't give anything to a D-ranked support. Looking after the departing swagger, the Shinhwa leader promised that he would make the two begging to work for him. Meanwhile, the protagonist was advancing through the streets of the city. He had planned to do it even earlier, but the Hunters Association says getting there by public transportation is quite problematic. There is logic to this, as most hunters enter cars. At that moment, Chonson accidentally hit another passerby with his shoulder. He turned around and apologized to the man, but the man did not react in any way. The strange hooded man only turned his head slightly and looked at the boy sullenly. As he continued on his way, the protagonist thought that he hadn't fully recovered yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered people coming straight at him. But suddenly, an inner gut told him that this meeting was no accident. Turning around, Chonson began to look for this stranger. He had a distinct hunch that he had seen part of a familiar face, but that passerby was already gone. The protagonist prowled around with his eyes for a while longer, unable to believe that Dojin could be alive. Meanwhile, across the street, a man was watching the bewildered boy. The guy in the cap, in turn, made sure to see Shin Chong-seong. Some time passed after this eventful day. A portal reappeared on one of the city streets. The sector was immediately cordoned off, and the hunters headed for the rift. The thug with the hammer, who was part of the sweep squad, said that if everyone was ready, we could move out. As the squad leader, he reminded everyone present that in gates of rank C and above, even top-notch hunters could be hurt or killed by a single mistake. Therefore, everyone should be aware that when it comes to safety, nothing is superfluous. The healer standing next to Chonson was very anxious, as this was her first time being in a C-rank gate or higher. The main character reassured the girl, saying that this time they got a veteran tank. Therefore, if they listen to the commander, there will be no special problems with this run. The girl thanked the guy for his support. Meanwhile, an unknown hooded man appeared behind them. This hunter, dressed in the outfit of a stealthy assassin, immediately recognized Shin Chongson. The unknown man had complete information about this supporter. He knew that the main character specialized in crafting, and having been a hunter for 2 years, his practical experience was in the neighborhood of a year. The stealthy killer was here for a reason. Not long ago, the Davin Guild was active in the city. The leader was Moon Toyun, the brother of the hooded man. A few days before that fateful trek, the brothers had dined at a restaurant. Dojin wondered why Toyun was so eager to enter some D-rank gate, since with the standards of his guild, he could have swung at more serious challenges. The guild leader explained that despite the rank, there were a lot of resources in this dungeon. Places like this have incredible profit margins compared to the labor involved, so large organizations often use them. Dojin was surprised by this information. He had assumed that the big guilds wouldn't be so petty, since they were already making a lot of money. However, Toyun assured his brother that this would be a great test for their new guild. They would be able to afford a lot, even if they got even half of what they had hoped for. For the profit made, you can strengthen the weapons of current members of the organization and start training with exclusive equipment. Then the brother promised Dojin that they had only a little time to be patient. He was sure that it wouldn't be long before the whole world would know about the Davon Guild as well. But that was not to be. On the day of the hike, incredible information came from the Hunters Association. Then Dojin received a call from an unknown number, telling him what he was so afraid to hear. Running to the association right after the call, the guy tried to prove that it was pointless, since his brother had a B rank and was a recognized veteran. He couldn't have been killed in some weak dungeon. The association officer immediately said that the guy didn't know everything, because it was an unappreciated dungeon. Subsequent investigation revealed that it was a place of high danger. At that moment, Dojin was certain that his brother's death was no mere accident. Someone must have been behind it. He told me that he had gotten the right to pass through this gate at a special auction. I'm sure he wouldn't lie. An officer of the association asked if the deceased had given any details about their trek. The boy said confusedly that he didn't know anything more detailed than that. At that moment, he believed that something was wrong here. What was happening was clearly beyond common sense. An official of the organization added that Moon Toyun's body will be delivered 2 days after the investigation is completed. He was careful to say that it was a great fortune that they had found the remains. It was mostly all thanks to the sole survivor who helped collect the remains. That news made Dojin shudder. He asked about this individual in more detail. The association officer said that he was not aware of the specific circumstances, but that the hunter was definitely just lucky. After the training was over, the squad leader said they could go into the gate. Lastly, he smiled at the security personnel and told them that they would finish the sweep if possible without casualties or serious injuries. The protagonist and the healer he met were the last to enter the rift. Moon Do-jin, who had also participated in the sweep of that gate, didn't understand how all of his brother's high-level hunters had died that day, and about some rookie Sapton had managed to survive. The current campaign primarily had the isolated goal of finding out if Shin Jongzong was involved in Moon Toyun's death. The mop-up squad had already entered the gate. Suddenly, the security personnel noticed a strange figure approaching the roadblock. The association representative ordered the unknown man to stop. He said that the hunters were already taking part in clearing this gate. The unidentified man apologized and said he was also a team member and was just late for the gathering. He held out a permit and asked to see it. While the security officer was reviewing the paperwork, the pigtailed type joked that only a madman would come in full force to a gate he had nothing to do with. The representative of the association read the pass and allowed passage. The boy smiled and thanked the security guard. As he passed the roadblock, he whispered that if they didn't let him in, every person near the entrance would die immediately. As he approached the entrance to the rift, the guy reminded him that today's victim's name was Moon Dojin. Smiling, he muttered that today's hero candidate would once again show him his abilities. The corridor of the dungeon was almost completely dark. The few chandeliers did not save and illuminated the surroundings very poorly. The squad had no trouble getting through the crowds of skeletons that posed no threat. With the support of the squad, the tank managed to destroy the decapitated Duke, which had a threat level of B. Trying to catch his breath as quickly as possible, the bulky man marveled that they had managed to kill this monster. Moon Dojin, who was standing behind the leader's back, couldn't believe that this was a C-rank dungeon. Looking at the final boss, it was a higher-ranked gate. The guy thought that if he hid his abilities until the end, it would be very dangerous. Just then, the tank praised Dojin, saying they probably wouldn't have gotten out of here without him. The boy nodded his head and looked around to survey the rest of the squad. Most of them were exhausted, past and battle-worn. Dojin then lowered his head and looked at his armament. They were two sharp blades with exquisite engraving. In the process, the battle of the decapitated Duke defeated the squad on all fronts. The tank responsible for the stability of the defensive line lost its hammer, which simply broke under the monster's pressure. Dojin, delivering slashing blows from the rear and back, realized that the power of his blades was lacking. That day, he wished he had brought his standard equipment. Suddenly, a voice from behind asked if the assassin needed a new weapon. It was just that D-ranked support Shin Chong-seong. He held out his hand and said that he could make the right armament provided the guy forgot after leaving the dungeon about his abilities. Remembering this dialogue, Dojin looked again at the blades he had created. Indeed, their strength, weight, and cutting power were several steps ahead of his usual weapons. He still couldn't believe that some D-ranked sapper could create such a sleek, simple, and effective weapon. Determined to deal with the matter definitively, Dojin called out to Chonson. The assassin took a quick stride towards the supporter and asked who he was. The protagonist said he wasn't going to answer such questions to someone he hadn't even had a chance to meet. The guy added that he was completely unaware of the name of the interlocutor or even his face. In response, the assassin pulled off his mask and said that in that case, he would restate the question. Taking off his hood, the unknown man asked if Chonseong knew a man named Moon Tai-hun. The assassin explained that he was his older brother and the head of the Daewon Guild, of which the protagonist had been a member a year ago. Dojin looked angrily at his interlocutor and said that he didn't care who he was talking to. The only thing he wants to hear is the real truth about his brother's fate. But what interested John Doe the most was whether Shin Jong-seong was directly related to Moon Tai-hun's death. Suddenly, an unknown ability flew into the rear of the squad. Dojin sensed danger approaching and managed to turn around. He put his blades in front of him, but the blow was so strong that the guy's body was moved a few meters back. The assassin, stunned by such an unexpected attack, neither believed that there was another monster left here. Suddenly, a man with a huge sword came out to meet him. Scratching his chin, he said that the story had taken a rather unexpected turn. The unknown man ironized that although rising star Moon Dojin, whose best days were ahead of him, was able to survive, he still didn't think it was possible for anyone to escape such a blow. Indeed, almost all members of the sweep team died in the first second before they realized what had happened. Right in front of the unknown, also a huge-sized shield appeared out of nowhere. Hiding behind him was Shin Chong-seong, who also had time to react to the attack. Dojin looked fearfully at the bastard who had appeared out of nowhere and was extremely strong. Surely this berserker was even more talented than him. The unknown type asked everyone present to relax. After saying those words, Chong-seong suddenly retracted his shield and looked at the assassin. The thug greeted the unusual supporter, saying that he had information that the guy would also be going on this raid. Then the guy with the pigtail said he didn't need a foul on his own. Dojin wondered if the big man knew Chonson. After that, the villain turned his attention to the assassin. He raised his sword and said that he was ready to see if there was something special in the boy. Immediately, the two-handed sword came down on the practically defenseless Dojin with incredible force. The boy realized that at this rate, he would only be able to withstand one or two such blows. If he failed to defend himself, any attack would be fatal. In that case, he decided to pounce on his opponent, trying to avoid those heavy blows in as tight a fight as possible. Time after time, Dojin maneuvered and evaded the relentless attacks. At that moment, the bulky man grinned and looked at the sapperter, who was just standing off to the side. He called the protagonist a useless bastard and said it wasn't a 2 versus 1 fight, just a duel. But Chaunson suddenly replied that the rascal was right in his remarks. Suddenly, the assassin felt the presence of a powerful new magic. At the same instant, his hands were bound by threads he had not seen before. The assassin was tightly locked in place and could not move a single limb. As he looked around, he saw a woman appear out of nowhere to the side with an aura of incredible power emanating from her. Chaunson and Elizabeth simultaneously said it's a 3 versus 1 fight. There is currently no accumulated infected mana left. Punishment. The owner's stamina and mana will be significantly reduced. Also, the summoning of Elizabeth Bathory's familiar will be forcibly ended after 10 seconds. The contaminated mana Chaunson received in the last dungeon was not enough for long at all. However, 10 seconds will be more than enough. Elizabeth has enough of that time to put an end to this furious battle. Realizing that the course of the battle was not in his favor, the angry blue-haired man once again attempted to attack the Chaunson surname. But his attack didn't reach its target as Elizabeth used a fog skill, which was used to repel the blow. The assassin specializes in physical attacks. Unfortunately for him, this type of attack is completely useless against Elizabeth Bathory. Though at first glance it may seem that this blue-haired man is about the same type as Yun Tai-hun, but there is a slight difference in levels. Of course, there's also a difference in the weapons these two use. Either way, Elizabeth will have no trouble finishing off this upstart. At the same moment, from behind the assassin, Dojin ran up with daggers in his hands. Turning around, the blue-haired man tried to fend off the attack, but it was too late as Dojin got too close. With one swing of the knife, the guy easily severed his opponent's arm. Soon, Chaunson's familiar began to fade away. Before it finally vanished, Elizabeth said with a smile that she had done everything she needed to do. The blue-haired stranger lost his arm and began to bleed profusely. The blue-haired stranger had lost his arm and was bleeding profusely. Even though this man might be hard to kill, Dojin would at least be able to fatally wound him. Yes, there's a huge difference in basic skills between the two of them. However, with this condition, the guy definitely has a chance to finish this bastard off. Before pouncing, Dojin suggested that the enemy drop his weapon and surrender. Though, given his deeds, the outcome would be the same either way. Such an offer was not to the killer's liking. His honor and ego would not allow him to just give up. To drop the sword is to clearly obey. Looking into his opponent's eyes, Dojin immediately realized that he wasn't going to give up and had very different intentions. At first glance, it might seem that this blue-haired man has no chance of escaping this place. He has suffered a terrible wound and is no longer able to hold a sword. However, it turns out the killer still has a trump card up his sleeve. Barely on his feet, Chaunson noticed a sudden clot of infected mana in his opponent's hand. In the same second, the enemy clenched the unknown sphere in his fist, shattering it into small shards. Realizing that his opponent was up to something, Dojin rushed forward with his dagger to finally finish him off. "See you later," the blue-haired man said, then immediately disappeared. Landing on the magic circle where his enemy had been standing a second ago, Dojin guessed that the bastard had used a teleportation item. Meanwhile, Chaunson, standing off to the side, remarked that they were very lucky that it was only an item of escape. Whether it was the subject of an attack or debuff, regardless of the outcome, Dojin would definitely not be intact. When a surprised Dojin turned on the boy, Chaunson promised to tell him all about it. He will tell what happened a year ago to Duwon Guild and to Muntoyan. His younger brother has the right to know everything. A few minutes later, the surviving members of the squad emerged from the gate. Security personnel and paramedics immediately ran over to them. During this foray into the dungeon, most of the hunters who went on the mop-up mission were killed. Only 2 survivors remained. Walking along with his teammate, Dojin said that he didn't feel good. Even though their comrades were killed by that sick bastard, he had to lie and say that they were killed by the monsters in the dungeon. Chaunson, in turn, explained that there was simply no other choice. According to security officials, they thought that there were 7 hunters in the team that went to the gate. A few minutes later, as the squad entered the dungeon, someone else with an access card belatedly entered the gate. It's hard to believe, but it really happened. The certificate was forged well enough to fool the guards. Though no, perhaps it really was a pass. Like Chaunson said before, the same thing happened a year ago. An unappreciated dungeon was opened up for auction and certified. No one knows their goals, but a small group is clearly not capable of such a thing. Perhaps this organization is run by some important person who hasn't been caught even after deceiving the association. No, perhaps it's someone so powerful that even if they were caught, nothing would change. Dojin probably also has a general realization that these bastards are not easy guys. Most likely there is a rat in the Hunters Association. So if Chonson and his partner had officially reported to the association, not only they but their families could have been jeopardized. Saying that he understood, Dojin decided to ask his partner why he was still a D-rank creator, even though he had such impressive abilities. Why was he hiding it? Jongseon, on the other hand, replied that before what happened a year ago, his abilities were useless. He used to only be able to create a sword or two. It was so bad that he was ashamed to even be called a D-ranked support. However, a year ago, in an unappreciated dungeon, he awakened a new ability while he was on the brink of death. It was only because of this that the guy ended up being the sole survivor. Of course, it doesn't sound realistic, and Chonson realizes it might sound suspicious. If he were Dojin, he wouldn't believe it himself. Bowing, the boy promised that when the main culprit and the one behind the whole mystery was revealed, he would tell the world and their families all about it. However, since it doesn't excuse the fact that he hid the truth, Jongseong decided to apologize to the man in front of him. One day, he would surely find those responsible for Toyun's death. After listening to the boy, Dojin looked at him sadly. "Will you find it?" the man interjected. Turning around, he asked the boy not to pretend that it was only his business. Excluding the fact that Chonson was to blame for all this, Dojin couldn't give himself an answer to any of the questions that worried him from this conversation. And now he's no different than Chonson. Though the man had seen everything with his own eyes, he too would have to remain silent before those who had a right to hear the truth. He won't stop until those responsible for his brother's death pay for it. Dojin will catch them no matter what. Until then, he and his power will belong to Chonson. From this moment on, they can only rely on each other. Meanwhile, somewhere in an abandoned power plant, a teleportation magic circle appeared in one of the hangars. After a while, the silhouette of a wounded man with a sword appeared in it. Appearing in his hiding place, the blue-haired man fell to his knees without strength. Shaking with anger, he vowed to kill those assholes no matter what it cost him. I don't know who you're saying that to, but you do realize you're muttering that after you lost and ran away. It's pathetic, isn't it? Suddenly came the voice of the priestess. With a chuckle, the gray-haired woman remarked that it would be much better if the killer came back dead, or at least in a hopeless state. In that case, she could have sacrificed him. And when the blue-haired man looked at her with hatred, the priestess asked him not to act like that, reminding him that he still had much to expect from him. Suddenly, a strange object filled with infected mana flew towards the killer. The thing didn't resemble anything the blue-haired man had seen before. It looked like a piece of meat with a lot of eyes and mouths. Smiling, the priestess told her partner not to be shy and to eat the thing as soon as possible. This little one would become his new hand. The irritated assassin shouted at the witch to stay out of his way. Did she really think he would just take an unknown creature and eat it? Laughing, the woman said she understood. Apparently, the two of them don't have a very trusting relationship. Be that as it may, there was no choice in such circumstances. Even if the man didn't lose his main arm, it would still severely affect his ability to fight. How is he even going to fight in that condition? Realizing he had no other choice, the assassin grabbed the vile creature in his hand. The priestess in turn told her partner to do whatever he wanted with the thing. If he dared, he could eat it. If he didn't, he could crush it. Eventually, the blue-haired man put the unknown creature in his mouth and swallowed it. At the same instant, he felt an incredible pain in the place where his arm had been severed. It seemed that the scream that the killer let out could be heard on the other side of the city. When it was over, the priestess noticed that this guy and that creature seemed to fit together a lot better than she had realized. It seemed to her that it would take all night for that to happen. But contrary to all expectations, the arm grew back in just a few seconds. For now, this is only the initial shape. After some time of use, it will automatically determine a more suitable shape. Smirking, the woman asked the man to tell her if he didn't like something. After all, this creature is like a child to her. So the priestess can do whatever she wants with it. Holding onto his still aching arm, the blue-haired man once again promised himself to kill that mad bitch, Moon Dojin, the kid who had cut off his arm, and Shin Jongseong. He'll tear him to pieces the next time he sees him. A few days later, International Airport. Lots of people standing around waiting for the plane to arrive. Sitting in the waiting room, the girl asked her friend why there are so many cameras and reporters here. Is some celebrity coming here? The man replied that, in fact, not a celebrity, but a hunter was coming here today. He then asked the girl if she knew the Hyunmu Guild. It is one of the 3 largest guilds in South Korea, and when my friend asked why the hunters from this guild were at the airport, the man said that apparently they had been invited to the United Kingdom. At least that's what the articles say. There must have been a dangerous and complicated gateway to the UK. At the same time, one of the reporters shouted out that they were already here. This golden-haired girl's name is Woo Hein, and she is the head of the Hyunmu Guild. The guild staff immediately started blocking the reporter's way, saying that the leader would not be giving any interviews right now. People would get all the answers to their questions at the official press conference. Already sitting in the car, the deputy praised the guild leader for his excellent work. All business was finished for the day. The leader was scheduled to have an interview with the Sanka Guild representatives at 11 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Also, the deputy reported to the leader that 2 days ago, there were traces of the executor. Surprised at what she heard, Woo Hein turned to the girl and asked where and when it happened. The deputy in turn told her that it happened 2 days ago in the bug dungeon in Bupyeong. According to witnesses and the testimony of the person in charge of the fence, someone showed up later than the others, and his description matched what was in the reports about the executor. According to the Hunters Association, there are only 2 survivors. One of them is a B-rank assassin. The other one turned out to be a D-ranked support. Most interestingly, how could a D-ranked support survive an encounter with an executor? Not understanding how such a thing could happen, Hein asked the deputy if the B-ranked assassin had extraordinary abilities. The dark-haired girl, on the other hand, replied that she was not aware of it. So far, both guys claim that the death of their teammates was a common accident that could happen during any hunting trip. Hearing this information, Hyunmu's guild leader wondered, why did they do that? There were only a few possible explanations. They could be on the executor's side, or they were threatened in various ways to keep them alive. Or there's another option. Realizing this, Hein asked her deputy to add a meeting with the 2 survivors of the bug dungeon in Bupyeong to her schedule. The girl was getting very curious about what these guys could tell her. Meanwhile, at Shin Jongseong's house, the guy managed to get some information about the assassin he encountered in the dungeon. Unfortunately, however, he couldn't find the details anywhere among the great sword users in the archives of the Hunters Association. First, this man is really an unofficial hunter. Secondly, he usually has a completely different appearance. The only thing that Chonson can be sure of is that that assassin is related to the squad annihilation cases that happened in the dungeons with a rank error. Furthermore, the existence of the dungeons themselves with the rank error may be the work of the organization to which that person belongs. Even in the situation with the manor where Beth was, everyone there could have been destroyed, including Yun Tai-hun. Judging from their abilities and potential, everyone who was there could become heroes in the future. If they were destroyed that time, it would be a great loss to the future of this world. The fact that they don't stop tampering with dungeon rank and sending assassins, but do it separately, hints at the possibility of assassins working outside of dungeons as well. In that case, participating in dungeon raids was now much more dangerous for Chonson than before. While the boy was pondering this, he received a call on his phone. "Hello?" the guy muttered, picking up the phone. "Is that Shin Jongseong?" suddenly heard back. Evening of the same day. A hotel somewhere in the center of the city. There is a small bar on the first floor of the hotel where the meeting was scheduled. Upon entering the hotel, Jongseon saw Kang Yuran sitting behind the bar. Upon seeing the guy, the girl remarked that when she first the venue, she expected him to come in cleaner clothes. Looking around, the boy said he'd never been to a place like this before and didn't plan to be. In any case, he was becoming more and more distrustful lately. Looking at the girl, Chonson said he didn't think his address and phone number were in the association's public database. Surprised, Juran asked the boy what address we were talking about. She didn't go to his house. Then she realized that this idiot, Kim Ah-hyuk, had come to visit Jongseon. I see what happened. He must have been looking for a guy with a greasy smile and unwarranted confidence on his face. With a smirk, the girl asked Jongseon not to worry and promised that she wouldn't say anything like that idiot. After all, she had invited the boy out of personal interest. Besides, didn't the boy himself come because he was interested in Juran? Anyway, the girl suggested that they start by having a few drinks and then discuss business. However, Chonson said that this was not a conversation that could be had freely with drinks. The guy asked to get straight to the point, and Kang Yuran in turn immediately inquired about what happened at the end of the last dungeon when she lost consciousness. How did Jonghyun manage to defeat that monster? After all, even Yun Tai-hun didn't stand a chance judging from his condition. Sighing, the guy advised the girl to ask Tai-hyung himself that, not him. The guy is only a D-ranked support with no combat skills. And even when Duran, he had no way to influence the situation. The boy just used all his remaining energy to create a sword. That's all he knows. I see. Okay then, the girl muttered, looking at the boy with a smirk. Looking at her perplexed, Chonsun wondered if that was all she wanted to ask him. Placing the glass on the counter, Duran narrated that some sick bastard with a huge sword was going around hunting hunters. It's likely that Kang Yuran herself will be the next victim of this lunatic. Moving closer, Chonsun said that if his predictions were correct, then the fact that the squad entered the dungeon with a rank error meant that Duran was the bastard's target. After all, among those who entered, she was the only hunter who didn't belong to any guild. The girl agreed with the guy, noting that it sounded really similar. They would target her first, that is, the one with no protection from the organization. But on the other hand, hadn't Jongxian forgotten something important? For that matter, Kang Yuran isn't the only one. In that squad, there was also a D-ranked support who wasn't in any guild and was much weaker in ability than Duran. If what Chonsun said is true, isn't he himself in danger? What do you say? If you want, I can protect you, the girl offered, looking at the boy with a smirk. In response, Chonsun only turned around and said that he had nothing more to talk about. He had said everything he wanted to say, so he had to go. But before he left, the guy reminded Duran that her life was on the line and asked her to take his words seriously. After saying that, the boy headed straight for the hotel exit. Looking after him, Kang Yuran took out her phone and called someone. Yeah, he just left. Do your best, this is your chance to repay the favor, the girl pronounced. That was the end of her conversation with a certain rat bastard. Laughing, Duran remarked that she would be quite interested to see how this would all end. After leaving the hotel, Shin Jongseong walked through the dark alleys toward his home. Is it strange to say, long time no see? Suddenly heard someone's ominous voice from the darkness. Stepping in front of the boy, the executor recognized his courage. He hadn't expected that Chonsun was already walking alone at night only a couple days after their last meeting. Or maybe he really is an idiot. Smiling madly, the assassin told the boy not to even try to run away or call for help. It would be useless anyway. Yeah, Chonsun probably figured that out a long time ago. He's trapped. The name of the skill is Dark Space. The bitch who used this skill is very talented. As long as the barrier exists, no one will know what's going on in it. If you or I die, not a bug goes away. Not bad. Shin Jongseong suddenly spoke up. The guy had long ago realized how the skill worked. It is based on the principle that creates a virtual space that imitates reality. As soon as the boy noticed the infected mana, he was afraid that the enemies had already managed to kill all the locals. But fortunately, this is only a virtual space, where only he and his opponent are now. Grasping his sword, the tense executor asked the guy what the hell he was talking about. Moving closer, Chonsun explained that, to some extent, he had been expecting this. He had expected that the executor would be after him and that it might happen today. Someone tonight told Chonsun that he is the perfect person to go after. Gritting his teeth, the pissed-off verifier shouted to the bloody support to shut his mouth. That boy alone can't do anything, so why the shit is he blabbering on, pretending to be good-natured? Taking out his sword from behind his back, the enraged executor snapped out of his seat and rushed towards the guy. In a matter of seconds, after covering a great distance, the blue-haired man struck the target with his sword. But at the same moment, he noticed that his lightning lunge had failed. Chonsun easily repelled the attack, creating a mana-filled sword in front of him in an instant. The fact that this guy managed to repel his blow greatly surprised the executor. Even most of those who had learned to fight would be dead by now. Meanwhile, Shin Chongseong had already destroyed the sword he had recently created. It's the first time this year that a guy can fight an enemy one-on-one and not worry about the bystanders. A support who can't do anything on his own? The executor is right about something. Anyway, today this man is going to have to see for himself if that's the case. And the first technique that Chonsun uses is a networking world skill. A black car pulled up to the dark alley. After opening the door, the driver exited the vehicle. The person who arrived on the scene turned out to be the head of the Hyunmu Guild, Wu Hein. Looking around, the woman saw no signs or traces of the gate. Even so, she was able to smell the infected mana. Wu Hein's class is Saint. This is a class considered to be an above-average class amongst supports. They often use both regular mana and special divine power. Divine power is considered the opposite of infected mana. Therefore, some holy classes may not see infected mana, but can sense it. Hearing the leader's words, the deputy suggested reporting everything to the association. Contaminated mana in the middle of a residential neighborhood could be dangerous. However, Wu Hein asked the girl not to do that for now. Clutching the staff in her hand, the guild leader ordered her deputy to report everything to the association if she didn't return or contact her in 30 minutes. As soon as Hein clenched the staff in her hand, the weapon was filled with divine energy. Hiding her staff behind her back, the golden-haired woman headed straight for the wall of one of the apartment buildings. At first glance, it might seem like an ordinary wall. It looked like the guild leader had sensed something. The moment the deputy thought about it, she saw something incredible. Walking up to the wall, Wu Hein stretched out her hand and walked through. The golden-haired girl immediately realized that it wasn't an ordinary wall of an apartment building at all, but a barrier made of infected mana. Within seconds, the deputy had already lost sight of her leader. Not only could the girl no longer see the guild leader, but she had completely stopped feeling her presence. Be that as it may, right now she could only hope that nothing would happen to Wu Hein. Meanwhile, the fierce battle inside the barrier continued. Shin Chongxiang used one of his strongest techniques, the network world skill. Blades filled with mana began to fly out from various points in space, and the executor in turn tried to fend off the attacks with his sword. So far, not a single dagger had reached its target, as the blue-haired man successfully dodged the attacks each time. However, the executor was not in favor of this kind of battle. Because of the endless swords flying out from different points, the assassin was unable to counterattack. "How much longer are you going to use tricks that don't even work?" the man asked with a chuckle, trying to distract his opponent. But suddenly, behind his back appeared some object that looked like a grenade. It turned out to be a grenade with the mana of KM38. This type of weapon is often used by armed forces against monsters. Chonson isn't sure if this grenade could work against the executor, but he still decided to check to make sure. The priestess watched the whole event thoughtfully from the side. She had always wondered just how good this D-ranked support was, since even the Empress bowed her head to him. Now she was convinced that such a person could be an inconvenience. There's nothing admirable about the function of the weapons it creates. It is simply a strong and sharp weapon. But unfortunately, these sides can only be demonstrated by wielding the weapon. This guy must be building his swords with an emphasis on physical durability. But what's even more incredible is how he uses this weapon. He doesn't just toss it around. The speed and angle, the power and guidance are so good that even an experienced executor has a hard time with it. Plus, Chonson creates firearms as well, and knows how to use them at the right time, in the right place. This isn't just a good creator. The application of skills would be impossible without him having experience in a real fight with someone at the veteran level. And has such a monster remained in the shadows until now? At the same time, while the show priestess was quietly observing, things were already coming to their logical conclusion on the battlefield. Looking at the executor, Chonson explained that mana grenades weren't particularly effective against monsters above rank C. But with humans, it's different since the strength and resilience is completely different. And if the attack is from the back, the consequences are much worse. In any case, it was only the first time Chonson had tried this tactic, and apparently it worked well. When the guy offered his opponent to surrender, the executor looked at him with hatred and called him a bastard. Chonson, of course, didn't like that answer. He was just asking politely. But now the blue-haired man no longer had a chance to save himself. Chonson just drove him into his trap and activated the networked world to its fullest. The only thing left for him to do was clench his fist and finish off the executor. After Chonson made the final movement, dozens of swords aimed at the blue-haired man crashed into the ground. From the shockwave that followed this devastating attack, the guy could barely stand on his feet. And when the smoke from the mana explosion cleared, the boy saw something unusual. Not only did the executor manage to survive, but he also managed to stay on his feet. At the same moment, the blue-haired man dropped his two-handed sword. His right arm began to deform strangely, and it was as if the assassin himself had lost consciousness. The priestess standing to the side as she began to release the infected mana, prompting her to realize that she had no other choice. If she could, she wouldn't be doing this. But her coworker is in danger, and so the woman has to help him, right? Had she known this would happen, who would have gathered more information to prevent such an outcome? Suddenly, the executor's entire body was filled with infected mana, and his hand began to resemble a huge blade. As he prepared to attack, Chonseong noticed that it was suspicious that the right arm that had recently been chopped off was perfectly fine. Besides, Where did the infected mana of such an incredibly high level come from in his body? He couldn't find an explanation for it, but he had no time to think about it. The boy decided not to hesitate and immediately throw his sword at his opponent to see what he could do. As expected, the executor's strength increased by leaps and bounds. He was able to easily cut Jungzin's blade in half. Moreover, this was no ordinary physical attack. Not only did the assassin deflect the boy's blow, but he was also able to counterattack. Noticing the blade of infected mana flying at him, Shin Changxiang put up a shield in front of him, blocking the attack. The shield resisted the blow, but how strong the enemy is yet to be known. Why his strength suddenly increased? What happened? Looking at Chanson, the priestess realized that the battle would not be easy for this guy. After all, creating strong weapons alone would not be enough now. Besides, it's not like this kid has any other abilities. As soon as the woman thought about it, she noticed Shin Changxiang start pulling something out of his pocket. This is the same gift Hisu gave the guy in honor of signing a contract with the Overkill Guild leader. That day, when the red-haired girl held out the case to the boy, she said that word had reached her that Chanson had been searching for useful items from the lands of Arachne. Taking the unknown case in his hands, Shin Changxiang opened it and looked inside. There lay the Bloodstone of Arachne. This is the item containing the last screams of the Arachne boss. When used, the wielder can become of the same class as the one who struck Arachne's last blow for 1 minute. Skills and rank will be the same as the user's. At the end of the set time, the wielder will lose 99% of his remaining stamina. Shin Changxiang never thought that he would ever have to use this item. Meanwhile, while the guy was daring to use Arachne's Bloodstone, the executor was already preparing to attack. Bringing the stone to his mouth, Shin Changxiang swallowed it. At the same second, the assassin standing across the street snapped out of his seat. He rushed at full speed toward the boy, standing meekly in one place. Just as suddenly, Chanson swung his hand sharply. Effect activated. Arachne's Bloodstone. Within the next minute, Shin Changxiang's class and rank would be equal to Yun Tai-hun's class and rank. Although the executor landed his most powerful blow, he failed to finish off his opponent. The guy blocked the assassin's attack with his demonic sword. Now, Shin Changxiang finally realized what it was like to be a combat class player. In that case, it's time to start round 2. Player Shin Changxiang activates the trespass skill. It just can't be! What did that guy just swallow? Looking at the sudden fiery aura that enveloped the boy's entire body, the priestess can't even guess what happened. It appears to be a temporary class change via the Bloodstone. Zhang Xian's physical strength and energy is only temporarily gained this way. But what about his weapon? Why can the priestess sense contaminated mana from it? There's no way this guy got his power from him. How could an ordinary hunter even use infected mana? After the raid on Bet's Manor, Chanson had no infected mana left at all. But the small amount of infected mana in Arachne's Bloodstone was not missed by Chanson's mana absorption skill. As soon as the guy put the stone in his mouth, the passive skill immediately activated. The boy received a full 100 infected mana, thanks to which he was able to activate the demonic weapon creation skill. After absorbing all the infected mana, the skill began searching for suitable weapons in the demon world. And so now Chanson holds the very demonic sword Fragarak, and even the executor, whose mind had been taken over by the creature that had taken up residence in his right hand, realized that he could not resist such a sword. Of course, the assassin tried to stop Chanson's attack with his mutated arm, but the temperature to which the demonic sword of Fragarak was red hot was incredibly high. The blade nearly melted the executor's hand. Moreover, Chanson's punch was not just powerful, but also quite fast. From the power of this attack, the executor flew several meters away, barely breaking his hand on the ground. The blue-haired man's blade was already at its limit. His hands began to tremble at the mere touch of Fragarak's sword. Moreover, the executor had no time at all to think about a plan of further action. Shin Changxiang, bringing his sword behind his back, had already pounced on his opponent. The speed of his movements was simply incredible, but the blue-haired man was still able to dodge the attack. However, not even a moment later, Chanson had already managed to close in on the terrified foe. Throughout this fight, the guy used trespass at full power and didn't give his opponent a second to respawn. Once next to the executor, Chanson began to deliver blow after blow, skillfully wielding his two-handed sword. While looking at this battle in surprise, the priestess noticed something strange. Even if this boy had a class change, but what about his skills and movement ability? It seems as if he's been able to handle a sword for a long time, and the priestess's questions were justified. Arachne's Bloodstone, although it has the ability to change class, it does not grant experience and skills. Also, in his past life, Chaun Seong was not a martial class, and so it would make sense if he had no martial experience. However, that was why the demonic sword Fragarok shone. Compared to the Leviathan that Yun Tai-hun fought with, it was a notch lower in terms of the weapon's destructive power. But unlike Leviathan, who specializes in firepower, Fragarok has demonic sword abilities. Right now, it's as if someone is enchanting Chaunson. His senses and consciousness are clear, but it is as if his body is not moving at all. The very idea that the guy wants to chop makes it clear that he's driven by the sword, a demonic sword that subjugates the wielder to its will. It is ironic enough that it is only at this point that the weapon has the best compatibility with the owner. Striking again at his opponent, Chaunson made him lose his balance. After keeping himself on his feet, the executor gathered himself to launch a counterattack. Suddenly, his opponent simply vanished. At the same moment, Shin Chong-seong was behind the blue-haired man's back, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. The executor simply could not have expected such an outburst, and so he had no time to do anything about it. With a swing of his sword, Chaunson delivered a chopping blow to his enemy's back. Soon, the flames from Fragarok's sword fluttered away. The executor, having received a severe wound, collapsed to the ground without strength. Chaunson, who was standing nearby, stared at the man's body for a while, trying to figure out if he was dead. But then the guy felt something strange in his body. Dropping his sword to the ground, the boy dropped to his knees. 1 minute has passed. Bloodstone's time is up. But did the boy have time to finish the enemy? Looking at his opponent, Chaunson noticed that his body was once again enveloped by infected mana. Not without difficulty, but the executor was still somehow able to stand on his feet. Judging by his condition, the next blow could be fatal to him. But Chaunson doesn't even have the strength for that. Noticing that the boy couldn't even move, the executor tore out of his seat, preparing to finish the fight. It was then that Chaunson realized that he couldn't give up and simply had to use all his remaining strength to inflict at least some damage on the enemy. But suddenly, somewhere in the sky, an unknown divine energy appeared. It immediately covered the executor completely, instantly immobilizing him. This energy is definitely a divine power, which means that the person who uses this energy is a saint. Shin Chong-seong, right? An unfamiliar voice came from behind the boy's back. The woman standing behind him told the guy she had a lot of things to ask him, but it didn't seem like it would be comfortable to talk in such a situation. Wu Hein noticed that Chan Seong's wounds were pretty serious, and so she asked him to stay still and just wait. She just needs to make sure they don't lose the executor. At the same moment, the blue-haired man came to his senses. Not realizing what was happening, the killer began to scream in unbearable pain. "Priestess bitch, what happened?" The man shouted in rage as he saw an unknown woman in dark glasses in front of him. Fearing that he was about to be finished off, the executor panicked and began yelling to the priestess to do something. "Okay, I have no choice." A woman's voice suddenly spoke out of nowhere. At the same instant, a guillotine materialized next to the executor. Seeing this, neither Wu Hein nor Shin Chong-seong could immediately understand where this thing came from. The blue-haired man whose head was in the guillotine also didn't realize what was happening, and he was given no time to realize that he was about to die. The executioner's head flew off his shoulders in an instant. The man didn't make a sound before he died. "Well, that's not surprising," came that feminine voice again. Landing next to the corpse of her former co-worker, the priestess took stock of what she hadn't expected to be the case. It seemed to her that this pathetic little man would just get hurt. But in the end, he did die. That filthy bastard was good for nothing until the end. Continuing to mutter something, the priestess let the blood flow, pricking her finger with her fingernail. Pointing a staff shrouded in divine energy at her opponent, Wu Hein ordered her to be silent and kneel down with her hands behind her head. Tearing off a fingernail, the priestess smirked and asked the saint what she would do to her if she disobeyed. This attitude made the guild head Hyunmu very angry. She immediately unleashed the divine power from her staff straight into the insolent priestess. But in response to this, the opponent only laughed. Hiding behind the barrier, she swept up that this divine power was magnificent. If this energy had reached the priestess, she would have surely died. Fortunately, it didn't hit her. Seeing the barrier of divine power, the dumbfounded Wu Hein asked how such a thing was possible. Is there really an assistant here besides the executor and this woman? Meanwhile, pulling out some sort of crystal, the priestess said she had to go. Today, she was just giving in to the requests of this dead idiot next to her. She wasn't going to waste energy on a fight that he hadn't ordered her to engage in. "I'll make my little one more useful next time." Saying this, the priestess disappeared, dispelling the barrier around her. She used teleportation and took off, taking the dead executor with her. During this battle, Shin Jung-seong lost all of his forces and was badly wounded. Though, on the other hand, it's surprising at all that he's managed to last this long on his own. After a while of waking up, Shin Jung-seong opened his eyes. Not realizing where he was, the guy immediately jumped off the couch. Looking around, it came to the boy's attention that he had been brought here while he was unconscious. But how long had it been? What surprised Chonsun was that he felt very good. You could even say that his strength was close to its peak right now. The guy was so tired from that fight that he probably slept for a whole week, unable to move even a finger. And if you don't pay attention to the ropes that bound the boy's hands, you can say that everything is fine and he had a very good rest. I wasn't entirely sure what physical condition you were in. The woman who had entered the room suddenly spoke. Holding a cup of coffee in her hand, the saint said she had done her best. She then asked the boy to tell her if he suddenly became uncomfortable. Chonsun, in turn, thanked the woman for her help, saying that thanks to her, he is already perfectly fine. And when the guy asked why he was tied up, the girl crouched behind a chair and explained that she wanted her guest to answer a few questions as honestly as possible. Mr. Shin Chong-seong, what were you doing there with those people? The saint inquired, looking intently at the boy. Taking a mug of coffee in her hands, the woman promised to answer the guy's questions if he would tell her more about everything. Chonsun, on the other hand, was surprised that this girl knew who he was and what his name was. As it was, he had no other choice, so he decided to tell the saint what had happened. He didn't need an introduction to realize who was in front of him. This girl's name is Wu Hein, and she is an S-rank saint, widely known not only among hunters, but also among everyone else, the head of the Hyunmu Guild. But the fact that Jung Se-young had now met her was a problem in itself. After all, in the memories from past lives, Hyunmu's guild wasn't one of the 3 strongest guilds. The idea of 3 great guilds in past lives was itself lost. It was practically a 2-man show between the Overkill Guild and the Shinhwa Guild. There was also a guild called Soul Binding, but they were more like a step behind than equal competitors. However, Hyunmu's guild is different now. It is one of the 3 great guilds that can even compare to the Overkill and Shinhwa guilds. The difference between this world and the one Jung-seong remembers is so great that the guy had to study how Hyunmu's guild was able to rise so high. The reason for this was precisely the woman now sitting in front of the boy. She's the best healing type support. Moreover, Wu Hein advanced from C rank to S rank very quickly. But in her past life, she was only a support who stopped at B rank. Chonsun hadn't personally met her before, but their paths had crossed a couple times while the guilds were collaborating. And so the guy remembers that this girl was not weak, but she reeked of tenderness. She certainly wasn't razor sharp like she was now. Jong Seon isn't sure if her character and abilities have changed that much, but surely Wu Hein herself has to be thanked for those changes. So the guy has every right to suspect that this woman is cooperating with the bounty hunters. But that leaves one unanswered question. Why did she save Jung Seon and go up against those guys? When the boy told her that he had been attacked on his way home, Wu Hein asked for permission to ask one more question. Does Jung Seon know the executor? Shaking his head, the guy said he couldn't answer until the girl answered his question. The boy noticed that Wu Hein seemed to be quite familiar with the executor. Based on the fact that she didn't report Jung Seon to the association, tied him up, and is now personally interrogating him. Apparently, she wants to catch these assassins personally. Why would she do that? With a smirk, Wu Hein asked the guy, would he really question her now even though she had saved his life? In response to that, Jung Seong said that he wasn't so stupid to interrogate someone while he himself is bound and can't use magic. Besides, he doesn't know when the girl will decide to kill him. Outraged, the woman shouted that she had already said she wasn't going to hurt the guy, to which Chonsun explained that he couldn't trust her. Yes, she may have saved the boy and fought the executor. But that's not enough for Chonsun to tell her everything he knows. Besides, Wu Hein saw everything with her own eyes, didn't she? Perhaps the ruthless assassins sensed that something had gone wrong and fought the executor on purpose to save Chonsun and gain his trust. Or maybe the whole thing was originally set up to eliminate the executor. It seems that Wu Hein could have gotten information from Shin Jung-seong about the target's whereabouts. She managed to somehow, in some incomprehensible way, break through the barrier that the executor himself said no one could pass through. And if Wu Hein really knew the executor well, then she would realize that the boy's suspicions were not simple paranoia. Anyway, if the girl didn't want superficial answers, then she'd have to prove to Jungsun that she had nothing to do with those killers. When the guy finished his speech, the girl sitting next to him only sighed. With a grin, the saint remarked that she was very uncomfortable that Chonsun thought she was in cahoots with them. Realizing that she has no other choice, the head of Hyunmu's guild decided to tell her story. The girl has a younger sister whose name is Woo Ji-yeon. Unlike Woo Hain, she is very talented and capable. Hearing Woo Ji-yeon's name, Shin Chong-seong immediately realized who he was talking about. Woo Ji-yeon's Fire Lotus. In her past life, she was one of the players who were called heroes. Meanwhile, Hyunmu's guild leader continued to narrate. Many guilds coveted her sister's talent and offered her to join them. But the girl had refused all of their offers. Perhaps Woo Hain herself was a burden to her, because her younger sister always wanted to be with her. 2 years ago, Ji-yeon came home all excited. If this works out, we can start our own guild. We're so lucky. With those words, she held out some kind of sheet to Hain. They won the gate at an auction that day. It ended up being a trap that took the lives of all who entered it. After hearing this story, Chonsun immediately guessed that this purchase was a fake. It had to be a gate with an undetermined rank. Looking at the boy perplexed, Hain asked how he knew that. In any case, he was right. It was indeed a gate of uncertain rank, and besides, the dungeon was initially very risky, but it doesn't matter anymore. If it were a simple dungeon, Hyunmu would have been able to get out. However, that's where this guy showed up. After seeing him kill all her teammates, a shocked Hyunmu asked why he would do that. That man only laughed in response and said that he just liked the sight of blood dripping down the blade of his sword. Getting ready to fight, the younger sister shouted out that she wasn't going to let that sick bastard do whatever he wanted. And it turned out that the executor really liked girls with character. But something was stressing him out, causing him to clench the sword in his hand and decide to get rid of the interference. Woo Hain standing behind her sister's back was who his first target was. With one swing of his sword, the man pushed the girl off the cliff. He just needed to get rid of the change to finally start an exciting fight. Woo Hain really was completely useless. She couldn't help her sister in any way. That was the last time. The last time she'd seen her little sister alive. And then, a few hours later, the girl woke up. Somehow she appeared to still be alive. Picking himself up a bit, Hain began to climb the cliff through the woods. And as she approached the spot from which the executor had recently thrown her, she froze with fear. On the edge of the cliff lay the body of her dead sister. Hain immediately rushed to her to see if she was breathing. But Hyunmu has been dead for a long time. Her younger sister couldn't fight back against the executor, and Hain herself didn't even help her in any way. After this incident, Woo Hain did everything in her power to become stronger. She desperately honed her skills as a saint, joined the Hyunmu Guild, and rose to that position. On that fateful day, Hain's abilities were at their worst. But in that moment, on the brink of death, something awakened in the girl. The only reason she survived being pushed off the cliff was because of the skill awakened in her. Whether it was early or clinical death before it was too late, on shutdown would bring the head of Hyunma's guild back to life. This ability gave the woman status and wealth she couldn't even dream of. But none of this brought her any closer to her goal. The bloody executor who killed Woo Hain's sister and the cover-up organization that's definitely behind it all still hasn't been destroyed. Looking at that woman in surprise, Shin Chong-seong realized that they were very much alike. A year ago in that dungeon, the guy was also unable to do anything. He could only watch his comrades die, and yet it's not quite right now to elicit everything from Hain after what she said. Standing up from the couch, Chonsun walked over to the girl and said it was his turn to tell. After a few minutes, the guy came to the end of his story. Then, reaching out to Hain, the boy thanked her again for saving him and apologized for being so ungrateful. After shaking Jung Se-yeon's hand, the Hyunmu guild leader said that he shouldn't apologize. If she were in his shoes, she would be on guard as well. After saying that, the girl invited the guy to join her guild. Of course, in some ways, the two of them will be on equal footing. Perhaps they will become comrades who can easily work together. "I won't let this happen no matter what!" shouted Yun Tai-hun, who suddenly burst into the office. Seeing the man, Jung Se-yeon and Hain froze in place in surprise. When Tai-hyung ran into the room, an awkward silence hung in the air. You could see that the man had run here headlong, and now he was standing there trying to catch his breath. Looking at him in surprise, Chonsun couldn't figure out where this dude had come from for a while longer. "Nuna, I don't know what exactly is going on here, but you can't," Tai-hyun finally said out of breath. Grinning, Hain said that she hadn't expected the man to rush here so quickly. Then, seeing Jung Se-yeon's bewilderment at this dude calling her Nuna, the Hyunmu guild leader revealed that she and Yun Tai-hun were graduates of the training center. They were attached to the same group, So this guy was helping Wu Hein in many ways. At the very beginning, awakened ones undergo mandatory training before becoming hunters. There are 4 sessions per year, during which the awakened attend a training center. They learn the basics of using their skills, mana management, and the laws that all awakened ones must know. After graduating from the training center, the two hardly saw each other. But when Hein joined Hyunmoo, they started meeting here and there. In addition, Overkill and Hyunmoo's guilds have been cooperating for a long time. It is said that the executor was seen during the last incident. That's why Wu Hein started looking for Jung Seon, the only survivor. While searching for the whereabouts of another survivor, Moon Dojin, the girl discovers that the Overkill Guild has plans for Shin Chonsun. But when Hyunmoo's guild leader wrote to Tai-hun to ask if he had ever heard of such a D-ranked support, the latter replied that he had never heard of him. It was a bit unexpected for the woman to hear this. It was the first time Yun Tai-hun had lied. Realizing that the man had lied to her, it came to Hein's mind that he must have been very interested in Jung Seon. That was why the girl had contacted Tai-hyung in advance when she found the guy. After all, if Tai-hyung's men are really watching this boy's every move, there could be a serious misunderstanding between the two guilds. Clutching his head, Yun Tai-hyun said that he wasn't following Shin Jung-seong. After that, he asked his friend to explain what was going on. What is that guy doing here? Then Wu Hein reminded the man of how she had told him and Ichioku about the plot. That day, she briefly told them everything and asked for their cooperation. She told them that a certain force was targeting hunters for some reason, and they needed to be found as soon as possible by mobilizing the 3 strongest guilds. However, neither of the 2 men believed Wu Hein. A woman can understand why Kim Il-hyuk behaved like that, but even Yun Tai-hun said he needed more evidence to believe it. It's certainly reasonable that Tai-hyun needs more details, and that's why Hein called him here today. That certain power that the saint spoke of had attacked Jungseon this evening, and so Hyunmoo Guild head intervened and thwarted them. Turning to Shin Jung-seong, Dae-hyun asked if what the girl had just said was true. The guy in turn replied that it was indeed true. Those men had attacked him during last night's dungeon sweep. And this evening, the attacker found him with his co-worker. Remembering the story of the past dungeon Jung-seong had gone to, Tae-hyun asked why the boy hadn't told him everything. Taking a seat in the chair, Wu Hein asked the man if he didn't have a clue. She knows Dae-hyun well, and had said herself that she had experienced similar things. But it didn't make any difference, and he only reacted something like, "It's hard to believe." Besides, not even considering the fact that Yun Tai-hyun wouldn't believe the guy anyway, the association could also label Jungseon as a weirdo. The risk must have been too high for the boy. And anyway, the relationship between him and the Overkill Guild leader wasn't that close. It's no secret to Hein that the two have been hanging out a lot. But the fact that their relationship isn't that strong is obvious, since Tae-hyun never managed to get the guy in his guild. After saying that, the woman looked at Shin Chong-sun and asked him to finally give an answer to her proposal. Would he join her guild? The offer to join wasn't just for cooperation. Over the past 2 years, Wu Hein had solved countless missing person cases that she believed were the work of the Executor's gang. A little after the saint began her investigation, she realized a rather simple and obvious rule. In the case of Overkill Guild, Shinhwa Guild, and a few other guilds with relevant stats, not counting missing people, they had no incidents regarding gates with errors or unappreciated gates. But regarding the indicators, Chonsun doesn't think it's about the size of the guild. Even if these people have influence over the association system, it is unlikely that they would care about the size of the guild. So it must be about guild density. That's right. In cases of guilds that just have a lot of members, the rate of missing people is much higher compared to missing people who weren't in guilds. When people went missing in these guilds, it was often just covered up. Take care of the reputation. That's why it's a fairly easy target for them. And aside from those instances, there were no more targets. Guilds that don't have missing people have a healthy organizational power with a high-ranking person at the helm. Places with strong organizational power, even those with low results, are very tight-knit and care about each other. In such places, no one will turn a blind eye to the suspicious disappearance of a comrade. Although Wu Hein has been tracking the assassins quite openly, this organization seems to be avoiding her. Perhaps because the girl is acting on behalf of the Hyunmoo Guild. And even Kim Ah-hyuk with his bad temper takes care of his men. That's the only reason he's good at leading the Shinhwa Guild. From what has been said before, it can be understood that the organization of murderers shuns unity. Of course, it is unlikely that they will go on like this forever. it's more likely that they'll just resort to it as a last resort. But, even with that said, if Cheonseong joins the guild, he can be assured of his safety. Upon finishing listening to Nuna, Tai-hyun standing against the wall agreed with her. However, it is not necessary to join Hyunma to get the proper level of security. In terms of fighting power, the Overkill Guild is a step above Hyunmu. Yoon Dae-hyun thinks that in order to keep Shin Jung-seon safe, it would be better and smarter for him to join the Overkill Guild. Hein looked at her friend in surprise and noticed that he didn't look like himself at all. His pride was even a little visible now. Was Taehyung really hurt that Jung-seon hadn't told him about the executor? Yes, let's imagine that Shin Jung-seon joins the Overkill Guild. How is Taehyun going to explain joining a D-ranked support to his guild members with what he says is such high combat power? It's unlikely that he'll say something along the lines of, "This is a D-ranked support I really need, and since I want to recruit him, let's declare war on a dangerous secret organization." It's not that Taehyun isn't capable of protecting Jungseon, but it's not decided so impulsively. I understand. Thank you for the offer to join the guild. However, I would like to clarify that I'm still not going to join any guild. Shin Chung-seong suddenly spoke out. Looking at the boy perplexed, Hain asked why he thought that. Does he really read that it will limit him? I mean, he's just being offered to become an official member of Hyunmu. It's basically just providing security and nothing more. But Chonsun merely replied that he meant to say by this that there was no need for his safety. The guy's just going to be bait. Besides, Hein herself said that the assassins will start attacking people from the big guilds sooner or later. So even if Hyunmu keeps Jongseon safe, it doesn't mean the organization will stop. It's just that instead of killing the guy, they'll switch to someone else. The point remains the same. And instead, what about emphasizing Shin Jongseong? That way, not only would they at least pay more attention to him, but it would also make it much safer for others to explore the dungeons. Unhappy with this decision, Taehyun asked the boy if he was really going to take the risk. However, the guy replied that he didn't necessarily think that way. The Hyunmu Guild, even with its capabilities, had not been able to catch those bastards in 2 years. Moreover, at this stage, getting the cooperation of the Hunters Association because of the small amount of evidence was not possible. But while Chonsun will act as bait, the three of them will definitely manage to at least anticipate the killer's next move. If there was another attack like this evening, they would be able to catch these creeps. At the very least, they could gather evidence that would force the organization to act and tell the world of their existence. Then a flustered Hain asked the boy if he was going to go it alone. But the guy said he didn't have that in mind. He said so many things today. So, there's no question of the heads of the 2 largest guilds doing nothing and not helping in any way. No one knows when they'll show up. But Jungseon truly believes that Hein and Taehyun will immediately come running as soon as he calls them. After listening to the boy, Woo Hein realized where he was going with this. Even if they cooperated with him, Jungseon would be the one in charge. Either way, neither Taehyun nor Hein would be able to refuse such an offer. Meanwhile, somewhere in the center of town, a man in a black cloak stands looking out the window at the metropolis at night. "Sir, I have come to report on the executor's work," the priestess said respectfully, kneeling before the stranger. Turning back to the girl, the cloaked man clarified if the creator was the one who had finished off the executor. The priestess in turn revealed that this was not the case. Although the creator had more abilities than expected, Wu Hein had intervened. After that battle, the executor could no longer be used. Because the priestess felt there was a danger of information leaking out, she had to get rid of him. But given how uncooperative and impulsive this guy usually was, the woman decided to keep his body and continue to use it for her own purposes. Saying that he understood, the cloaked stranger hoped that the priestess would be able to prove to him in the future that she was not wrong in her decision. After that, the man commissioned the hermit girl. He instructed her to use this fellow to fill the void from the executor. And the hooded stranger does this not because he doesn't trust the priestess's abilities, but because the hunt is so important that he wants it done flawlessly. This man trusts the priestess completely and therefore asks her to do so. Of course, the woman agreed to run the errand. Turning to his subordinate, the Lord asked the girl if there were any special traits in that creator. After all, as it was known, the executor always dealt only with those he was interested in. The priestess, on the other hand, said that contrary to the information from the association, that guy turned out to be no ordinary creator. The quality and craftsmanship of his weapon creation is at least A rank, and with that, he was able to nail the executor pretty well in that battle. Moreover, Even considering the fundamental difference in support and combat classes, that boy was skillful with a sword and literally read his opponent's movements. But that's not all. Not long enough, but he was using infected mana. Hearing what his subordinate had just said, the Lord stepped closer to her and looked her straight in the eyes. From beginning to end, without leaving anything out, tell me everything that happened. As much as you can. A few days later, Dojin was standing right in front of the Overkill Guild building. He was on the phone with Chonsun. Dojin had arranged to have a bite to eat with Mr. Yun Tai-hun and was a little nervous about coming to the meeting early. Tai-hun was free at that time of day and offered to have the conversation with Dojin at lunchtime. Jungxian was pleased with what was happening. After hinting that Daehyun wouldn't skimp on food, he suggested that Dojin order something more expensive. More expensive? Not that I mind, but I don't know if I'll be able to eat anything them for my nerves, Dojin replied. Assassin explained that it's not an official guild joining, it's all just to stand up to those bastards. But it's still one of the best guilds, and it's not easy to hold back emotions. Zhang Xiong cheered up his friend, speaking favorably of his abilities. There was absolutely no need for him to worry. Dojin was glad to hear such kind words. It really helps to raise his self-esteem. After saying goodbye, Jungxian thought that this plan would keep Dojin safe. Weapon Maker didn't know what was going on in Dojin's mind, because he was a talented assassin enough that his joining one of the 3 greatest guilds would arouse suspicion. And he had a lot of room to grow. He was like an uncut diamond. In an overkill guild, he could be called an overkill guild by many people, including Yun Tai-hun. Compared to when he was working alone, it would be more useful in terms of ability development. While sipping his coffee, Zhangxiang continued to calculate the moves and think what else these unknowns wanted. But at the moment, he would be the bait until they acted. Somewhere in another part of the city, Wu Hein was thinking about something of her own. She was remembering how the conversation between them had ended a couple days ago. At that moment, Hein was annoyed that Zhangxin wasn't taking any serious action. But his plan was not to act abruptly and openly, but the opposite. He was going to continue to act like a normal supporter, as if he hadn't told anyone about his true powers. Berserk, on the other hand, clarified that the unknowns could assume that Chonsun had a connection to the guild since they disappeared together after that incident. Hain also agreed with his assertion. But what will they do if they assume we're not connected? Chonsun asked. This was a question Nuna couldn't find an answer to. She didn't quite understand what the support meant. Chonsun's revealed ability is the biggest variable for them. In the unlikely event that they find his connection to the guild to be not smart, they will do everything they can to get rid of him. For that matter, if you don't hear anything from Chonsun and the guildies for a couple weeks or even months, the unknowns will definitely want to see for themselves. They'll keep watching me constantly until they're convinced that I'm really alone, and then they'll show themselves. Chonsun summarized. And we're going to wait for that moment? Tai-hyung asked. No, I'll handle everything myself, replied the Maker. They are used to hiding and will suspect until the last moment. At first, they will try to force them to reveal themselves, but if it doesn't work, they'll wait until things calm down and attack with all their might. And then it will be your move, said Chonsun. They all agreed to Chonsun's suggestion. Wu Hein said they needed to get ready too, and handed Zhangxian a small trunk. Back in the present again, Nuna suspects that Zhangxian is definitely hiding something. But none of that matters at all if she can avenge her sister Jian. It was indeed true that Zhangxian was actually hiding and not telling anything about his past life. After all, he still had not been able to deal with his memories properly. He didn't know how much she trusted him, but he just happened to have a unique class. And as a consequence, he became a target when he got on their radar on suspicion of working with Tai-hyung. Meanwhile, he received a message from Han Chia. Nuna is a reliable ally, but that's all she needs to know for now, Chonsun thought. At that moment, Han Chia entered the cafe and said hello to Zhangxian. The guy was surprised to see Chia's new look. She had stopped wearing glasses and had changed in general since their last meeting. Han Chia is a future goddess archer who cleared the dungeon last time along with a sapert. After Chonsun helped her awaken, they became close enough to stay in touch with each other. She's the usual first one to take the initiative and ask how she's doing. Even when they don't communicate, there's no problem with Zhangxian asking first. After awakening the ability, Han Chia began to stand out. As if to make up for her former modesty, she was trying so hard that it was beginning to border on recklessness. And aside from her work, she had been mopping up countless dungeons without knowing fatigue. In a short time, word spread about her abilities and fame, and she became a rising star. I read an article about you. Top 10 long-range fighters is unbelievable, Johnson said. Chia got a little nervous. She said that somehow she was asked for an interview, so she did it. But she had no idea it would be something so big. And it's all thanks to Johnson. The guy said he didn't take credit for it because it would have happened anyway even without his intervention. Shifting his gaze to the young man standing next to him, Johnson asked who he was. Chia didn't come to the cafe by herself, but a tall guy named Kwon Sa-hyun. He's an assassin of rank C. So he's your new partner? Johnson inquired. Weapon Maker gave Chia a couple tips on the advantages of classes that can attack at long ranges. That if possible, they can act alone and don't need a team. But to do so, one must be able to find safe places and have agility. Han Chia, who is still learning, doesn't really recommend this style of fighting, so she needs a partner who can fight in close combat. And instead of a tank, she'd rather have someone with better agility. It will be able to attract the attention of monsters and guarantee the safety of ranged hunters, and they, in turn, can attack without worrying about the safety of their comrades. In that respect, Moon Dojin is honestly an ideal. I was thinking of introducing them. But there's one thing about Moon Dojin's safety. Johnson extended his hand in greeting as a sign of familiarity. At the same time, Sa-hyun timidly lowered his gaze to the floor and stretched out his two hands. His voice sounded very uncertain. It was a very strange handshake, lots of interesting factors. Sweaty palms, trembling fingers. Is he socially awkward? As the conversation continued in the cafe, Chia told me that she had started using the longbow as Johnson had advised her, and she had to relearn, from stringing the bowstring to aiming. But luckily she got used to it very quickly, after only a few tries. She was also very worried that no one would want to be her partner in the hunt for two. But it turned out that Sa-hyun was looking for a long-distance fighter. Their teamwork wasn't perfect yet, but it was getting better every day. And all the while, the assassin timidly agreed with every word she said. Zhang Xiong didn't understand why the guy, absolutely no eye contact. He's doing much worse than he was with Han Chia. The support team decided to get down to the business they called him in on. They wanted to ask him for a favor. So, what kind of favor are we talking about? He asked. Chia began to explain that this was not really a favor. She wanted to have a formal conversation and entrust it to him. Such a thing could hardly be called a favor. She contemplated joining the guild. Chang Xiong froze for a moment at what he heard. Chia hasn't decided which guild she wants to join yet. But in any case, she would need to obtain the Boundless Sky Island certificate first. As you can understand from the name, these are large and small islands floating in the vast sky. Hunters have successfully raided them, and this is a special case where the gate is not closing but developing. After defeating all the monsters in the dungeon, new ones appear on each island from the one-way gate. The Korean government and the Hunters Association, which had been having a lot of trouble with this dungeon, came up with a practical use for it. Instead of trying to close the gate, they built a facility with multiple layers of security protocols. The dungeon became a place to test the abilities of the association's hunters. But there's a problem. Since it's an aptitude test, they'll get more accurate results if they go on their own. But it turns out there's a team limit. One ranged hunter, one melee hunter, and a sapper. Accordingly, the team must consist of 3 people. These are the minimum requirements to enter the Islands of the Endless Sky. It was because of this limit that Chia thought that Johnson could go with them and take the role of a supporter. Johnson understood that it was reasonable. Just like with Dojin, joining a guild gave more opportunities to learn. But he didn't offer her to join the guild because of the memories from his past life. Han Chia in his past life was a loner even after awakening. She was a cool, laid-back, and confident hunter, but her personality still wasn't suited for teamwork. However, this Han Chia wants to join the guild. Has she really changed? After all, in some ways, she resembles her former self. The guy ran these thoughts through his head several times, but Chia interrupted him. If she was asking for too much, she would understand if he said no. No, I had other things on my mind, he replied. He agreed to their proposal and said that it would be of much use to him too. I will go with you to the islands of the boundless sky, he summarized. After a while, they were already standing in the training room where the instructor was waiting for them and asked them to memorize the rules. Pointing to her wrist, instructor Yu Ji-yoon talked about their bracelets. These bracelets contain mana and are the entrance tickets to the islands and a guarantee of safety. The whole team will be transported to the correct island where they will take the exam, but all of this only if they go in with their instructor bracelets together. Don't take them off so that in an emergency you can get help from me, said Ji-yoon. Ji-yoon is an A-ranked sapper who has a lot of experience, but is currently retired. She has skills like barrier and rescue. If something happens on the islands, she will be able to save them without any problems. However, all of this requires cooperation and communication. Therefore, if problems arise during the test, or if they think they will not be able to pass the exam, they should contact her immediately. Meanwhile, Jung Se-on looked at Sah-yoon standing behind him. He didn't exude confidence and seemed very weak. Even though he's worked with Chia a couple times, he's a complete novice. But the weapon maker was most interested in the equipment. To be exact, he's never seen this form of sword before. From the looks of it, it was designed to pierce the enemy, but there was something wrong with it. After listening to the briefing, the guardian of Jiyong Island asked to follow her. This will likely be a new challenge for absolutely everyone on this team. The location is Island of Endless Sky, 12th District. Stepping onto the island, the guard immediately warned that the first wave would start in 5 minutes. In each wave, a certain number of monsters will appear, and the difficulty will increase. To clear the dungeon, you must defeat all the monsters in each wave, and the number of monsters you kill will be entered into the database in real time. Chia asked what the maximum number of waves is. As far as the instructor knew, there were only 100. But that was when the place was a simple dungeon. At that time, the hunters simultaneously showed all they could do. There was a maximum of 73 waves at the test, and this was achieved by a team consisting of Overkill Guild leader Yun Tai-hun, Hyunmu Guild leader Woo Hein, and Overkill Guild member Sun Jae-hee. This is still a record. Even considering that Yun Tai-hun couldn't use his full strength because of his weapon, they were only able to reach the 73rd wave. I guess it's harder than I thought, Jung Seong thought. The island guardian used a displacement technique to move to a location where she could watch them. And if she felt that they could no longer continue the ordeal, or if they announced that they were giving up, she would intervene immediately. 5 minutes flew by, and the footsteps of the approaching first wave could be heard deep in the forest. The island guardian successfully teleported to the viewing location. No sooner had the circle dissipated than dozens of bloodthirsty eyes could be seen from the forest. The hunters prepared for the challenge. Even Sah-yoon changed. First wave of gremlins in the number of 30 individuals. The first wave of gremlins won't be much of a problem, especially with Chia's level. It's not even a warm-up. Suddenly, Chongsun felt a monstrous level of bloodlust. He looked around to see for himself where it was coming from. A red aura enveloped Sah-yoon. His gaze changed. He looked completely different from when they first met. A bloody rapier filled with the same monstrous aura. No sooner has the fourth wave of 3 orcs appeared than Sah-hyun is already standing on their corpses. The bloodlust that enveloped the assassin, Chonsun had felt similar before. When one day suddenly started awakening players, among those who were mopping up the dungeon and just hunting monsters. There was a secret guild called Empty Fantasy. It preyed on players. It was a crazy organization of killers about which there was no information, neither who the head was nor what their goals were. They have existed for a long time, killing defenseless players in groups, and even I ran into them a couple of times, until players who realized the end of the world was coming created the Grand Alliance. On one such occasion, Chonsun inquired why they were doing this. "What, you didn't get the assignment?" the brigand asked. Chonsun's puzzled look made it clear that he didn't know what he was talking about at all. Suddenly, he realized that most likely for some reason, players were getting a hidden quest, which was encouraging them to hunt other players. He was furious and pounced on the bandit, demanding information about the rewards for these quests against other players. But he never got an answer, only ridicule and a wish. Good luck surviving. A pop-up was seen in the bandit's eyes. Hidden mission failed! This is the end. The hidden mission has failed, and you will be punished for failing to complete the mission. After that message, the guy's body annihilated. On that very day, Chonsun was left with a great many questions that had not been answered yet. This time, he has to find out about everything. Chia noticed the support's reaction. She realized that he had never seen such an unconventional fighting style, and it surprised him. Fifth wave, Null's 10 individuals. Jong Zeon wondered why Chia isn't fighting, since they're on a team. So far, only Sah-yoon is doing everything. She in turn stated that it's all because of his class ability. From her explanation, we can understand that Sah-yoon is a berserker. That's why his temper changes during battle. And he doesn't like it when she interferes. Berserk, isn't he an assassin? After watching Sah-yoon from the side for a bit, Jung Seon analyzed the situation. Quick movements and a piercing-based fighting style all set him apart greatly from most berserkers. While Sa-hyun was busy with his opponent in front, he didn't notice his opponent sneaking up on him from behind. No sooner had the white werewolf pounced on the hunter than he was struck by an arrow. Turning around, the boy saw the werewolf's body fall. He ignores attacks from blind spots and focuses on offense. Chonsun thought that he was more suited to one-on-one battles than group monster hunting. Like fighting people, Sa-hyun apologized because he's still low rank, so he doesn't always manage to control his emotions. He's very sensitive to when someone interferes. Chia encouraged her partner, noticing him getting timid again. After the fifth wave, there was a 30-second break between waves, so Chia tried to explain. As everyone has noticed, Sa-hyun's fighting style is flawed in terms of hitting blind spots. So she moves as far away as possible and deals with those that Sa-hyun missed, or who fell into his blind spot. Jung Seong didn't understand what he was supposed to do then. He's required to build weapons. After all, that's why he was taken. Weapon Maker understood, but explained that he wouldn't last long. It's no big deal. He just needs to watch Sa-hyun and use the skill in case of danger. Chia explained with a smile. Let's get to work, shall we? Chia said. She seemed suspiciously excited. Sixth wave, Loot Wolves, 20 in number. Sa-hyun is already in the thick of things. Seventh wave, Ogre 7. Chia didn't even break a sweat. Eighth wave, 24 skeletons. Chonsun didn't even feel it. Ninth wave, 13 orcs, so far so simple. Sa-hyun destroys his opponents in one fell swoop. Assassin continues to emit an ominous red aura. Is it really that simple for him? They've already gone through 9 waves. The 10th will likely be with an elite monster. Contrary to Chonsun's expectations, his stamina was draining faster than he expected. And there wasn't much mana left. If he didn't distribute it proportionately between the waves, he'd run out of it soon. Support looked at his team to assess the situation. Han Chia is fine, but Kwon Sa-hyung is getting tired because he fought alone at first. They lack professionalism and experience, not the best team play. When Chia heard a rumble, she shouted that someone was approaching. 10th wave, 2 huge trolls. The hunters became nervous. Something must have gone wrong. Why are there 2 trolls on wave 10? This seems very strange, thought the team. The difficulty has increased, but Chia can blow their heads off without even giving them a chance to recover. The question is whether Kwon Sa-hyun can handle 2 at the same time. Troll thuds his hand into the ground, but he doesn't manage to clinch with Sa-hyun. The second troll is already rushing to where you jumped assassin. Due to his agility, the hunter quickly jumps out of the danger zone. Just as Chonsun thought, the assassin can't withstand their blows and tries to dodge. But Chia can't do that! Before he could gather his thoughts, he was interrupted. Tightening the bowstring, the archer yells that Sa-hyun is in danger and needs to distract at least one of them. The support doesn't realize what's happening and doesn't have time to stop her. Chia fires a powerful shot that hits the target. Archer confirms that the target has been hit, but Chonsun sees that something is wrong. The troll's arm begins to recover. The angry trolls start running at them, Chia puzzled as to why this happened. They should have just thought of that first. Support offers his help, he will try to buy some time. And since trolls can regenerate limbs, the next shot should be at the head. Weapon Maker starts using the crafting skill. He needs to accumulate mana to create a better weapon. Next, he uses the Grid World skill and throws a bola at the troll. Bola reaches his victim and restrains her legs tightly. One troll is immobilized and looks directly at Sa-hyun. Chonsun's yelling for a quicker shot to the head. But something bad happens again. They notice a second troll coming at them. He was already quite close to them, and to accelerate even faster, he leaped in their direction. It was strange because usually trolls only use their instincts. This one rushed to his comrade's aid. A very strange difficulty for the 10th wave. Is it really up to Jongseon to destroy it? Suddenly, Yu Ji-yeon intervened, jumping right into the epicenter of events. She used her mana and slammed her palm into the ground. A huge barrier appeared right in front of her, separating the troll from the hunters. The island guardian blocks the troll and attempts to move the hunters into the lobby, thus conducting an evacuation. Everyone was surprised at the appearance of the guardian, for these trolls should not have appeared in this wave. Something had happened to the portals. Most likely the portal outside opened and the monsters started coming out. This place could now be categorized as a rank error dungeon. It sounded quite unbelievable that the islands of Boundless Sky had become a dungeon with a rank error. Then why can't Jungseon feel the contaminated mana? And let's not forget that Sao-hyun is all alone. Ji-yeon said she would save him, but the 2 of them should leave after using the Rescue skill. The Rescue skill allows you to immediately move targets within a certain radius to an early designated location. Although it takes a lot of time to assign a destination point, the skill can be used simultaneously with other skills. As they appeared in the lobby, they heard the information from the loudspeaker. It was an announcement from the security department of the Endless Sky Islands. Portals had appeared in the Boundless Sky Islands outside some locations. They were dealing with it. Ji-yoon shouted in their wake that they needed to evacuate the building while she saved their comrade. Chonsun and Chia agree to leave the premises immediately while the alarm is on the loudspeaker. Meanwhile, in the security office, a security guard looks into the bloody monitors that show the movement of Chia and Jung Seon. The security guard stares blankly into the monitors meanwhile. Madness is going on in the office. Lots of dead bodies and an unknown person standing behind him. The same woman who took the summoner was surprised to find familiar faces here. She had come for another, but who would have thought that the very same support would be here? She asked the Apex man if he was glad to see an old friend, since they still had unfinished business with him. If it weren't for work, he could see him. Raising my index finger the air, an unknown person asked them to be quiet. He asked in a whisper what if she suddenly broke the rules that way. Looking at the guy, the blonde said she didn't care. Meanwhile, the island guardian is trying to find Seo-hyun. She runs in the direction where he was last seen. She noticed that the trolls had disappeared. But what could have happened in such a short time? She finally found him. He was standing motionless and staring at one point. She approached him and wanted to know if he was okay. Turning to her, he pointed his finger at a red system message that read, "Hidden task." "Do you see it too?" Hunter asked. Meanwhile, the head of the Overkill Guild was informed that they had been contacted because of the Hunter Association. Apparently, the commotion was caused by a gate appearing outside of the designated areas on the islands of the vast sky. A squad contracted by the association is about to go there, but they are requesting emergency support. But it happens sometimes on the islands, so there must be a security team. Tai-hyun's wondering why they can't handle it. Apparently, the situation is a little different this time. After learning that communication with the Boundless Sky Islands control office was abruptly cut off and the evacuees themselves were contacted, the guild leader remembered something. The guild should assemble a support squad, but one point needs to be clarified. Glancing at the phone, Tai-hyun remembered that Jung Seon was supposed to go there today. He found their correspondence on his phone, where Shin Jung-seong made it clear that the guild leader should not interfere. If the weapon maker immediately asked not to interfere, then you should send someone in his place. Tai-hyun immediately asked what Myung-gun and Jae-hee were doing. After all, they were already working with Jung Seon, and it would have been good to send the two of them there. But unfortunately, they were on another assignment. Then the guild leader asked who would be able to go immediately. Hisu said that there was 1 A-ranked hunter, 5 B-ranked hunters, and 3 C-ranked hunters available. It's not enough at all, but Tai-hyun can't go on his own, lest he disrupt Jung Seon's plans. "Was that asshole reported too?" Ta-hyun asked. "To the head of the Sinhwa Guild, Kim Il-hyuk? I heard he's been contacted. They need all the help they can get as soon as possible," replied Hisu. In that case, Ta-hyun said to gather a support squad, but let the Sinhwa start first. Hisu wondered if it would be better to ask the Hyunmu Guild. Trying not to reveal all of Jung Seong's plans, the guild leader said that the Hyunmu Guild wouldn't be able to do it either. So let Sinhwa work, but Ta-hyun should receive all the situation reports at once. 2 people are riding in a car toward the office of the Islands of the Endless Sky. They don't understand what could have happened there. The girl wonders what else they need to do there. "Basically nothing special. Just going to follow the dungeon maintenance squad to write a report," replied the man. Hearing this answer, the girl was surprised. She would like to help them too, after all. The 2 of them were also awakened. The man awkwardly replied that although they were awakened, they were just ordinary people not registered as hunters. He has never encountered a monster and doesn't know how to fight. "Wait, Sojal, do you have your staff with you?" the man asked worriedly. The girl fidgeted nervously. After all, she hadn't fought in squads before, so she would most likely only be in their way. "But you have to defend yourself somehow," replied Soyol. "He may be right, but then you have to get rid of the electric shock as well." The man couldn't figure out where she got the stun gun from. Maybe she's right. He looked at it once more and decided it was best to leave it for now after all. Upon arriving at the office, a squad of hunters was already waiting for them. The gray-haired man was glad that the head of the service squad had already arrived on the spot. The man introduced himself as Lee Shinte. He is the head of the squad that arrived first. Lee Dongju was happy to meet him. Dongju was the head of the maintenance squad, and the girl with him, Shin Seo-yul, was the manager of the squad. Shin Tai praised them for their bravery. He also told them that his daughter was their age and had married and come to America. The man thought it was funny that they reminded her of her. Looking around, Dongju found that there was no one else, even though they had contacted the 3 largest guilds. The gray-haired man was surprised that the other guilds had been called, even though it was a simple check. The head of the service unit explained these actions by the fact that they were invited in case of emergency. After all, no one knows what happened inside. You shouldn't have gone this far after all. This isn't the first time something strange has happened in the Boundless Sky Islands. It's probably just some small thing, Shinte said. But this time, there was a disconnect from the Boundless Sky Islands office. Some inspectors reported that there was a ranking error. But for some reason, this situation was not checked, and the data was not forwarded to the association. Which is why it's odd that the association hasn't shown up yet. Someone used the association's certification. Plus, according to the report, some were unable to evacuate through the gate, even though they should have gotten out by now. Shinte suggested the following course of action. They want to go on a reconnaissance mission to find out where the people have disappeared to. Either way, they can safely leave the gate. Why wait for people from other guilds if, knowing the situation, they didn't deign to show up on time? Even if they have high hunter ranks, they will only get in the way. The Skeleton Guild will be enough to handle a couple monsters. The squad leader encouraged his squad of hunters by saying it would be an easy walk. Seo-yul didn't understand why they didn't want to wait for the others. After all, they should be about to arrive. They probably don't want to lose the reward. Medium guilds agree to fulfill as much as they can over the life of the contract. Dongju noted that this is most likely a veteran unit, judging by the way they hold their weapons. Normally, mana-free firearms have no effect on monsters outside the gate, but it's very inefficient to put mana into each projectile. However, the Skeleton Guild insists on using firearms due to the exclusive enchanter. Therefore, they use army skills. After asking how Dongju knew so much information, Seo-yul was reprimanded a bit, since she should remember all of this too. You don't have to remember all the hunters, but at least the guilds and hunters you often have to deal with. After finishing the educational courses, Dongju remembered something else. The head of the maintenance squad asked Soyol to make sure they didn't take anything. What do you mean? The girl asked. It turns out that the guild head was forcibly removed from illegal hunter activities when he was in the army. And after he became an official hunter, he was caught several times illegally clearing dungeons. Shinte waved his hand, thus summoning a couple from the maintenance squad. Meanwhile, while Chia is recounting the incident in the islands, Jung Seon felt something. It was probably some kind of aura again. The Skeleton Guild and the maintenance squad are already in the building and heading for the security office. A blonde woman stands on the second floor as if nothing had happened. Clutching her bloody cap, she doesn't understand why she's being followed when it would have been easier to kill them. How many times have I told you? You think it's easy to quietly kill everyone in a public place? Said the mysterious guy. He ate his food and mumbled that he was an outsider who was helping her. Next time, she shouldn't invite him over if she just wants to kill people. I'm not a dog like you and I don't like killing, he said. Those words made the woman angry. At the same moment, a blade was presented to the guy's throat. Oh yes, and your friend too, you're both quite docile. The guy continued to snicker. Throwing off her cap, the blonde was racked with rage. She made it clear that as soon as he stopped helping to carry out his plan, the guy would be in the same condition as the verger if he kept talking with his stinking mouth. Putting his hands in the air, the bespectacled man surrendered. If he understood everything, it was time to lure those bastards in already. Threatening and then immediately asking for it? I told you I wasn't going to help you kill, he replied. After saying that, the woman's hand pounced on the guy. The blonde grabbed the guy by his jacket. They seemed to be on equal footing now, but she still needed more mana for her child to close the gate. If you don't want to die, do as I say. Now, she said. Raising his index finger upward, Guy said there would be one condition. Hearing a strange rumbling sound, the guild and maintenance squads froze in place. Shintai said it's in the security department we need to go and see what's there. They don't know what's inside, so they'll check other places. Dongju agreed to this plan. The head of the maintenance squad took the phone out of his pocket. The gray-haired man asked why the phone was turned on. Dongju explained that he would just record video for reporting purposes. Since there is no signal here, we need to record what is going on inside. Slowly turning away, the man looked at Donju strangely. Shintai ordered the detachment to move on. As they walked through the corridors, they discussed the number of people to be rescued. Based on the data, it was 5 members of the security department, 1 guard, and 1 rank C hunter who had come for certification. Shintai asked where the guards and the hunter were last seen. Donju replied that the guards were seen when she entered the inner gate room to rescue the hunter taking the exam. A gray-haired man, turning on his walkie-talkie, asked if the squad had arrived at the security office. The group went up to the 3rd floor. Seo Yeol assumed that if the guard was a retired hunter, it was likely that she might be hiding somewhere. Donju took that assumption into consideration because she was indeed an A-rank sappert. But having that rank, she would easily handle most monsters. Upon reaching one of the offices and seeing it from inside, there was a look of sheer terror on the faces of the group. A lot of bloody bodies filled the office. It looked monstrous. "Are these really the missing ones?" the squad leader said with a voice in awe. "Judging by the fact that they're wearing guards and guard uniforms, apparently they are." Shinta abruptly grabbed his walkie-talkie and inquired if the security office had been checked. The group replied that they had searched the squad. But the head of the squad was distraught. He ordered the 2 to protect the security personnel and follow him. "We need to head to the security office immediately. 2 more have been ordered to guard the rear. The enemy is not a monster. Someone took the radios of the men they're supposed to find." Seol wondered what was wrong, since he'd been told everything was fine. The squad leader explained that the voice was the same, but it wasn't their way of talking on the radio. Not sure why, but something that knows how to use a walkie-talkie tries to trick them. Donju asks who it might be. The gray-haired man doesn't have time to answer the question before something above his head explodes. Shintai sharply shifts his gaze in the direction of the source of the noise. Something unknown falls directly on the head of the squad with tremendous force. When the dust settled, Shintai could be seen blocking the blow with his axe. He looked at his attacker, trying to figure out what it was. In front of him stood something that looked like a huge demon. Meanwhile, 2 more hunters arrived at the office. As soon as the girl got out of the car, she immediately started warming up, because this trip seemed very long to her. The guy was outraged, because he had been driving the whole time. "A driver's license is not required for a hunter like her," the girl declared. As the hunters went inside, the girl reported that she hadn't seen an island of boundless sky in a long time. During her past certification, she had reached the 47th wave. Guy, on the other hand, remarked that level 47 was too low. "I only got A rank back then, actually. I just didn't have time to get certified afterward," the girl said indignantly. While the 2 were figuring out who had passed more levels, Chonson and Chia noticed them. Chonson called out to them. The hunters stopped their deliberations abruptly and looked in the direction of the man calling them. After saying hello, Chonson walked closer to them. "We met in the dungeon, didn't we?" the creator asked. "Overkill Guild's main port. What's your question?" the hunter inquired. Chonson hesitated for a moment, for he needed to explain to the hunters what was going on here, and to the archer how he knew them. And at this moment, squad leader Shinta is giving orders to his squad. While their leader is holding back the monster's attack, they are a bit confused. "Open fire to kill!" Shinta exclaimed. 2 fighters at the same moment began firing at the substance. From the barrage of bullets, the monster let go of the leader's axe, trying to cover its head with its hand. Every bullet that hits the enemy damages the monster. Is this the enchanted firearm that Donju mentioned? Under such an onslaught, the monster decided to retreat. While 2 soldiers helped the leader recover, the rest of the squad tried to track down the escapee. The hunters are trying to find the attacker's trail. After checking the way he managed to escape, they found nothing. "Behind you! Watch out!" Shinte shouted out. Materializing out of nowhere, the monster grabbed one of the squad's riflemen. The second shooter was just blown to bits. From what he saw, the head of the skeleton guild was enraged. While the remaining guild members were holding back the leader, the verdictor jumped to Nick's back. He rushed towards one of the hunters with his shield, trying to destroy the remnants of the defending squad. The Supreme tried to smash the shield with a powerful attack. Shintai seizes the moment. Being behind the enemy's back, he swings his axe. Pushing back the enemy, Shintai concentrates mana into a weapon. It's time to fight at full strength. The guild leader uses the skill, Elemental Enchant, Glacier. He bursts into the battle with his axe above his head. A staggering blow in the enemy's proximity triggers Shintai's other skill, Ice Wall Prison. The whole group froze, watching as the Supreme became encased in a huge ice flow. But they also wonder why this man-like creature has no head. Hearing the outrage, the group turned towards the direction from where the female voice was coming from. "He can't even kill those little guys, so you can't entrust anything to the verger," said the woman. In any case, while they were busy with the worshipper, the blonde had managed to gather enough mana. Apparently, the monster had taken one of the shooters and handed it to the woman. By doing so, she was able to draw all the mana out of it. The guild leader ordered the members of the service squad to retreat, taking one of the tanks with him to help. When asked what Shinte would do in such a case, he replied that it wasn't just a monster attack. It was a deliberate attack that took 2 of his men. He asked rather to get someone to help before they all died. After agreeing to retreat, Donju and Seoyol said that Shintai was very brave and selfless. But something greatly surprised the clan leader. He couldn't believe his eyes. The entire group watched as the monster closed the gate. They had never seen anything like it before. At the same time, near the entrance to the office of the Islands of Endless Sky, the hunter who just arrived on the call is having a conversation with Chonson. He doesn't understand why the support person first leaves the office because of a sudden problem and then changes his mind and wants to come back. Whether changed my mind is the true reason for returning to the office. Chonson realizes that this reason is very unconvincing. It would be strange if it worked. Weapon Maker himself didn't realize how clear and sensible his assessment of the situation was. There are anomalies in the Islands of Endless Skies, but Chonson didn't get any assignment and didn't feel any contaminated mana. But he still feels uneasy. He feels like something serious is going on out there. Chia said there was another hunter with them, who still hasn't come out yet. She wants to go inside too and just search the place where their unit was. Hunter stood his ground and argued that the Sinhwa Guild should have taken care of the matter. At this point, his partner dared him to interrupt his friend by putting her hand on his shoulder. The huntress's name is Heron, and she suggests that they all go together. After all, they had worked together before and knew each other well enough. But the guy was stubborn, because the guild leader would tell her off again. Haran didn't care. The guild leader wasn't going to do anything serious to her. Although with his temperament, that was a real possibility. Hearing them discussing Kim Hyuk, Jung Zeong didn't understand what kind of person he was. Why the hunters of his guild would make such a fuss at the mere mention of him. After scratching the back of his head, the hunter agrees to go all in together. The archer and the supporter were very grateful for the opportunity. Last time, because of the guild heads, they didn't even get to know each other properly. So this was a good time. The guy said his name was Junhyun, and his partner was Haran. While Chonson and Chia were introducing themselves and informing them that they were not members of either guild, a man in a suit ran toward them from the main entrance of the office. The guy who ran up could barely speak due to shortness of breath, but informed the hunters that there was trouble inside the building. The gates of the Islands of the Boundless Sky are getting smaller. Jungseong couldn't understand what this was all about. At this time, the Skeleton Guild Squad and the Maintenance Squad are still in the same room A, along with the blonde and the monster. A woman sent a toothy monster to attack, saying it was time to clean up their new home. Shinta brought his axe over his head and threatened not to underestimate them. The guild leader tried to attack the monster, but it dodged. Taking the pistol out of its holster, Shinte activated its enchanted capabilities. The monster didn't expect someone to use a firearm up close. Pulling the trigger, the squad leader began firing to kill. The sheer number of bullets threw the monster some distance away. The damage dealt was impressive. The monster tries to get out of the line of fire in a hurry. Suddenly, he appears over a gray-haired man using a red gate. Shinte takes out a flashbang grenade and uses the skill Elemental Enchant, Flames, on it. He told everyone to close their eyes and swung around to throw it. The grenade was enchanted and became not only dazzling but also flammable. The thrown grenade flew towards the monster and was detonated right between them. For a moment, Dongju remembered something he'd forgotten: the system that maintained the gate at Endless Sky Islands. Even an unidentified monster couldn't completely get rid of a gate as long as the power of the system remained. If so, wouldn't the gate, even if small, be able to come back if the sorcerer's consciousness receded? His thoughts were correct. And for a short moment, the gate regained its original form. And there were people who didn't miss out on that moment. 4 hunters burst into the party uninvited. Some of the arrivals were mildly perplexed by what they saw. It wasn't just Chonson who was as if he was at ease. The blonde looked at everyone and saw someone she definitely didn't want to meet. She probably already knew she couldn't win this fight. In that same second, Chonson practically shot out a sword composed of mana. The magic charge was safely delivered to the addressee. While the 3 hunters looked at him with incomprehension and delight, Chonson realized that if he hesitated, they would be the first to get hit. His body moved subconsciously. On the other hand, he quite liked this reaction. After all, he is not fully aware of his capabilities. Approaching the blonde, he created a sword of mana over her. He began to question her threateningly about her intentions, but the blonde merely smiled and replied sarcastically that she was very scared and frightened. She wondered what would happen if she didn't say anything, if he could kill her. Chonson looked her straight in the eye and said he would do whatever was necessary. While Chonson holds the blonde hostage, the unknown guy repeats the routine. People first, then the actions, and then the memories. "First rule, spearman in my sight!" shouted the guy standing on the balcony. "Second rule, now you obey me," he continued. But it was obvious how nervous he was. All because she didn't say he would have to reveal himself. The guy was very worried because he is a civilian and has an ID passport, and in case he gets caught, he will become a criminal. "This is the last time I help you, priestess," he thought. "Third rule, you will forget everything that happened here, got it?" The unsub yelled even louder. This guy is using a hidden skill. Hermit's rules. The hermit will apply an unreasonable rule to one target within his line of sight. The hermit will tell the target the conditions and rules, and the target will be forced to follow them. For a certain amount of time, you are unable to change the target, and you cannot choose multiple targets at once. The spearman took the weapon in his hand and stood up like a soldier at the officer's command. "Yes, got it!" shouted Junhyun. Covering his face with his hand, the hermit realized that he had made a monstrous mistake choosing this guy as the target of the skill. Chia and Haran looked at the tin soldier, trying to figure out what he had just done. 2 hours ago in the Islands of Endless Sky, Sahyan hides behind the backs of 2 huge trolls. Hunter could hear them talking about the gate, but they were so far away that almost nothing could be heard. Had they all gone? Sahyan thinks he should have hidden for a while until they remember him and come back to rescue him. At this point, something strange happens. Another gate opens next to the 2 trolls. How can this be if there are only one-way gates in the islands of the boundless sky? Is this really the gate the Guardian told you about? And at the same second, a red system message opens behind the hunter. He also wondered what kind of trolls they were and why they were so strong. It seems as if someone sent them here on purpose. A loud beeping sound comes from the hunter's back. Turning around, he notices the very same red system message. Quest. Hidden quest activated automatic accept after 5 seconds. What's another mission? Are we in a game? Sahyan thought. It was very strange, because there was an accept button, but it was impossible to refuse. Was Sahyan hallucinating? Suddenly, Ji-yoon came running out of the forest. She inquired about Sahyung's condition. Hunter anxiously pointed a finger at the red system message. "Do you see it too?" the boy asked. But the guard didn't know what he was talking about. The guy started to explain what he was seeing but stopped abruptly. He noticed that the text had changed. Apparently, the assignment was accepted automatically. The hunter carefully read the new message. Hidden quest, empty fantasy. Main goal, murder Yoo-jun, reward, unknown, fail penalty, 1. Kill a guard, fail penalty? What is that? Sahyan pondered. The island guardian noticed that something strange was going on, and where were the trolls? The guard and the hunter turned sharply. They heard someone resenting the fact that someone else was still here. The same priestess came out of the portal. She said that there had been so many warnings, and that they shouldn't have stayed here. Ji-yun moved closer to the woman and wondered who she was. The guard noticed the sly smirk on her face. At the same moment, a huge stream of infected mana was released at the A-ranked Sapper A. Thanks to his reaction, the Guardian was able to put up a protective barrier in time. The blonde was impressed with the speed at which the barrier was created. Though Ji-yoon has seen infected mana so far, she's a very capable hunter. The Guardian of the Islands realized, and that if it wasn't for her reaction, she would have died immediately. But the priestess didn't stop and kept increasing the flow. The blonde noticed that the hunter standing behind her could see the infected mana. Why is it so early? After all, he hasn't even awakened yet. He probably got the hidden, empty fantasy quest. While the Sappert held the barrier, she also started using the rescue skill. The girl asked Sahyun to focus. They needed to get out of here right away. It all looked rather inexplicable from the outside. The priestess simply pointed her hand in the direction of the hunters, and the barrier in front of her crackled with invisible damage. Seeing the guardian and hunter teleporting out of the islands, the priestess thought it would be nice to have such a useful skill for herself as well. Appearing in the buildings of the Boundless Sky Islands, Sahyun was impressed by the guardian's abilities. Ji-yoon grabbed the hunter's hand and asked him to listen very carefully. "I don't know what she used, but that's at least rank A," said the guard. Yu Ji-eun knows almost all certified hunters, but this woman, at the same second, without letting him finish speaking, a huge sword pierces through the guard. Apparently, the Supreme was waiting for uninvited guests. Sahyeon was dumbfounded by the events taking place. The Supreme pulled the sword sharply from the body of the Guardian. Berserk tried to attack the assassin, but he easily dodged. And the moment the hunter lost his balance, the Supreme made an attacking lunge. Somehow, the assassin's blade stopped an inch from the hunter's face. Ji-yeon used the skill Redemption, a skill that can be used when the user's life is in danger. One designated target can be given a strong barrier and will be moved to the safest location. The safest location is dependent on the user's current emotions. Kwon Sao-hyun, listen carefully, Ji-yoon said. The hunter turned to the guard. She asked him that when he comes out, he should immediately report to the Hunters Association that there's an unregistered awakened who's killing people here. Sah-hyun asked what she would do when she was alone. The guard replied that he was fine. She would be able to hold on for a while, so he should hurry up. But Sah-hyun saw how deep the wound was, but so far she was able to control the bleeding with the barrier skill. Hunter promised to put in the minimum amount of time and return with help. Ji-yoon waved him back while the guy was already elsewhere outside the gate. The gate closed, and the girl heard the priestess's voice behind her again. Must be your anchor skill, an enviable ability, the blonde said. The guardian said she's never met this woman before, though she looks like she's awakened. What does she want? The priestess explained that she needs a base, and this place would be perfect for her. The priestess took stock of the guard being in the wrong place at the wrong time. She was simply unlucky. Ji-yeon didn't think so. Saport remembered the passage. What it meant, only she knew. But one thing she was absolutely sure of. She'd been lucky so far. Blondie got tired of the chatter and said she was sorry to lose such strong Saport skills, but her child wants to eat. Something terrible had happened, and the guardian was stunned by what she saw. She didn't even have time to ask what it was. Somewhere else in the city, there is a photo of Ji-yoon and his lover. Most likely the Saport skill sent Sahyeon straight home to the guard. While Sahyeon was looking at the photo, he remembered that he needed to contact the Hunters Association right away. Again, the loud sound of a system message drew the hunter's attention away. Hidden quest, empty fantasy. Quest failed. Penalty applied. Those red signs again? Isn't this an illusion? Sahyeon thought. The inscription has changed? Everyone thinks so in the beginning. And a smiley face. Such words were printed in the new system window. Before he can make sense of the message, a fist approaches Sahyeon's face. Unknown, strikes with such force that the hunter flies to the other end of the room. As the hunter regains consciousness, a mysterious silhouette stands before him. You better do the assignment next time. Something resembling a human said with a smile. Or I'll kill you. 2 hours later, present time. Junhyun's attack is swift. The archer in the tank try to dodge his attacks. Jongseong is watching from the side. He notices that the spearman doesn't use any skills, but just swings his spear. And taking advantage of the opportunity, the priestess was able to slip away while everyone was distracted. And the gate shrank again. The case was bad, but Junhyun must be apprehended first. No sooner had the support team done something than they heard a man's voice. Shintai, with his enchanted axe, bursts into the duel. He concentrates his mana to apply his skill. The spearman notices the attacker, and the only thing he has time to do is block the blow with his spear. That seemed to be exactly what Shintai wanted. The spearman's hands closed on the frosty ice, and in a moment, it was already all blocked off by the ice prison. The head of the skeleton guild inquired, were they really members of the top guilds? Haran confirmed what he said, and Chia was listed as a free hunter. Chia asked for help finding his partner. The gray-haired man hesitated. He asked me to help him deal with those bastards first. They are controlling the monster that is suppressing the gate. The priestess has moved to the top floor of the hermitage. The guy was hysterical because of her useless underlings who can't do anything. He would be caught and imprisoned. And the penny pincher was caught in a matter of minutes. Wounded and very angry, the priestess threatened to take the hermit's mana if he didn't stop talking. The blonde couldn't understand why the supporter was suddenly back. She wants to get rid of him, whatever it takes. Ready to spend all the gates she's been collecting for the trials. And at the same moment, countless gates began to open over the group. They were getting bigger and bigger by the minute. All members of the squad were shocked by such an incredible number. But only Chonsun saw this as a very different picture. It's not that there are a lot of gates, and the fact that contaminated mana flows out of them. Until now, that was just a theory. But apparently all the dungeons with the rank error were the work of the priestess and her minions. At this time, a floor above, a guy was questioning the actions the blonde was taking. Wouldn't it be worse if he, the mysterious patron, found out about everything that happened here? The priestess insisted that thanks to this station, she would be able to gather as many ingredients for the trial as needed. It would just take a little more time. The hermit once again emphasized the fact that there was almost no time left. They would have no chance without the islands of endless sky, and they understood that very well. With less than a year to go until the awakening, before the priestess could think about it properly, something stopped her abruptly. Seeing the frightened face of the woman, the hermit inquired, "What is going on?" The blonde saw a huge system notification. She didn't understand why now. A multi-dimensional error has been sensed, causing for an emergency activation of the system. Welcome, player? The priestess wasn't the only one surprised by the sudden awakening. The awakening of the players, as Shin Chongseong remembered it, should happen in 10 months, and only a select few will be capable of it. But that's not what happened. The impression was that absolutely everyone had received the notice. Welcome, player Mayo Haran? What would that mean? The huntress asked. No sooner had the first message been dealt with than the next one followed. Received the main quest, to protect the islands without extreme sky. The main goal, defeat 10 waves of monsters. For the fulfillment of the quest, there is a reward in the form of opening new skills and the opportunity to escape from the islands of the boundless sky. Chonson also received such an assignment. But why were the players already awakened? How could that be possible? "Look over there!" Donju shouted out. Everyone turned around and looked where the head of the maintenance squad was pointing. Hordes of monsters began to emerge from all the rads. As soon as they stepped into the Boundless Sky Island's office, it was immediately informed that this was the first wave consisting of gremlins, kobolds, and goblins. Donju and Seoyeol were confused as they had never fought monsters before. Chonson calls for the entire group to follow him to get into a comfortable tactical position. All members of the group run off after the supporter, looking back in horror. The maintenance squad barely manages to get their feet away. Monster squads are literally breathing down their backs. While everyone is playing tag, Haran jumps into the thick of things. She slammed her shield against the floor with all her might, thus stopping the chase. She doesn't know what it is, but hopes that what is written in the message is true, and after 10 waves they can leave. The girl uses the skill Magnification, forming giant shields in front of her. Ginat's shield, a great shield apparently made by a giant. According to the user's body and needs, its form and size can be adjusted. At this time, something happens to the frozen versus. While the tank is holding back one half of the passageway, the team is thinking about how to close the other half. Shintai orders his 2 fighters to block the second half. We need to clamp them down. Chonson asks to skip it, concentrating mana to create it. Weapon Maker uses the skill Making. He created a huge containment barrier of many different shields. The passage was now almost completely blocked. Haran and Shinte were amazed at so many shields created in the blink of an eye. Now all that's left is a narrow passage. 2 fighters from the Skeleton Guild should have no trouble with this. Looking at the breathless body of the gunner from his squad, the squad leader thought for a moment. Haran called out to Shinte. She had an idea. Since they will be able to hold off the monsters for the time being, she asks that the man bring the spearman to his senses. Junhyun is the best at fighting big battles, and they need his help more than ever. Approaching the ice prison, Shinte didn't understand how a pacer could be specialized for mass battles. The monsters saw the poorly defended central passage and decided that it was the perfect place to break through the outpost. And they all ran to the center as one, forming a tight line. Chia felt that this was the most auspicious moment to use her skill, and after pulling the bowstring to the limit, she used the Golden Meteor skill. Each shell stitched through several targets, and because they were practically lined up in a single row, the damage on the group of monsters was enormous. The onslaught of monsters noticeably lessened, and they scattered around the room again. While Chia keeps the monsters away from the barrier, Soyol marvels at the professional qualities of the hunters. All of them are of high rank and are excellent at teamwork, even though it's the first time they've seen each other. And as much as one would like to help them, they are practically incapable of any kind of combat. The gray-haired man reassured Sul, for they didn't need to do anything. She would have another assignment. But Mr. Donju could probably use some help here. Holding out the automatic rifle, Shinte inquired if Li Dongju had served. At this point on the balcony, the hermit is peeking out to see what's going on. He didn't realize what the wall of shields was on the right side. After all, there was a high-level item on the left, but on the right, a normal person couldn't have created that many. The priestess said that the right side was most likely created by a sapper's ability, the same one who wanted to deal with the mastermind. Not knowing why, but he possesses more than just the ability to create weapons, as well as the ability to control infected mana. The boy continued her words. So what is the priestess going to do in this position? Does she have a plan? The boy panicked and started asking a lot of questions. Why doesn't she use the gate the way it was originally intended? Why not release all the monsters at once and kill them all? Meanwhile, the second wave had already been summoned and consisted of zombies, skeletons, and ghouls. Their numbers had more than doubled. The blonde explained that when the system activated, it was too late. Her child had opened the gate, but she could no longer control it. Those weren't the words the guy was expecting to hear. If things have taken such a turn, maybe we should have let them go. After all, our goal is the islands, not them, the boy said. The priestess didn't like the plan, but she didn't deny that it could work. She noticed Donju handing over an object filled with mana to Soil. It was a smartphone, and the priestess found it very suspicious. She didn't want to miss any important details. A huge mass of undead was advancing towards the fortification. The archer was already at her limit. She had practically used up all her mana. Although more than 2 hours had passed since the last skirmish with the trolls, Chia had no control over her mana usage at the time. This probably resulted in an incomplete recovery. Haran rushes to the archer's aid. Chia doesn't understand how a tank can help the only ranged fighter. The girl rushes forward. She wants to put on a little show. She slaps her palms together, making a loud slapping sound, thereby provoking the undead to pay attention to her. Chia anxiously watches her actions. Suddenly, she hears the sound of clapping getting stronger. It gets louder and louder. But she has stopped clapping. But the sound does not disappear, it only grows. Haran gathers the sound in his fist, concentrating it in one point. The girl uses the skill, Wave Punch. After overlapping the vibrations of the wanted medium, a long-range attack of a mana-filled final blow will explode. The stronger the overlapped vibrations and the final attack's mana, the greater the force. And unlike the name, the attack can be activated with any body part, including fists, feet, etc. Let's just say that vibe made the skeletons lose their heads. They all flew off in different directions. The archer was even a little jealous of such power. This ability would be stronger than her attacks. Do A-rank hunters really have that much power? Donju, with an assault rifle in hand, and Jungxian head over to Chia. They offer her some respite while they relieve her. The archer was pissed off that they were only defending themselves. After all, somewhere out there, Sayan might need their help. But there's also the possibility that he's already out and needs to be found. And based on the fact that the Guardian ran to his aid, the chances of him being successfully rescued were quite high. Hearing the conversation about the Guardian of the Boundless Sky Islands, Donju remembered something. He reported that the guard was indeed here. Her body was found right outside the gate. Chia was saddened by the words about Ji-Yun's death. How could an A-rank support die with so many skills to save? Jongseon asked Dongjia if there were any other bodies found. But the bodies they saw were 3, and they were all members of the security department. So there's a chance that the person they're looking for is alive. Archer couldn't wait to find him. Lowering her gaze to the floor, Chia noticed one strange thing. She pointed her finger at the floor and asked, "Wasn't there another person here?" And in the meantime, somewhere in the city, Elizabeth is walking on the roof in the guise of a cat. Suddenly, she heard someone cursing somewhere downstairs. A wounded man sitting on the ground asks his attacker why he is doing this. An angry, dark-haired man with a bloody knife in his hands asks another man to pay him back. After all, he needs the money to pay his mother's medical bills. How many times does he have to say it? Blondie explained that there had been a misunderstanding. He doesn't have that money, and his threats are useless. If he wants to go to jail for murder, so be it. But then who will pay for his mother's treatment? The feral man was furious that the asshole was still standing his ground. "Don't worry, Mom died yesterday," he said. He said he didn't care anymore. He was going to kill him anyway and see if he could hide. As the cat yawned and warmed up, she thought about how this world would be quieter and more peaceful. But apparently there were suddenly more incidents happening here. Hearing footsteps, Elizabeth turned around to see who was approaching. It was a young boy. He was approaching a place where a criminal offense was about to happen. Taking a deep breath exhaling, Elizabeth decides to do something about it. It's good to get some exercise now and then, she thought, and jumped down from the 3rd floor. Let's go back to the office of the Endless Sky Islands. Donju's name is Sul. She was the person who abruptly disappeared, and whose disappearance the archer had told her about. Apparently, she was taken by those two. Shinte was distracted and couldn't prevent it. It was most likely the same monster that uses gates and portals. Chonsun looked at the nearly closed gate and realized how the priestess had managed to escape. Chia suggested splitting up to find both Shin Seo-yul and Kwon Sa-hyun. Do we have to look for Kwon Sa-hyun? Jung Seong asked. This question made the archer confused. It's just that there's a good chance that Sao-hyun has already gotten out. In that case, they'd only waste time looking for him. Chia was against it because no one came out after they left. They can't be 100% sure. Chonsun began to explain that the Guardian has skills designed to save, and the islands of the vast sky are an isolated space, dependent on a single gate. Plus, there have been instances of instability. It was more reasonable to assume that she had a skill that allowed her to move people from the islands of the boundless sky in an emergency. But that's just an assumption! There's no proof! The archer was indignant. Chonsun was confident in his words and speculation. After all, he had seen it in a past life. But if he said that, she wouldn't believe him. Chia thought Jongseon was here to find Sao-hyun. But apparently there's been a change of plans. Right now, they were trapped in the boundless sky islands, and if they couldn't open the gate, their situation would only get worse by the minute. Weapon Maker glanced at the system message again. Even if this assignment actually exists, there is still nothing left for them to do but to interrupt all the waves. The third wave of monsters is approaching. Orcs, ogres, gnolls, and goblins, all in equal numbers of 100. Based on the mission window, there are 10 waves total, and the monsters are coming out whether they want to or not.
Pet the cat.